All right, friends. I think we're live on TikTok almost. We're live on both YouTube streams. We should be live on TikTok in a second. Bada bing, bada boom. We are live on both YouTube streams. We're live on TikTok. Let me make sure the guest boxes are open. Guest boxes should be open. Should be ready to rock and roll. Let me turn my camera on for the guest queue before I forget, so they can see the screen. I did finally get that feature fixed and working. So what I mean to say is, if you guest request on YouTube, it used to not show you what's on the screen like you can see it on TikTok. Now it does. I got that sorted out. Although the aspect ratio is all kind of jacked up right now for some reason. Oh well. This is what it is. We'll see if it works. Anyways, welcome in, friends. Indeed, praise Doug. Praise Doug and his rock hardness. And Sharon Stone. Remember, friends, don't just be rock hard for Doug. Make sure that you're sinfully wet for Sharon as well. JMR coined that, and that is the best phrase for Sharon. It's just the best. Anyways, it should be a fun time tonight, friends. Ems, welcome in. Good to see you, buddy. Great to see you. I see Parker's in the house as well. Good to see you, Parker. I think Dalton's here too. Chip's here. Gretchen's here. Hey, the whole fam's here. Flip's in the house. Let me grab our super chats, and then we'll grab. Oh, I think Dalton's here. Let's bring Dalton in too. We got a super chat from the Viking Chef. Great to see you, Viking Chef. Thank you for the super chat. Viking says, "Hey, Justin. I don't manage to catch many of the lives as the UK time zone, and my work hours are really early. Just to say thanks for the unwilling and humble inspiration. Sinfully wet for Sharon, stone solid for Doug." Well, thank you so much, Viking Chef. I appreciate that. And if you're a Viking Chef, I've got some questions about what kind of food you're cooking. Are you cooking like traditional Viking food? Because, man, I'm not in the UK, but if I ever get over to the UK, I want to go try some Viking food. That sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Adam, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Always, what country is the SEK? Well, greetings to your country, friend. Adam says, night in... Oh, Sweden? That makes sense. Night in Sweden, but the Teutonic uplift keeps me reminded that Doug is always rising 10 millimeters per year in my area, and that's 10 more than Jeebus ever rose. Indeed. I was a little bit disappointed that Jesus's followers didn't rise anywhere. They're still here. Unfortunately, they did not get spirited away.
Mean, you'd be kind of out of business if it actually happened.
Actually, fuck, if the rapture happened, I'd change my live stream right now. I'd be like, fucking this, I guess the Bible's true. Prove me wrong.
Oh yeah, good point. Never mind.
I can always be a debate asshole no matter what the topic is. Welcome in 570.
Ooh, I'm hearing echo on TikTok from people.
Hello, my
or
friend.
For me or for you?
People say I have an echo.
Oh, I bet I know why. I bet TikTok. 1 second. Let me check my mixer. I bet when I restarted TikTok, it turned my mixer setting off. Yep, sure did. Oh, so annoying. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, should be good now. Dalton, you shouldn't be echoing anymore.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. How do I sound, everybody?
Perfect, my friend.
I love being a guinea pig.
That should be good. Yeah. There's a setting I have to set in Windows because TikTok Studio is a nightmare and the audio routing doesn't work properly. But like every time TikTok Studio updates, which is damn near every time I use it, it takes that setting off and I have to go back and reset it. It's super annoying. But 570, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am a believer, but I'm gonna question your logic quickly to see if your logic can sustain, how can I say, a thought process.
You don't even know
how
what
would
my
you
logic is quite
get
yet.
a bull?
So, what God do you believe in?
Jesus and the Jesus within us all as ascending spirit. I'm just gonna question your logic
So,
quickly.
is Jesus a
How would
spirit
you
or
get?
a
How
human
would you get?
being?
No, 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 no.
Whatever you do, don't ask
It's
me
a
about my
spirit.
Jesus. Don't make me do 1 Peter 3:15 and defend my faith. Don't do that.
I
Are
just want
you
to ask you, how would you get?
are
How would you get a
you
bull up
are
a
you
mountain?
like are you like not ready to defend your faith?
I would ask you on the logic of the God. I would ask you, how would you get a bull up a mountain?
And you can ask them all day long, but I'm not really interested in doing like dumb rabbit trails. So I'm going to ask you about your faith because that's what
The
we
God
do
of logic.
here. And so it's my
Yes,
live
and I'm
stream.
question.
I
It's
don't know if you knew
engineering
this,
fact. It's
but I actually
engineering
get
fact.
to set the talking point on my own live stream. So what would be a reasonable argument or evidence for your God existing?
Don't. Okay, you just previously stated that the rapture didn't happen, so we live by grace.
Oh, did it happen? Did I miss it?
I did dream it in a certain sense. The light previously did visit me.
Wait. The rapture, people were spirited away, but only in your dreams.
So your
Okay.
rapture is imaginary.
Um, just quickly, on your logic, how would you get the ball up a mountain? It's a simple
So
question.
okay, so you're not gonna defend your faith. Just checking.
Simple question.
Just to be clear, you're not actually gonna defend your faith.
Okay, but I'm
I mean, you
defending
can
logic here.
you
So
can you can say yes or no. Like, listen, if you just admit that you don't want to defend your faith, we can move on to the next point. But like, you have to like give me an answer. Like, if you're just
I'm
unwilling,
defending logic, my friend.
you're allowed to be unwilling just to own up to it. Are you unwilling to defend your faith?
Are you willing to defend a simple question?
I am, and I'm waiting for an answer as to whether or not you're willing to defend your
I
faith.
defend my faith, yes, because I breathe. So I defend it with every breath.
You def- you defend it by breathing. So, so what happens if you become an atheist? You no longer breathe. You didn't think that through. You did not come to test anyone's logic. All right, now tell me about
Okay,
your
my
balls.
friend, if you would, okay, my balls. How would you get my balls up a mountain?
Probably cup them.
No, 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 no. Without touching them or man touching them.
Have you not heard of the migrating stones in the desert? You don't need to physically touch something to move it,
No,
right?
no, not like that. Not like that. Up a mountain.
Magnets probably get a good enough magnet you can move it up a mountain. Wait, I'm sorry. We're talking about your
My friend,
balls.
my
Well,
logic is
that's actually a paradox because you don't have any. Sorry, I was thinking
okay.
like the ball of Sisyphus or
Okay,
something.
let's say plastic balls. Let's say plastic balls then.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, a big gust of wind.
You get all that, or just a tip?
I'll give you a tip. It floats.
Your foreskin floats. Oh, this guy's lost. All right, listen. We're gonna move on to an adult.
No, my
Okay,
friend.
I think he
guys.
stopped breathing for a second.
He was straight up lost. He didn't even know where he was. Like he bumped his head on the way in. What a weirdo.
Ooh, Justin, I had something that I wanted to ask you about because I already asked Ian and Danny about this. And last night I was talking to a theist and I brought to him the contradiction of did Abraham know the name Yahweh or not? and he was claiming that I was making a verbatim fallacy. Are you familiar with this?
I am familiar with the verbatim fallacy. So the way the verbatim fallacy works is you're saying, like if the Bible describes something, like for example, it describes the grape of somebody, and then you're saying, look, the Bible describes the grape of somebody, and they're like, well, the word grape isn't there. I'm like, well, yeah, I fucking know the word grape isn't in the text, but it doesn't have to be verbatim for it to be there, right? That's the verbatim fallacy, when you accuse something of not being there because it doesn't say it verbatim.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense because I was just like, does Abraham call in the name of Yahweh or not, according to the text? And he was making claim I was making a verbatim fallacy. So I thought he was bullshitting me. I
No,
knew he didn't know he was. Yeah, yeah.
he's bullshitting you. No, that's not a verbatim fallacy at all. The text verbatim says that Abraham called out the name of Yahweh. And yeah, well, that guy's an ass hat. Shadow, thank you for the $20 super chat. Shadow says, kind of a crapture, if you ask me. I would agree. I would concur. All right, hey, listen, we've got some friends that we haven't talked to in the queue, namely Jeb. Let's get Jeb in here. How you doing, Jeb?
Yo,
Jeb, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
yes, I believe
Cool. Yeah.
Jesus is God.
So you're a Christian, right? So what would be the most compelling
Yeah.
evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I think a lot of the prophecies in the Old Testament that ended up coming true with Jesus
Like what?
are pretty, like the whole how Daniel, I think it's Daniel 9:24, how it talks
I've
about.
li-
Sure about that?
I've been literally reading Daniel 9 all day while I was at work. This is like so perfect.
Yeah, good
Yeah, it
timing.
says
Daniel
that.
9 is one of my favorite prophecies too, by the way.
Yeah, it says
Before
that
we start, do you know
70.
like roughly what time period Daniel 9 is situating itself in?
Um, 500 BC.
I mean, you're not close. According to the beginning of the text, it's around 520, 522 BCE. Now, obviously, it wasn't written at that time period. It's just
How
pretending to
was
be
that
that
not
old.
close?
I said you were close.
Oh, I thought you said I wasn't close. I was like,
No, no,
what?
no. No, no, no. I definitely said you were close. So the text is purportedly from about 522 or so BCE. And it's talking about what? At the very beginning of the chapter, what's the prophet talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
He's talking about the years of service that the Israelites have to serve, because he says he's reading to prophet Jeremiah about the punishment that they're going to receive, namely the 70 years from Jeremiah 25 and Jeremiah 29. The 70 years have now completed, right? Because we're about 522 or so, and the 70 years started at 605. So now 70 years have completed, and Daniel is looking around saying, fucking A, 70 years has passed and we haven't been restored yet. God didn't keep his promise, so what gives? Which is why we get, shortly after that, he works it out in his head what happens. In fact, he says that he was reading in the law of Moses, verse 11, all Israel has transgressed your law. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put it on the screen. Let me put it on the screen. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, has been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. So his reckoning of why they haven't been restored is because there's a curse in the law of Moses. Do you know what that curse is?
Nope.
All right. There's a curse in Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. And both of them state that if the Israelites don't return to the Lord when he punishes them, that he'll multiply their afflictions by 7. So he has reasoned, and he gets message from Gabriel, that the punishment is not going to be for 70 years, as Jeremiah initially stated. The punishment's actually going to be for 490 years, because their punishment was multiplied by a factor of 7, which means the length of their punishment must be about 490 years, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if the punishment starts in 605, when is the end of that punishment?
100.
Yeah, about
15.
115 or so. Yeah, exactly. So what that means is, according to this prophecy find its conclusion, Daniel 9, was supposed to find its conclusion at the end of the 2nd century. To be fair, I think that's when it was written, or part of it at least.
Yeah, I'll have to look more into it.
And the reason why I think part of it was written in the 2nd century is because the language that's used in this chapter, as well as a bunch of the chapters preceding it, is a form of Hebrew that was implemented after the fall of the Greeks. It's Mishnaic or Hasmonean Hebrew, and it's like a specific dialect of Hebrew that we know they weren't using at the time Daniel would have been around.
Oh, he left.
Oh, well, the prophecies were strong with that one.
Yeah, that seems to because I literally heard someone bring it up on Ian's live earlier today, Daniel chapter 9. So I've been spending all day reading it as a result, and it seems to be their favorite, and yet they know absolutely nothing about the text.
I absolutely love Daniel 9, and I know that you know Daniel 9. I was actually hoping to cook them on the 605 and then let you cook them on the rest of it, because it's such an easy prophecy to link to Antiochus that even if all you've done is like a cursory glance over the first 2 chapters of First Maccabees, everything in there matches up with Antiochus. Like, it's just so easy. Anyways,
Yeah.
friends, thanks for being here. That was a short one. We're gonna grab a couple super chats. Then we'll get our next guest in here. If you're watching on YouTube and you want in on the conversation, you don't have to download TikTok. You can use the link on the screen. The link is also in the description of the live stream, so you can click on it if you don't want to type it in. So, Space Lord, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says it's a mother trucking apocalypse. So here, I'm a bit lagged. I don't know what lagged means. Is that a slang term I should know, to be lagged?
I think it means that he's just a little bit behind.
Maybe, yeah.
The apocalypse
left
hasn't
behind.
hit him yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
left behind. I think I see what happened there. Thank you for that. And Hank, thank you for the 669. It says it's 7:30 here in Oz, and I'm ready for a hearty cooked breakfast. Rock hard for Dougie. Absolutely. We're gonna deliver. It might be stone soup, but we are going to deliver. And helping Mega Deconstruct says, I love fall cookouts on the deck with Doug and Sharon. When is the next rapture? I will be practicing like Sarah for the next one. Yeah, don't look back or down. And I'll tell you what, the possibility of a rapture is still upon us. Like all the way up until like the 30th of the month, various people are predicting that you could be raptured. Gretchen, thank you for the 666.
It was what they didn't know. It wasn't actually the 24th. It was 24 times 7.
That's what it is. It was just a it's a Scrabble error. It's gonna be all right. Gretchen says, feeling unraptured, abandoned by Jesus, turn to Doug and get stoned with the best. Absolutely. Rock hard for Doug. Not only will he not make you fly, if you're holding on to Doug, he'll literally keep your feet on the ground. He'll hold you down, friends. And Carlos, great to see you. Thank you for gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I super appreciate it. That's 20 more people that are safe from the rapture. Thank you so much, my friend. And Larry, thank you for the 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I appreciate that, friend. Big W. And Texas Panhandler's in the house tonight. Great to see you, Texas. It says, guessing the rapture crapped out when Trump broke the escalator at the UN. What a shame. Isn't that funny? God was like, this fucker's not coming up here. Break the escalator. Just make it stop. We'll keep him as low as possible. Last one for now, Mr. T. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, congratulations on your continued success, Justin. It's been great to see you on AXP, The Line, etc. Sarah was amazing too. Doug Bless from Ironwood. Thank you, Mr. T. And Sarah always cooks. She is sharp. And thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. And I got to be honest, like when I first got online, I never really imagined I'd be able to host on some of these channels. So I'm just happy that there are so many people that support my work. And I really, like, from the bottom of my heart, really, I appreciate everyone that supports the channel, because like it's been beyond my dreams.
It must be very surreal because I remember when I was 18 and I had just begun deconstructing, and I was watching a lot of the atheist experience and stuff. And then just like a couple weeks ago, John invited me to actually co-host on AXP. So it's
Nice.
such a weird, surreal sort of situation.
That's exciting. That's really exciting. Yeah, we're bringing everybody up with us. How you doing, Matt?
Hello, doing great, doing fantastic, much better. Last time we spoke, I was extremely high, and you told me like, "Hey, my guy, come back when you're sober." So now I am. I've been in recovery for the last few months, and now I'm back.
Well, fuck, I'm glad to hear it. Just to be quite honest, like I'm pretty familiar with the process for getting sober, and I know it's difficult. So congratulations on that. That's a huge win, big W already. So then we'll
Well,
start
thanks.
probably the way we started last time, which is, are you at least 18? I know you are. And what religion do you believe in?
It's strange. It's like a polytheist, pantheist kind of. I'm trying to figure it out myself. I figured this conversation could be helpful for that.
Sure. Okay.
So I
So to be sure, I think polytheism makes more sense than monotheism. I'll give you that much. But what would be the case? What would be the argument for the existence of multiple deities?
so okay. I'm maybe you're gonna get annoyed by this angle, but I'm gonna try to pull a Jordan Peterson here. Which I know, yeah, I see it in your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll just
Essentially,
weep myself to sleep. It's fine.
the idea would be to start with action and what drives us humans to act, like from a 'cause I don't like using fancy words, but from a teleological perspective, like what is the aim of our action?
Like individually or as a collective? Because I think we all would have different goals in mind.
Well, yes, and that's where we'll get to the polytheist part. But for you, for example, individually, yourself, what would be
Hmm.
the point of everything you do?
I mean, the point of everything I do is kind of like I'm a meat suit with a computer inside of it. And I'm not entirely sure
Mhm.
yet if like if I'm actually making decisions or if everything that I think I'm deciding is an illusion and it's actually been determined for me by the universe. Those are questions I don't actually know. But if we could conclude that I was practicing some level of decision making rather than just processing the input data, then I'd like to think that I'm making decisions that make my life better and the people around me better. But the reality is, I mean, none of us are going to exist in a billion years, and our planet won't exist either, be burned up by the sun. So I'm not really sure that there's an ultimate thing that matters.
S- Okay, so it's I know Sam Harris, for example. He grounds morality in the pursuit of well-being, sort of very utilitarian um, thing.
We're talking about morals
I
or purpose.
Well, I don't think they're separate at all. I think
Oh, well, I do.
morality, ethics. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
those are
fair
two
enough. Fair
completely
enough.
different
But
things.
I would say that the point of ethics is to direct your actions.
I mean, I think Ian would say that. I don't know if I would say that. I do believe that it's illogical. Like if you have goals, I think that your moral behavior should align with your goals if you're logical. But the reality is, we see lots of people that behave illogical, that have moral behaviors and whatnot that undercut their actual goals.
Yeah, that would be a perfectly fair statement. But I would guess you and, well, I try to avoid that and try to make our ethical framework align with our goals. Because what I'm trying to get at is whatever the ultimate goal of our action is, it's like well being. Well being for what? For what purpose? Whatever we put in that category can be thought of as God, and it's not entirely inappropriate, I would say, to personify that
I,
endpoint.
I think the problem is that when God can mean anything, then it doesn't mean anything. Like,
Oh, but it's not anything. It's I think I outlined a very specific category, like the ultimate purpose of conscious
yeah,
action. That's not
but
anything.
different people are gonna have different ultimate purposes or whatever. So they're gonna like
Yes,
their
yes,
their their
but
definition of God is gonna be so wide and ranged that God just ceases to have a meaning altogether.
I'd say because they have different end goals, those would represent different gods. That's why I'm a polytheist. For some people, it's power, and I would just give that the name of Odin and personify it in that manner. For some
Why
people,
would
it's
somebody
something
do
like
that? Like, for example, and sorry to interrupt you, but like,
no, no
why
worries.
would I take something abstract like purpose and personify it as though it's sentient?
I think it makes the whole process of aligning one's actions with that end purpose easier. To think like,
Well,
oh, I am serving this deity.
well, that may be
Why?
like it may be. For example, I have a sister who's been sober 7 years now. This is her seventh year, and the thing that really helped her was going through the AA program and learning to trust in a higher power, even though she's kind of agnostic to the higher power. And I agree, like those things can be helpful for some people, but I don't think that's a statement as to whether or not the abstract concept exists in real life.
Yeah, this again, pulling a Jordan Peterson. It's like, what do we mean by exists? Because
It seems
well,
like
I guess I'm
we.
not
It
completely
seems like
disagreeing with the
it's
the premise that it's imaginary. Because
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
saying it
that's what I'm
exists in our
feeling.
imagination.
this
Right.
all seems to be a bit backwards, at least in ancient times. Like, for example, you had the Greeks who worshipped many gods, and over time, the philosophers began to like make them abstractions. But why would you do it in the reverse and take some these like abstract things and then deify them? That seems pointless. At least in the reverse, it makes sense that we once thought they were gods, and then we realized they were just forces of nature. But why take forces of nature and make them gods like without need?
I think there is a need. For example, what you described. I'm in AA myself, and it's well, at least I find it really useful to personify this abstract endpoint, or rather, these abstract endpoints.
No, and
Like,
again, I agree with you that there is utility there, right? But I think whether or not something has utility is different than whether or not something is true. Like it, when I was a child, I believed that I needed to save my teeth so I can get money from the tooth fairy, and to me that was utility, like saving my teeth and for the tooth fairy to come had utility, right? But certainly doesn't mean that the tooth fairy is real.
hmm. Yeah, I guess you have a point there. Yeah, my only contention would be to say maybe God is imaginary, but
Mm-hmm.
it's good to imagine him because
I don't necessarily
it
always
helps us
disagree with that.
align with that like abstract moral endpoint.
So first of all, I don't. Again, I don't necessarily disagree. You know, I'm not gonna go as far as someone like Britt Hartley and say that all, like believing in a God is necessarily good, because I think for some people it's awful for them. But for
Right.
some people, is it helpful? Yeah, yeah. I think for some people it's helpful. Like if you need to believe that there's some like Jungian archetypal God out there that helps you to get over your substance addiction, I love that for you. No problem.
It it's fantastic, and well, having found common ground on that, I'd like to get into the polytheism side of it. Like, um, what's the name of your guest?
Dalton?
Dalton. Like Dalton, like you were saying before, different people have different absolute endpoints, and well, one of them I pointed out was power. people talk about that all the time, like, oh, everything's about power. I would say that's Odinism. That's, it's the one-eyed god of power. Because it's all he can see. You can strive for harmony, and well, I'd call that Asherah. You know Asherah, the wife of Yahweh, because it's my understanding that in the Hebrew her name means grove, or like
That was
family
an
of
unfortunate
trees.
mistake. Yeah, the King James translators didn't know what to do with Asherah, and the consonant root looks a whole lot like the word for tree in the plural. And so they didn't exactly know what to do with it. To be fair, if you look at Asher in Hebrew, it's not plural. It's in the singular. But the reality is they didn't know what to do with it. It wasn't until we had like the archaeologists like George Smith and others that went into the Middle East and discovered like the Ugaritic tablets and some of the other cuneiform tablets that described Asherah. That's when people were like, "Oh, Asherah is a deity." And the root it just happens to be very similar to the root for tree. But that being said, in the Akkadian literature, it's clear that it's a deity and not a grove of trees, because in Akkadian you've got this. They do a marker in front of the name of a deity called a dinger, and so when you see a dinger in the text, you know that there's like the name or title of somebody coming.
All right. So what would the name mean then, like in translation? This is curious.
Well, the original name was Athirot, and so the name went through multiple iterations. I don't actually know what the original name would have meant. So I don't know. But I do know in the Dictionary of Deity and Demons, they should give an actual breakdown of the name Asherah in the Hebrew. But
I didn't know that was a book that existed. That sounds awesome.
It is, and it's worth getting. I'll warn you ahead of time. It's not cheap, but it's one of my favorite reference books.
See,
All right.
my first thought, it had to do with the word Asher, to be happy.
Right.
But it seems like it's highly debated, because, like you said, it could is Ugaritic form of Atheret, and which means she who treads.
I mean,
So
I think
it's debated.
we can make like a mishmash of all of the concepts, like happy, treading, group of trees, and just see this as an embodiment of harmony, because that's like
Perhaps.
the common denominator to all those things. And harmony is a great thing to strive for. It's a great goddess to worship. This is why I say I'm pulling a Jordan Peterson here, because I'm essentially defining worship as that which you put your efforts towards.
Right. Well, listen, Matt, we might agree then. It sounds like, first of all, I'm glad you're doing well. Second of all, we might agree that the God you believe in is imaginary, and I'm okay with that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have imaginary gods. I think having imaginary gods is fine as long as people are aware that they're imaginary.
Yeah, I mean, rock hard for Doug.
Dope. Thank you so much, Matt. Good to hear from you. Glad you're doing well.
Good to hear. Good.
Samurai-
Thank you for having me, man. Go crush
Absolutely.
some skulls.
Cheers, buddy.
Did
Big
you
W
like
for getting
did you like
clean.
did you like the deconstruction zone rap?
Oh my God, that was so good. We got to put that in the Discord.
AI generated too, 100%. Couldn't tell.
Yeah, for sure. Well, friends,
Definitely wasn't me.
Well, you know what? AI generated music is getting pretty good nowadays. Actually, I did some AI generated music for Zeus, and put it in the Discord at some point. Xmillion, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's huge, friend. Xmillion says, grateful when Doug blesses me, allowing me to catch you live. Prophet Justin, so that I can support your ministry by sending you some of my hard-earned money. May I be lithified so as to become rock hard in the image of Doug. Hey, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that the lithography of Doug will touch you. I'm positive of that. Thank you so much, Xmillion. And DB, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. Big W says, the rapture failed me. This I know. Who now shall I pray to save my soul? Sticks and stones shall surely hurt me, but rocks and pebbles won't desert me. For As for me and my house, we serve the Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't have a clap track though. I do a clap track, but I don't have one. But Big W, what a great use of words.
Lyrics for the next rap song, right there.
Precisely. Precisely. Let me grab one more super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Andrew says, I was really counting on the rapture, kind of bummed. I live in the deep south and less Christians would do wonders for traffic. Oh, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? It would do wonders for traffic. But listen, I'm glad that you're surviving down in the south. I know it can be tough in the Bible Belt. It's funny down in the Bible Belt, they just kind of assume that everybody believes what they do. How you doing? Is it Delano? Delano? I think Delano accidentally requested, if I had to guess. Well, Delano, thanks for being here. We'll drop you down. If you're watching on TikTok, thank you for being here. If you want to get in on the conversation, hit that guest request at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, there is, in fact, a link on the screen. If you're watching on the vertical, it's above my head, tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on the horizontal, it's on the upper right-hand corner, tiny.cc/dzguest. You can also use the clickable link that's in the description of the video, and then you won't have to type it in. But we'd love to hear from you. Let's get Shay into the conversation. I've talked to Shay before, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Actually,
Hello?
Shay, how you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Shay, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And what kind of a God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Awesome. And in your opinion, what is the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would say existence. Why does anything exist at all?
Well, I agree. I think it's a great question, but I'm not sure that a God solves the problem, because then we would just say, why does a God exist rather than nothing?
Well, it would be my belief that God is eternal and has always been.
Right. And I would just say that the universe is eternal.
Yeah, because you asked the question of why does anything exist at all, and the question that we really should be asking is, could anything not exist at all? Is that even possible for there to be nothing?
No, but I think the fact that there is something could be evidence for God.
Why? Why would I think that something existing is evidence for God when it logically we would just say that nothing never existed, right? So like if you can't get something from nothing and you have something, it just logically entails that there was never nothing.
Yeah, and based on that point, I can understand where you're coming from on that, but I think the complexity of human beings and the life that we have on Earth, I think it kind of proves that there is something out there higher
How?
because of the complexity.
What does complexity have to do with creation?
Because how would life come from non-life and a lot
What do
of
you
other
think life
questions?
is?
Metabolizing cellular life.
Does God metabolize?
No.
Is he alive?
Yes, but not in the same sense.
So there's two different definitions of alive?
I guess, yeah, applying it to God, yeah, he doesn't metabolize. He's not a cellular being. Yeah.
I would say that, until such a time as the supernatural can be demonstrated to exist, all that we know that exists is the natural. Therefore, the only explanation for where life could come from would be a natural explanation.
Could God not fall within the lines of like a natural explanation being like the first cause of everything?
If he
No,
was
he would be
natural.
supernatural.
Exactly. Is your God natural or supernatural?
He would be a spirit, so supernatural, correct?
Yeah. So why would we believe that spirits even exist?
There's no like empirical evidence of spirits, but I just hold to that belief because of the Bible, and I trust the Bible.
Okay. Why? Why do you trust the Bible?
what I trust the Bible, prophecy from the Old Testament that came true.
Sure. Like what?
The virgin birth.
Oh, interesting. Do you know where I can find the prophecy of the virgin birth?
Isn't it Isaiah 42 or something?
Isaiah 7?
Isaiah 7, sorry.
Sure. You want to read it with me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put it on the screen if you don't have your paper Bible. It's okay. So the beginning of chapter 7 kind of sets the context. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So what's actually happening here is there are two kingdoms that have made an alliance, the northern Israelites and the Arameans, and they're attacking the Judeans. And the initial attack fails. You can read about the initial attack in 2 Kings 16, I believe. And he's afraid, though. He's like, fuck, my kingdom might fall. What do I do, right? So God sends the prophet Isaiah to him twice. At the end of the first prophecy, he says to King Ahaz, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all, right? So God is really concerned with King Ahaz not losing faith and standing his ground during the war, which is why the second prophecy, which is the supposed virgin birth, makes so much sense. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? So God's like, hey, listen, Ahaz, ask me for a sign, I'll do it for you, right? God wants to shore up his faith. Ask me for anything, and I'll do it for you. Ahaz is kind of like feigning fake piety. I'm like, no, I won't put the Lord to the test. So God's like, okay, well, I'll give you a sign anyways. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So he's saying, listen, there's a child that's already conceived. He's about to be born. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that you're afraid of, their land are going to be wasted. And how is it going to happen? Verse 17 says, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria, which was Tiglath-Pileser here. And that comes true. Tiglath-Pileser comes through, devastates the northern Israelites and the Arameans, and leaves the kingdom of Judah standing after they are initially able to defend themselves. So when I'm reading this, I don't see anything about a promise of a virgin birth happening 725 years later. Where can I find it?
Oh, so you're reading the Masoretic text, but in the Greek it does say virgin, and also when God is
Not
addressed,
exactly.
no.
So the Greek word parthenos, in the classic Greek, has a wide semantic range of meaning. It could mean young woman, or it can mean virgin, depending on the context. In the context of this verse, the person who's called Parthenos is a woman who is pregnant during the time of Isaiah. We see other examples in the Old Testament where Parthenos is used of women who have already had sexual encounters, such as Dinah, who was great, and then she's called Parthenos. The problem is that by the time you get to the New Testament era, the author of Matthew just sees the word Parthenos, mistakenly think it means virgin in this context, and that's how you get the virgin birth narrative.
Okay, I'm open to, and I'm understanding, but still,
Yeah.
I think when
You can
says
find...
that,
sorry, go ahead.
I just think when Matthew says that, and that's his interpretation, I believe it's divinely inspired. So
Why?
when he says virgin, then I think he
Why would
means
we
virgin.
believe it's divinely inspired?
And why would we rely on the Greek when we have the Hebrew?
Yeah.
I think it even still fits with the Hebrew. So if you want to say young woman is with child, I mean, God can be speaking to thousands of years later.
To be clear, it doesn't say Alma tahare, which would mean the young woman shall conceive. It says alma hara, the young woman is pregnant, as in when Isaiah gave this prophecy, she was currently pregnant. Unless you want to make the claim that Mary was pregnant for 700 years before she gave birth to Jesus.
What I'm claiming here is that when God is making this prophecy, it can be applied to the time of Jesus. So I understand he's speaking in the present, but the
Why?
application can be future tense as well.
Why would we think that though?
Personally, I think it because that's what Matthew wrote.
So what? Why
But
should
why
we care
should we
what
believe
Matthew wrote?
Matthew?
Like if imagine you're looking at two Jews in the first century and you're trying to convince us that this is about Jesus. What argument would you use? You couldn't say, well, because Matthew said so. Like what textual argument could you use?
The fact that when he speaks of the prophecy, he's addressing the nation of Israel as a whole and not
No.
just Ahaz.
Nope.
He's addressing Beit David, the house of David.
Because the northern 10 tribes are prophesying here to get wiped out, and the prophecy is not to them, it's to the king of Judah. The house
So
of David is just the Judeans.
So why would Matthew take that prophecy and write that?
I told you why, because Matthew saw the Greek word parthenos being used. And Matthew, by the way, this isn't the only time Matthew does this in the gospel. He often reads the Old Testament and misunderstands what it's saying. In this case, he sees the word parthenos, and he think it means virgin, when the context was young woman. I mean, it's very similar to how he makes Jesus ride into Jerusalem on two donkeys instead of one. Like, the author of Matthew just doesn't have very good what's the word I'm looking for, like reading context power.
So you don't think they could be like, I understand that the prophecy was fulfilled in the time of, but you don't think that it could be fulfilled as well in the time of Jesus?
No, because the only way it can be fulfilled by Jesus is if his mom was pregnant for 700 years.
Yeah, because remember the prophecy is specifically about somebody who's acting as a timeline. So first of all, the child's not a Messiah. The child is he's just there to act as a timeline, because it says, before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. The prophecy is to King Ahaz, specifically about the other two nations that are attacking him. That's the context of the prophecy. And so if this is about something happening 700 years later, this is not only useless, it'd be confusing for Ahaz.
Correct. Emmanuel means God with us, right?
Sure. Which is another interesting way in which Matthew changes the text, because in the original Hebrew it says Vekirat Shemo Emmanuel. She will call his name Emmanuel. The woman is naming the child Emmanuel. Matthew changes it to be they will call him Emmanuel. So no mention of a name, and also it turns into like this plural group of people calling him Emmanuel, because in the original context the mother is naming the child Emmanuel, a name that Jesus never had. The author of Matthew changes it so that, this is no longer the child's name, it's more of a title that he's receiving, and it's from some group of people.
Okay, I'm trying to be honest with the text, and I'm understanding, and I don't read biblical Hebrew, so it's informative. I just kind of can't wrap my head around it.
Let me help you out with the Emmanuel bit, right? Because first of all, the context is nothing about a Messiah, and I understand that the Emmanuel part can be confusing, because like, well, what's the point in calling him Emmanuel? This is what we would refer to as a theophoric title. A theophoric title means that the child itself is acting as a prophetic device, and the prophetic device is also a commentary on what God is doing. So the child, just the other two children of Isaiah, the one that we find earlier in the chapter and the one that we find in chapter 8, all three of them have prophetic titles. This is another prophetic title for a child. It's not saying that the child is God. The title for the child is commentary on what God's purpose for that child is. The purpose of that child is to remind the Israelites that God is with them, with the Judeans in the time of war, which if you read chapter 8, as the prophecy unfolds and is beginning to prove true, the prophet himself says, "O Emmanuel," right? So as the army is coming through, says it will reach up to the neck and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, you far off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, for God is with us. This is Emmanuel again. So the prophecy is quite clearly, if you're just looking at the context, about God being with the people as he promised he would be.
Yeah, in fact, Isaiah goes on to say, look at me and the children that God has given me as signs. And if we even read earlier at the beginning of this chapter, we see the same exact language being used for Isaiah's third child, Maher-shalal-Hashbaz, longest name in the Bible, by the way. He says, I went unto the prophetess, and she conceived, and she bore a son, and she called his name Maher-shalal-Hashbaz. And before the child is old enough to X, Y, and Z, it uses the same exact language as for the child Emmanuel.
Okay, I didn't. What verse is that in?
It's at the top of it.
Chapter 8, yeah. So what we'll find is in verse 4, we'll get 3 is the name, 4 is the description, right? So it says, the Lord said to me, name him Maher-shalal-Hashbaz, for before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So there's a child born in chapter 8, and we get the same prophecy, right? This child is going to be a timeline for when the king of Assyria is going to come through and defeat the enemies.
I see, and he's using pretty much the same format of language.
Right.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I kind of concede that. However, Isaiah 53 is kind of like the one where it just has to be Jesus. I just don't see how it could be anything else.
Have you read anything in Isaiah other than chapter 53?
Yes. And I know it says the servant, oh, Israel, and 49, but
Shay, what if Isaiah 53 refers to the suffering servant as in the plural, as multiple people? Could it still be about Jesus if it's talking about multiple people?
No.
Well, if we open up the original Hebrew of Isaiah chapter 53 verse 8, it ends with these 4 words. It says, Mi pesha ami nega lamo, which in the King James Version Bible gets translated as, for the transgression of my people he, singular, was afflicted. But the Hebrew word lamo doesn't mean he, it means them, which would be better translated as, for the transgression of my people they were afflicted. The one being afflicted is actually not a one, it's a many. And we actually have, and just in case anyone wants to test this, a Bible verse that everyone knows, Psalm 2 verse 4, it says that the one who sits in heaven laughs, the Lord mocks them. The word them, lamo, in the Hebrew. So the servant is in the plural.
So when the Bible that I read says he, it's speaking of one person, but in the Hebrew text it's speaking of multiple.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's speaking of multiple, are you thinking that's Israel?
Well, we think the entire chapter in 52 and 53, the servant is the nation of Israel. And it's not just because there's one mention of the nation of Israel being the servant. It's because there's at least 8 different mentions in Deutero-Isaiah of the nation of Israel being the servant. The first is 41, 8 through 9, and then 43, 10, and then 44, 1 and 2, 44, 21, 45, 4, and then my favorite is 48:20. 48:20 kind of encapsulates the whole theme of 2nd Isaiah, which is go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. From the beginning to the end of 2nd Isaiah, the theme is that your term of service in Babylon has ended. You've received double for your sins. You've paid for your sins and for the sins of the nations, because now the Lord is redeeming you and restoring you. And when the nations see what I'm doing with you, they'll all recognize that I am the one true Lord, and that they acted wickedly in what they did to you.
So the theme of it is Israel paying for Israel's sin,
The theme of it
but
is
also
Israel paying for the
right.
sins of their own nation and also for the sins of the other nations that enslaved them.
So isn't
Because you
it
have to remember that throughout the book of Isaiah, there's this reoccurring topic of what's called the righteous remnant. That within the nation of Israel, there are always like this group of righteous individuals who always remain faithful to Yahweh. And it's not, so when we say that it's the suffering servant is Israel, we don't mean Justin don't mean every single Israelite. We refer specifically to the righteous remnant of Israel. They're the suffering servant.
okay? The righteous, because a lot of Israel was not righteous.
Yeah, exactly. The righteous remnant. For example, the same language we find in Isaiah 53 is the same language Jeremiah uses about himself. So in Jeremiah, because certainly we would agree that Jeremiah would have been a righteous sufferer. He wouldn't have been one of the wicked sufferers, right? So the reality is that the righteous are suffering alongside of the wicked. And that's what is so special about this situation. But Jeremiah says, I was a gentle lamb led to the slaughter, and I did not know it was against me that they devised schemes saying, let us destroy the tree with its fruit. Let us cut them off from the land of the living. There are good, righteous Israelites that went into captivity, into slavery.
Zephaniah is another good example of like similar language to Isaiah 53 because Isaiah 53 describes the servant as having no deceit in his mouth, and when we read Zephaniah 3:13, it says, "Those who are left in Israel, the remnant, they shall do no injustice and speak no lies, nor shall there be found in their mouths a deceitful tongue." It's the same language as Isaiah 53.
Okay. And so I was going to point out that it might have been inconsistent to say that Israel was suffering for their own sin because God needs like a perfect sacrifice. But if you
No, it didn't.
count a righteous remnant, no.
No. Over and over again, the Bible says that you can pay for your sins through being punished. There's quite a few instances in the Hebrew Bible where God punishes an individual as payment for sin.
Could you provide me an example?
Yeah.
I think a good example what he's looking for that is I think it's Ezekiel. Was it Ezekiel who was said to lay on his side, or was that Jeremiah?
That was Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, and then the text explicitly says that he's lying on his side. He's suffering because of the transgressions of Israel.
Also, I would, while I'm grabbing, because the specific passage I'm looking for, I'll put up in a second. But I would also lead you to the very beginning of the section that we're in, because the very beginning of the section that we're in starts out with that idea. It says, "Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem. Say that she has served her term and has paid her penalty, or that her penalty has been paid." Right. So the penalty for the sin was paid through the captivity, according to the beginning of Deutero Isaiah.
So the fact that they were captive was the punishment for their sin.
Exactly. Yep.
And when he says he's going to redeem other nations, he's saying he's doing that through the righteous remnant suffering.
Yeah, because the nations they see Israel being highly exalted before their very eyes, and this causes them to turn back to the God of Israel. That's at least the intention of the author.
Yeah, and I realize that's like a weird thing to hear out loud, but think about it for just a second. How many people, after witnessing what the Jewish people went through during the Holocaust, and now, when they end up getting their own land and becoming their own people group, how many people saw that as kind of an astonishing statement about the God of the Israelites? There's a lot of Christian pastors I've known that have said all kinds of like, this is such a miracle that they went from this level of being punished to this level of having their own nation again. It must be a miracle of their God, right? And I think that was the same thing that they were trying to say in Isaiah, is that when they get restored, it's going to be such a miraculous thing that people are going to be like, oh, fuck, this God is real.
Okay. I mean, your interpretation makes sense. But the way in which the suffering was depicted, like marred beyond like recognition, those kind of language match up with Jesus.
So what?
It
And
also matches up with the way that, like, do you know how brutal Nebuchadnezzar's sacking of Jerusalem was?
I do not.
It's bad. They flayed people alive.
Okay, so it is kind of reminiscent of that.
Yeah, it was tough. In fact, if you look at some of the palace inscriptions, the various kings kind of brag about how what they did to the people of Judah. In fact, in the inscriptions of Tiglath-Pileser, or not Tiglath, sorry, I'm thinking of Nebuchadnezzar, talks about how people were literally impaled on sticks and left around town as a warning to anyone who would rebel.
Okay, those were my questions, and I appreciate the information.
Yeah, for sure. And I think give me a second. One of the I'll have to make some more notes for Dalton later. We'll discuss, but I think one of the passages that was looking to, let's see. Nope, that wasn't it. There's a passage in Joshua that talks about people paying for their sins through suffering. Anyways, either I'll add it to my notes, and next time Isaiah 53 comes up, we'll have a discussion on it.
All right, thank you.
All right, cheers, friend.
That was some crazy double teaming on our part.
Yeah, I think in order to be in the debate space that we're in, you kind of have to know Isaiah 53 really well.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Leviticus 26? Let me see. I know for sure there are passages in the Hebrew Bible because I just ran by them not that long ago, and I thought I should mark them down, and I didn't.
I think a really clear example perhaps would be David. I mean, he sinned with Bathsheba, and God made him suffer, and as a result, he was forgiven.
Right. Here's one passage in Leviticus 26 when God talks about the Babylonian captivity specifically. He says, "The land shall be deserted by them, and enjoy its Sabbath years by lying desolate without them, while they shall make amends for their iniquity. They dared to spurn my ordinances, and they abhorred my statutes." So their punishment in Babylon was making amends for their iniquity. There's no like perfect human or animal that needs to be sacrificed for this to be a thing. Anyways,
Yeah, you kind of have to deal with the whole. You kind of have to deal with the whole Christian framework of, in order to be forgiven, you need like a sacrifice of some blood, and the Old Testament just doesn't teach that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, in order for the New Testament to work, you kind of need this idea of a perfect sacrifice, but that doesn't really show up in the Hebrew Bible anywhere.
Strangely enough, the first time Isaiah 53 occurs in the New Testament is before Jesus was even crucified. Like it's the when he heals the lepers, and it says he was cleansed us of our infirmities, and so it's like is it really about? I mean, even Matthew seems to be getting kind of confused about where to place that prophecy.
Oh, actually,
Poor
you know what's
Matthew.
funny? Dalton, I thought I wrote the Leviticus 26 down somewhere, and then I just did a Control F on my Isaiah 53 notes, and they're literally right there. I did add them to my notes. Leviticus 26 right there. I'll have to send my notes on Isaiah 53. It has those passages in there, and then Daniel 9:24 has the same language, and you'll find the same thing in Second Maccabees. They talk about being punished by the Greeks to atone for their sins, and then right, and then even Isaiah 6, when the coal is touched to his lips, he says, "Behold, this has touched your lips, yet, and your guilt has been taken away. Atonement is made for."
Yeah, we also see people suffering for other people, because Ezekiel in the text, I'll have to go and look for the exact wording, but God makes him lie on his side. He says he does it so that he can atone for the transgressions of Israel.
Yes, exactly. And then last one, Isaiah. Isaiah says it, 44:22. I have swept away your transgressions like a cloud, and your sins like a mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. You couldn't sum up the passage of Isaiah better than that. That's like such a concise summary of what's happening. Anyways, friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Randy is with us tonight. Good to see you, Randy. Thank you so much for saving 20 people from the rapture by gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. And remember, the rapture could still happen in the twinkling of an eye between now and the 30th. We'll see. We'll see if those predictions come around. And Tim, thank you so much for the $20 super thanks. I super appreciate that, friend. Varen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W says, for the dads, what do you call a wasp? Who's lost all faith? A was. Where's my, hold on, there we go. We appreciate a good joke around here. Not everyone appreciates a good dad joke. I appreciate a good dad joke. Although we do have a special guest, Jesus Tap Dancing fucking Christ, with us tonight. Good to see you. Says, you atheists keep denying Jesus's comeback. But there is clear foreshadowing that Kim Kardashian video I watched all the time. Well, that's a fair point. If we were like looking at the cues appropriately as laid out by William Tapley, the third eagle of the apocalypse, then we would have known about the Kim Kardashian the signs. All right, let me grab our next guest. I'm going to get Sabio, and then after that we'll get Indio. Indio is waiting in our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Sabio. Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I wasn't even paying attention to. I'm glad I got called on. So
yeah, welcome in.
Yeah, thank you. So the topic is, your God is imaginary. Am I bound within the realm of a specific God?
Yeah, your God. That's how the word "your" works.
Yeah, some people on this argument, they kind of say, hey, like, preach the Bible, the Torah, so on and so forth.
If your God is Yahweh, then yeah.
Yeah, whatever your God is. I don't care what your God is.
So this is more of a, and I don't know your background, this is more of a scientific argument as opposed to a religious one. So
scientific argument for a God?
Yeah, for God. An intellectual mind being the basis of reality. We'll say that. Boy.
Yeah, I'd love to hear another transcendental argument. Go for it.
Oh man, it's really not transcendent. It's based more so in science, not physics and so on and so forth. So would you say, and I don't know if you've had any thought, and some arguments that I've had have put thought to this, but what is your ground for reality if not God?
Why does reality need grounding?
Because things are shown to be contingent and necessary, and I'm saying in order for existence to exist.
Can you demonstrate that?
Simply defining the ground to be God.
Can you demonstrate that everything needs to be contingent on something else?
I mean, physics is an examination of that contingency. You see, physics is descriptive, not prescriptive, so it's describing.
Well, hold on. Because what you're suggesting to do, I know the contingency argument. What you're suggesting is that everything in the universe is contingent on something else, and therefore there must be like a singular thing that it all goes back to. I actually don't believe that to be the case. Now, you can make a contingency argument that is more like symbiotic, like everything is contingent, but something that is contingent doesn't necessarily need to go back to one thing that isn't contingent, because they can be contingent on each other. A symbiotic contingency I could rock with. A contingency back to a singular doesn't make any sense.
That would be causally inert in a sense.
No,
that would be circular reasoning.
Contingency is not necessarily the causation argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The causation is God.
Okay, so you want to do causation.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Why would I attribute causation to a God? And why would I think that there's a first cause?
I would say we're grounded using it, and this is a different line of arguments that I've had. Most people kind of change, so I'm kind of adjusting a bit. But we'll say existence can't come from non-existence, right? First law of thermodynamics.
But that's certainly not the first law of thermodynamics. However, we agree.
No, it essentially is. Yeah. What's the first
We
law of
agree that we don't
thermodynamics?
really. It's certainly not that existence doesn't
But, no, no, but
can't come from nothing. It
it
the first law of
inherently means that.
thermodynamics.
What's the first law of thermodynamics? Explain
So
the first law of thermodynamics.
The first law of thermodynamics is about actual energy, right? Energy can't be created or
So
destroyed.
it states the first law of thermodynamics, and this is saying the exact same thing. You can't just say it's about energy. What is the law?
Well, to be clear, energy is a property of like a functioning system. It could be something immaterial.
What is the first
like
law of thermodynamics, brother?
It's crazy that you didn't hear it when I first told you that energy can't be created nor destroyed.
There we go.
If you listen up, if you have a quantum field, it's possible to have energy without actual material. So it's important that we actually like clarify what's happening.
No. Okay, well, because we can get into quantum as well. Superposition doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I didn't say anything about superposition.
But quantum doesn't state something doesn't exist.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
I don't see the. I
think you're struggling with terms here.
But I don't see the necessarily argument for quantum. I don't even see why you mentioned quantum. I'm focused more so on something cannot be created nor destroyed from nothing. Nothing doesn't equal something. I simply
why would we believe there was ever nothing?
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree 100%. So that's the statement that I'm making.
No, the argument you're making is that there was once nothing and something had to create, or
your
God had to create something.
I never said that. Being causal.
Do you reject creation ex nihilo? Do you reject creation ex nihilo then?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you reject creation ex nihilo then?
That's nothing doesn't produce nothing, right? That's a Greek.
Creation ex nihilo is the idea that God created the universe out of nothing.
No, I believe so. We can get to, I guess, what we can define as universe and God. So in a way, I can make that to be true and say that doesn't state nothing comes from nothing. So
no one's
in a
claiming
way,
you said nothing came from nothing.
Right.
What did
I'm
God
sorry.
create?
So I'm saying let me explain this a little bit.
What did God create the universe out of?
God is existence in itself. God is the rational principle. This is what it means.
That's not a meaningful phrase, my friend. Just to say God is existence isn't meaningful, and it doesn't address the question on the board.
You haven't let me finish my thought, brother.
Okay.
So God is existence in itself, and that existence is of three. We can say rational principle.
What is existence?
I'm explaining it. It's of three. It's rational principle being the eternal logic, nature of logic.
So God is logic?
Yeah, it's like asking God is the eternal principle of logic. Just to answer.
So God is logic.
Yes, logic and rationality aren't human inventions.
I disagree. Why would I believe that logic has ontology?
What would have ontology before logic?
Everything. I don't believe there was something that pre-existed.
You have no argument against it. And if that's just an agree to disagree.
Just to be clear, if you would actually listen to my statement, you would understand it. Do you want to actually hear it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I don't believe there was ever nothing. I don't believe there's a first cause. I think the universe is necessarily eternal, which means there is no thing that needed to precede another thing.
I exist. I'm sorry. I agree with that.
I know you do. I agree. You do.
No, right. Yeah. So I agree that's true. Like, we can't say existence came from non-existence. So me and you agree on that fact. That's sure.
Okay, so
are you saying that God made the universe out of himself?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that God created the universe out of himself?
No, because that's stating we're confusing terms, or we're confusing my claim with this being of the Bible. I can't say that
Yes, because that's the being you believe in, right?
Wrong. So I started this argument stating that's not the case. This is an argument for my God, which I think this topic kind of states your God is imaginary. So
Yeah.
you kind of make the rules on. Yeah.
So,
So going
I
based
think
on
you
that,
were
all I'm
attempting to
stating-
define what your God was, and we got as far as God is logic. Is there anything else?
No, let's rewind a bit so you can have my premise a little bit more correct. And if I can give you more than one premise, that'd be great.
I got a whole notepad. You can give me as many premises as you need.
Perfect. Thank you, brother. Thank you. So, and I'm just going to kind of go on argument's sake because I kind of want to hit more than one topic for God. But so premise one, so time isn't the ultimate foundation. I find that a lot of people use that. So we'll just say time isn't the ultimate foundation.
What do you think a foundation is?
We'll say foundation is necessary ground.
Okay, so time is not
necessary ground. Thank you for that clarification, Ashton. Something I'll use for the future.
Is time necessary, even if it's grounded in something else?
We can say that it's a necessary truth, yes.
Okay,
But
so
it's not
time.
necessary ground.
So time is necessary, but not necessary grounding.
Ground, yes.
Well, we know it's not ground. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so time is not like nothing is necessarily grounded in time.
Correct. Or more so when we say ground, we're saying the opposite of causally inert. Does that make sense?
No.
This is a ground is usually it's necessary. It is the ultimate necessary. You're familiar with just necessary and contingent. All I'm stating is the foundation of necessary would be
The foundation
Not-
of necessary? Necessary is
the ground.
a
It's called the
description.
necessary ground.
So time is necessary and it's also necessarily ground, or it's not?
No, it is not. It is
Okay,
not.
so time is necessary, but it's not necessarily ground.
Correct.
And what's the support for this?
We can, I mean, that time in itself is an argument. Time is contingent. We can go into that if you want. This is just my first premise. I'm just going into it.
Actually, yeah,
We
I
can
have
talk
a
about
friend.
time.
Actually, I have a friend who might know if time is actually contingent. Do you think time is contingent?
It just seems to be one of the fundamental aspects of reality.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it would be contingent on.
Well, it depends. What kind of timer would you reference, given that there's many theories on time?
Time is just the progression of the universe. It's a coordinate that describes
theory.
points in space-time.
All right. So just so you know, some people disagree with that idea of time. That's known as A theory. It's dynamic. There's
No, this is actually B theory.
No, B theory is block universe. Everything exists at one time, and your perception is
No. That's not what the B theory of time is. The
B
B
theory
theory
is
of time
block
states
universe.
that every instance of time is equally real, not that it
Right.
all exists at the same moment.
No, time only seems to flow because our perspective moving through it is what B theory suggests.
Sure, that's not what I said is not in disagreement with the B theory of time.
So I'm sorry. Explain your version of time one more time. What do you-
Time is a coordinate that describes the progression of events.
So is time self-explanatory?
I don't know what you mean by self-explanatory. Like, we have mathematical rules of how time behaves.
But mathematical rules are simply descriptive. They're not prescriptive. So they're not causalities. So time, you can say time explains itself. We don't need anything beyond time to account for temporal reality. Time is simply a fundamental feature of the universe that requires
Like a
no
brute
further.
fact.
Right. Is that exactly?
Yeah, if we want to be more specific, it's technically space-time. You can't.
but that's
There's no real
Einstein,
good
yeah.
description of time without space.
Well, space-time automatically makes it relative to something else. It's contingent by nature.
No. Space-time itself is the universal thing. It's then the perception of space and time for an individual observer, which is relative.
Yeah,
but
yeah, the
space-time,
experience is
as a whole,
relative.
is Yeah.
It's
But like a coordinate in space-time, every observer in the universe will agree on.
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I don't want to make that claim. What I'm stating is it's still contingent. So nothing
What?
can cause its own existence. We all agree on this.
No, we're talking about time still. What's time contingent on?
I'm getting into that. There has to be my argument, and I want to kind of go linear. Is time is contingent, and I'll kind of get rid or more into that. Shows dependence on other factors like matter, energy, space-time geometry, self-sufficiency, or not self-sufficiency. It automatically
Just mentioned a lot of different things all at once.
Yeah. So okay. So
Is time contingent on matter? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, time's dependent on what you believe in. It shows dependency on factors like matter, energy, space-time geometry. If we're going into space-time, it is
The flow of time
So-
will change depending
The
on
flow
the
of time, if
distribution
you
of matter
believe in
and,
block theory,
and,
is
and
going
energy.
is going to be
But
based on
not the existence of time.
Yeah. And
but
to
we're
be
not-
clear, the time it couldn't be contingent on matter because there's time in quantum fields without matter.
So I'm explaining different versions of time. So let's say the rational, yeah, because I'm there's
Right,
many
the other
times.
time. Yeah.
I mean, specifically A theory, B theory. if
Your
we're talking-
time.
Yeah, Newton's idea of time. There's different ideas.
Well, Newton's idea of time is fully debunked.
Right.
He was just wrong.
I'm just addressing that time is understood by the person you're speaking to. I kind of get a lot of different challenges for what time is. So I just want to speak on a lot of people talk about entropy when they're thinking about time. All I'm stating is time is still dependent on factors such as energy, such as space-time.
Not the existence of time. The flow of time is, but not just the existence as a whole.
What explains the existence of time?
You've already
It's
said
just
it's
a
a brute
fundamental
fact.
aspect of reality. Yeah,
Right,
that's a
so-
brute fact.
If it's a brute fact, then it doesn't require a contingency explanation.
But even if
It's
all
like an
time
axiom of
exists-
general relativity.
But even if all time exists equally in this four-dimensional block, right, space-time, we still need to explain several important features. Why these specific rules? Why these specific?
Well, that's a fine-tuning argument. That's a completely different argument.
It's not. It really isn't, because I'm going into a different principle of what I believe God to be. So, and he addresses this principle. So you can say fine-tuning argument. I
Wait,
feel
your
like
God
that's-
addresses the principle?
I didn't say he adjusts the or addresses the principle. Yes, addresses
said.
the principle.
Where does he do that?
You're-
Or do you
you're
mean
going
you?
back to-
Do you mean you
you're-
made
you're
up an
going back
address
to a
for
biblical
him?
God. I didn't make up an address for him. You can hear the argument, but I'm not going to a biblical God. I'm not
Well,
stating
the
that.
statement that you made
Like-
sounded like the God you believe in did something.
No, it didn't. It said the God addresses that principle. That doesn't say did or says something. It says specifically what came out of my mouth.
I mean the imaginary God that you believe in solves a problem. Like logically solves a problem.
Logically, yes.
What problem is it solving?
We're kind of skipping all around. I kind of want to stay linear. Are we talking about time? Can we
Trust me,
stick on time?
this has been anything but linear so far.
I'm on
So
time.
just to be clear, we are on time, and I don't think you've supported your first premise. We haven't even gotten to the second premise,
yeah,
which is
so
that
let's talk about the
time-
first premise. So you guys are short on time. I
time,
like how
time
I did
is necessary, but not necessary grounded or necessary ground. And I think actually premise 2 was that time is contingent, right?
that. Yeah,
But we don't know on what yet.
Well, I'm making that argument.
All right, that's where we're having trouble, right? Is at one point you said time is contingent on matter, and then I said that can't be the case because we have time in quantum fields without matter. So if it's not contingent on matter, what's it contingent on?
There's no explanation as to why we experience the time. The block theory says time doesn't really flow. That's
But
just
that
our
doesn't
perspective.
actually answer the question, right? Just saying I don't know how something works isn't an explanation for why it's contingent.
But which I agree that block theory on time is the hardest argument, but I'm trying to answer that. So
Let me ask you a question, Sabio. Did you come up with these philosophical arguments before you believed in God or after?
before I believed in God or after. I don't know what you mean by believe in God.
Did you believe in God prior than trying to learn these arguments?
What is, and I'm not trying to be intellectually dishonest by asking. I'm not trying to, but what do you mean believe in God? Like, what are you
Have you
stating?
always believed in God?
Who is God when you say believe in God?
Whatever the thing you believe in, you know who God is. Don't pettifog.
I'm not pettylogging.
We're talking about
some people,
the God you believe in. If you don't know the God you believe in, I can't help you. The God that you believe in, have you always believed in it?
the rational mind behind
For fuck's
reality.
sake.
Yes,
I'm asking you a yes or no question. Did you always believe in this God?
But I'm explaining
I don't
to you
need you
that
to
God.
explain the God to me. I don't care about the
Jesus.
explanation. I just need to know, did you always believe in it?
No. Of course.
Okay.
So I believe.
When did you hold on, Sabio? I don't need an explanation. When did you start believing in this particular God?
This sort of God was a rational thought process that came from
I said when.
knowing very young. I can't say that the whole idea was fleshed out being young.
Okay,
But
so
this
you
was-
believed
that was-
in this God for quite some time, and then
What is this?
later, after you already
Hold on,
believed in
whoa,
this
whoa, whoa, whoa.
God,
Before you
learn
start
some
making
philosophical
these
arguments
accusations,
that you think
aren't philosophical arguments.
act
I'm trying to
in
use
defense
logic.
of the God.
You sound like you're in cognitive dissonance. Listen to what I'm saying.
not. It sounds like you're not tracking so far. So the thing I'm trying to deduce right
You're
now
not tracking.
is whether
You're
or
the
not
only one that's not
you're
tracking, brother.
using these arguments as a defense of the thing that you already believe in, or if you believe in that thing because of these arguments. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. All I'm doing is trying to figure out at what point in the timeline did you start thinking that this was a good argument?
You haven't heard the whole argument. This is
I
more of a.
don't need to hear the whole argument. All I'm trying to do
Are
is
you gonna
put
let me
together a
talk, or you just gonna talk
timeline.
over me the whole time? I mean, I can't really
I
express.
need you
any
to
thought
I need you to
just talking.
focus. I need you to focus,
need you to
right? So
focus.
I'm only doing one thing right now, and that one thing is
Focus on
trying
just
to
aligning your
establish
feet.
at what point you started to engage in these types of arguments in defense of your deity. Was it like when you went to college? Like when
Your
you took
deity.
philosophy class, or like when?
No, I didn't go to philosophy class.
Right. That's why I'm asking you. When did you
These
start
assumptions, you're
using
also asserting
these
things.
arguments in defense of your deity?
These arguments was a rational thought process that I can't say that I was simply arguing people. This is a conversation. This is a rational thought process. It's logic. I'm trying.
An argument doesn't mean we're yelling at each other. An argument just means
say that it
a
did.
rational,
I didn't say
a
stop
rational
asserting your
premise,
belief
a rational
statement
premise-based
if I said that.
discussion. It's a dialogue
Yes, we understand
aimed
what a
at getting.
dialogue between two interlocutors is. We understand an
I'll,
argument.
I'll
We
never
get it.
understand why you cry and talk over me while I'm just trying to get to the conclusion of the thing we're doing right now, which is attempting to have a discussion. All I need to know, all I'm trying to figure out right now is whether or not like this argument is something that brought you to God, or if this is something you learned later to justify the God. That's all I want. That's all I need to know right now. Any yap beyond that is extra. Can you explain that? At what point in your timeline did you start thinking that this was an argument? Was it before or after you started believing in this God? And yes, Lon, I am interrupting him because this argument could have been 30 seconds. It didn't have to be 5 minutes. I didn't ask him difficult questions. All I'm trying to do is figure out what is happening in his timeline. It sounds like he doesn't know how to unmute himself. What a boring conversation. I'll never understand
I was
why.
happy when we were talking about physics.
I know, right? I'll never understand why they want to not learn physics and then endlessly pettifog on definitions when you actually start asking them about their premises. Well, while he's trying to figure out how to unmute himself, I guess I'll read a super chat from Bug. Bug, thank you so much for the super chat. I super appreciate that, friend. And actually, you can't see it because of my notepad.
It was the fact that you had to mute me, brother.
There we go.
This is already showing who's being petty right now.
Says Bug, hi Justin, love your streams. We'll do it again. Hi, Justin. Love your streams. My dad has gone down the full preterist pipeline and keeps trying to debate me about it. Any advice on where to start on this, or maybe a favorite talking point against it? Well, actually, I'm going to be doing a live stream with Misvision soon on preterism. Maybe coming up a couple days actually. Definitely look forward to that. Also, there's not a lot of books on it because it just falls apart pretty readily when you read the Old Testament. Read the messianic prophecies in the Old Testament, and it's just quite clear that it didn't come true. I'd also read Revelation 21. All right, Sabio. So you're muted because all I needed to do was have the information that I've been trying to pry out of you, which is at
Jesus.
what point in your God-believing journey did you start using this argument in defense of your deity? And it sounds like we finally came on the conclusion that you started using this argument long after you already believed in this deity, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Whatever deity you're suggesting. Yeah. Sure. Whatever you
Great.
say.
Do you
brother.
think that this would be a convincing argument for people who don't already believe in your deity?
Haven't given the whole argument, so obviously a partial argument doesn't do anything. For
I didn't
anybody.
ask you if you gave the whole argument. I asked you, do you think it's going to be convincing?
Is what going to be convincing?
The argument that you're giving, are you concussed right now? I asked you an easy question. Do you think the argument you're providing right now is going to be convincing?
Why don't you find out?
Well, it's obviously a no already, but please, by all means, provide us the support for premise number 2.
Of the platform, instead of
just to be
asking me
clear,
about the argument,
just to be
why don't
clear,
we go on to the
Crybaby, we're
argument?
waiting for the support of premise number 2 still.
Oh, so we're back on the argument now. Just making sure.
We could have been there a lot sooner. We could have been there a lot sooner if you were paying attention to the actual conversation. So premise number 2, we're still waiting for the support.
And see what just happened.
Yeah, everyone's watching what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, I see it.
You're literally stumbling over your own arguments.
Erase all your premises. We'll start from the beginning.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you're not gonna. Well, we already agreed on premise number 1. Why would we erase that?
Yeah, just erase all your premises.
So let me give. Okay, he thinks starting from the beginning is going to make it better. The first time didn't work, but if I repeat myself a second time, surely it'll work.
You don't have to do your ad hominems. We'll do a clean argument. We'll start from...
That's not an ad hominem, Sabio. An ad hominem would be if he attacked your character without addressing your arguments. He's addressing your arguments. Therefore, not an ad hominem.
haven't addressed the arguments yet. It's been calling me...
That's all he's been doing.
Brother, okay.
So
one, just because I don't want to get onto that, let's just focus.
Like, you know what I mean.
I do, though. I really do. That's
you know what? Let's lock in. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Let's lock in. So let me
let me do this too before you get too far. We're gonna put the Philbro timer on the board. People are already asking for it. You're gonna get 15 minutes to make this argument. If you can't do it in 15 minutes, you're done. Okay.
Sure. So we want to start.
1 second. Go ahead, timer. Start timer. There you go. Timer start and go for it.
Okay, so first premise, I'll say that time isn't internal or self-existing. From Einstein's relativity to quantum mechanics, you can see that every theory just shows that time is depending on something.
Okay, so can you support the premise that time is not self-existing?
Well, if just so I can go through the timer that you set, let me just explain everything, and then we can explain at the end. If you want to give me more time, is that better? Can we do that?
I certainly won't be giving you more time if you don't support premise.
You don't have to, but let me at least give everything out instead of.
Can I at least ask a clarifying question?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
When you say time is contingent, not contingent on anything, do you mean like the properties of like the flow of time or the existence of time itself?
The existence of time itself. I agree. I think that's
physics does not support that the existence of time itself depends on anything.
Right.
That is stated as a given.
But physics is only descriptive, and I agree with you when we say block time can be given as a brute fact. and I simply want to state here's an argument for that. So
But
we
you
can keep
appealed to
going back and
physics.
forth.
Yeah.
It doesn't no, but physics
The-
isn't prescriptive.
The initial support for premise number 1 was physics.
It could
And I think your idea of being descriptive versus prescriptive is a little bit confused because yes, it is descriptive in that we are describing reality, but it is also able to figure out what the cause of certain things are. So, like, we can say that
But none of
a
itself.
star goes supernova because the core collapsed, and we know that because of physics.
Right, and I agree with that, but what's the cause of time? You can say that time
Physics
causes
does
other
not
things.
distinguish. Physics does not establish that time has a cause.
So I agree with you, and especially
So-
in block theory, that is the case.
So
But
time
that
does
goes
not have
against
a
premise
cause.
one.
then.
No,
If time
is-
was causeless, it would be self-existing.
So it still exists on fundamental properties for time, like block theory.
On
let
on
me
what?
see if I can. Let me see if I can kind of get this.
what's it contingent on? Because the actual guy who knows physics just says that it doesn't have a cause.
What are the specific rules? And I'm sorry, why are the specific rules? And I'm just giving arguments, so don't come at this like as you've been coming. But when we talk about block universe specifically, it requires exact mathematical relationships to work. Yes.
I'm actually not as familiar with the block universe thing. I just know like the postulates of special and general relativity and things like that.
Okay. Postulates of special and general space-time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe space-time is even more dependent than block. I think block universe is the biggest objection or the strongest argument.
What do you think block
not-
universe means?
Block universe.
I've not heard that before. Maybe I'm being weird here, but
Yeah, block universe.
I've not
is
heard that
time
term
exists
before.
Equally in a four-dimensional space-time.
So
eternal
the
structure
definition
means-
I've got for a block universe is a model of the universe and relativity where the past, present, and future all exist simultaneously
Same time,
and are
right.
all equally real, like a four-dimensional block of space-time.
Four-dimensional space-time.
It's
Correct.
essentially the B theory of time,
B theory.
but
Exactly.
just more
That's-
specific
that's
for
Right.
special relativity. Okay, sure.
Exactly. So my response to this is the block universe has a basic problem. It depends on too many other things to be the final answer. Even if all times exist, well, you have to let me finish, brother. Even if all times exist equally in this four-dimensional block, we still need to explain factors like why these specific rules. The block universe requires exact mathematical relationships to work.
Why?
It needs specific.
Where do you get
So
that
that's
idea?
again that's a fine tuning argument
Well, people
of why the
consider
laws
this-
of physics are what they are. That's fine tuning.
Just fine tune one, which I disagree essentially to the basis or looking for a ground, a necessary ground, which is what my argument is for. But needing specific geometry, and I agree that this is when we talk about the base or the necessary ground, block time has a lot of attributes for that. And I agree with that. Like that's a good argument that someone could bring, and I'm simply putting forth a different argument, which is the whole point of arguments. What I'm
It's your argument that why are the laws of physics what they are? Because it sounds like it's just leading towards that.
necessarily.
That's what
No,
it sounds
I don't
like,
want to
'cause
go. I don't want to find.
He's
That's
also
exact. I agree.
He's also
Listen
making
real quick.
mathematics.
Listen, that's not what I'm saying. Don't make
the
a comment
causal,
to something I'm not
the
saying.
causal
Don't
relationship. Just a second ago, he said that the block universe is dependent on mathematical relationships, but math is
It is.
descriptive, not prescriptive.
Agreed. It still depends.
So then it's
on
not
why the
dependent on
logic
math.
behind-
You can't be dependent on something that's descriptive.
It needs specific mathematicals. It requires specific mathematical.
What is a
Why would you think that?
mathematical?
Support that.
What?
That it's a silly claim. There's not a
And,
single
like,
thing
there
in the
are
universe that is
multiple-
dependent on math.
I'm not necessarily. I don't want to say, and I guess that is a very hard argument, and you give a really good point. But why this specific model and not another one? Why this specific of block time? Does
So
that make
you're asking why are the laws of physics what they are?
the reasoning as to why those principles work is more so the question as opposed to why are they the way that they are? And I know it sounds like a fine-tuning argument. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the way
I don't see the distinction.
because I believe there's something that we can state comes prior to that. I believe I can explain why they are the way that they are. That's the only argument. And I don't want to take the step back approach. I don't want to say, hey, one before, but I do
Are
believe
you claiming
one before.
Are you claiming that you can derive the laws of special and general relativity from some first principles that we don't know about as physicists?
Obviously,
Physicists
God.
understand. So and
Yeah,
this-
because I don't know how you can get the laws of special and general relativity out of because God.
So how did and that's a great question. So let's go down this rabbit hole. How did the principles, and mind you, no one is denying physics. I want to be very clear on that.
So
I'm
just to be
actually-
clear,
Okay.
premise number 2 is God of the gaps. I don't know how physics works.
No,
therefore
this
God.
is not God of the gaps. No.
It's definitely God of the
Oh,
gaps.
I want to hear this.
Put a 1 in the
No,
comments
it's
if you think
not.
this is
You
a God of
haven't
the
heard
gaps
whole
argument.
arguments. You haven't, man. You can't say that if you haven't heard everything. I'm simply saying you
Let's
be
hear it.
intellectually
Let's hear it.
honest. Okay. So I believe logic and rationality aren't human inventions or accidents from evolution. I think they're the principle, or they're the eternal principles that humans discovered and the foundation of everything that we know.
Yeah, what's the
So-
support for that?
Sure. Yeah. So when we talk about logic existing by itself, and many people say, it's kind of like math objects floating in some kind of abstract mind. Look, first, I want to break this down.
So
in
why would I
pieces.
believe that
Let's first
that the
say-
laws of logic are anything but descriptions?
Okay, so going into that specific question, I would say logic has objective reality because it
Prove it.
reflects. Yeah, that's why I got to finish. So it reflects the objectively existing rational foundation of all existence.
Say that
when we
again?
speak, it expresses or reflects the objectively existing rational.
That's called a
foundation of all-
description when something reflects something else. It's descriptive.
Yeah, an issue with that. An issue with that is that there are forms of logic that are like self-consistent, but don't describe reality. It's just purely mathematical.
But which I want to go deeper into. I would say logical principles work necessarily because they express the necessary structure of reality, of ultimate
Well,
rationality.
I'm saying that there are some logical structures that don't describe reality, that they only exist inside some framework of logic.
But
For instance, like there's an old theory called the luminiferous ether that was very logically consistent. It was very mathematically well-founded, but it disagrees with reality completely. We do experiments, it gives us the wrong predictions, even though it's like logically sound.
But I think that's I'm not sure of that example. So I can't necessarily rebuttal that. I don't know what that is, so I can't necessarily rebuttal exactly what you're saying by using that. But I would still say the grounding of logic in what we can call divine nature, like source, ground, connects logically. Like even with time, every analysis of time assumes logic.
What do you mean logic is grounded? That's a meaningless statement to me.
I can't necessary ground.
No. What do you? Oh,
I mean,
no,
I'll agree
so
that-
logic is grounded or it is grounding.
Grounding, it's necessary ground.
Okay, why?
We have to do comparisons, I guess, because that's the only way to actually show it. But we'll say logic and time. Every analysis of time assumes
So
logical
logic
principles.
and time?
No, so you said you wanted me to express why it's grounding, correct?
You said logic is grounding, meaning things are grounded in logic, and then you just said
Correct,
logic
yes.
and time.
So yeah, I'm expressing the relationship between logic and time.
Okay, so logic
No,
and time.
wrong. Stop. Listen. Let's slow down. Logic is grounding. Go to the next principle. Next premise. Logic is
What's
grounding.
it ground-
Leave it there.
What's
Change it.
grounded in
Now, what I'm
logic? Because
expressing- listen,
I don't believe that you
have
can
to
ground
listen.
something that you can't ground
Oh,
something
yeah,
in something
man.
else
You
that's
don't have to
abstract.
listen to the argument, brother. You just talk. Just listen.
It's crazy. He spent all this time yapping while I'm like trying to write down his
Oh, my.
argument, and he can't like leave his script long
I was
enough to
actually having a
understand.
great conversation with.
He can't actually leave his script long enough to understand why I'm objecting to the premise. What I'm
You didn't
trying to
get-
ask is,
you
how
didn't
can
get the premise
something be
wrong.
grounded in logic if logic is merely an abstract description?
are you going to let me further my argument so we can talk about these things?
Buddy, your argument's useless unless you can support premise number 3.
Okay, yeah, hey, your argument's useless. Even though I didn't hear it, it's just useless. Your
To be
reasoning is
sure, if premise number 3 can't be supported, anything after premise 3 is useless.
I'm trying to give support for premise 3, yet
Then
you don't
fucking do
allow
it and stop crying.
You gotta stop talking for me to do it, buddy.
I asked you for the explanation and then you
Ask
went
me
to
exactly.
crying.
Let me go into explanation now. Are you done?
I've been waiting for the explanation. Go ahead and tell me how you can
keep going, brother.
ground
Just stop talking
how you
so I
can ground something in something that only exists as a description.
You done?
Am I talking?
Great.
It's almost like you don't know how conversations work.
I'll wait till you're done. You done?
Am I
Perfect.
talking? Perfect. Yeah, it's almost like you don't know how conversations work. We can do this all night.
You done?
Listen, I don't know if you got lost, but like if you need to go to like speech class to learn how conversations work, just to be clear, every second that you bitch about not being able to hold a conversation is time off your clock. You got 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and every second that you talk over me is a second that you lose. Just to be clear, you're the one on the clock, not me. I'm here all night. You're here for the next 2 minutes and 29 seconds. So
you're really proving your argument. Are you done?
you're gonna get the rest of your time when you stop yapping. Are you ready?
Are you done?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah. You done?
Okay, then what I want then is the support that anything can be grounded in logic.
You done?
I'm done when I'm not talking. That's what it means to be done.
Are you done?
I know this is very difficult for you because your mother didn't train you. Like you never learned how to have a conversation.
We're going back again.
Are you ready?
Right. You're going again.
You gonna do it?
Fuck.
All right, wait.
You gonna do it or are you gonna cry the whole time? You can cry
you're
for
going
another
again.
minute 53 seconds if you
I'm
want.
trying to go. I'm trying.
You can cry all you want.
Wait. Damn it. Still haven't.
It sounds like he doesn't want to explain things.
I really do, brother. My conversation with you was very well had because I feel like it was just a great, honest conversation. This guy is kind of in his feelings. So let me continue.
I'm waiting for you to
Logic
support
and
it.
time. Wait. Logic and time. So what I'm expressing here, what I'm doing is showing that relationship between how something can be grounded in logic. So let's talk about time first, since that's your question. Every analysis of time assumes logical principles. The rational structure of time reflects the rational structure of its divine ground, of the ground of logic. Does that make sense? I just want to see if what I said makes sense.
No.
Okay, so when you analyze time, do you assume logical principles?
You can't compare the rational structure of time to the rational structure of logic because in order to come to a rational structure, you need to utilize the principles of logic, which means you can't compare the two.
Oh, you just wait. Say that line again. Say exactly what you just said again.
In order,
Exactly what you said. Yes.
in order for you to explain one, you need to use the principles of the other, which means they're not actually comparisons. One thing is necessary for the other thing to make sense.
You're saying that it's like a circular contingency, correct?
No, I don't think either of them are contingent. I'm saying
Okay,
your
so-
explanation is circular.
No, my explanation is not circular. I'm making a very clear statement that time is grounded in logic because you have to use logical principles to even assume time, to even explain
Wrong.
time. You have to explain why that's wrong. Let's
Because you can't ground something in a description. Logic isn't something that exists, therefore it can't ground anything. And you've now spent at least 30 minutes on this horrible causal argument. To be sure, this is one of the worst causal article. We've never heard one
I think the supporters automatically.
quite so silly. And go work on your argument, figure out how premise number 2 works, and come back and try it again some other time. Next time I'm starting the timer from the beginning. Oh well, what are you gonna
That
do?
was like pulling teeth.
The dude was
He
just
had some
spitting
weird
words.
ideas about time.
Yeah.
I was already kind of lost at the beginning, but as soon as he said, "What do you mean believe in God?"
Yeah, the Jordan Peterson-esque argument is never going to work here. Let me grab a couple of super chats. Ben Dova, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, why did the gorilla paint his balls orange? Paint his balls oranges to hide the orange tree. I can't see the screen now. Hold on, there's a pop-up.
To hide in the orange tree.
to hide in the orange tree. And do you know how Tarzan died? Picking oranges. Well, that would make sense. You don't want to tug, you want to cup. Don't tug. Tugging can be painful. And Hank, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Phil bro, nah brother, I ain't doing tag. Also Phil bro. So anyway, brother, here's tag. Absolute asshat. Dude, his argument was tag. I don't know how else you get to it. You must ground.
It was like a
something.
hybrid of a bunch of different arguments, sort of stitched together weirdly into Frankenstein's monster of theist arguments. I don't know what he was trying to get at.
So bad.
Do you think he was lying about believing in the God of the Bible? Because he brought up the Bible at the beginning of the conversation.
I don't remember what he said about the Bible, so I can't recall. But it's okay. I mean, he's got some goofy tag argument that fails everywhere he goes because he doesn't know how words work. WR, thank you for the $19.99. I appreciate that, friend. Big W says thank you for your donation. Well, W, thank you for your donation. And Design, thank you for your donation too. Says reviewing the stated premises, Sabio's science seems just as imaginary as his God, and I couldn't agree more. This is not a guy who passed science class. I refuse to believe that. And Carnage, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat, Carnage. Says Kiss Wed Smite, villainous edition. I love it. Delilah, Jezebel, or Salome. Well, okay, first of all, Jezebel's a goddamn hero. I'm probably going to go with Kiss Jezebel, Wed Delilah, Smite Salome. That's what I'm doing. Salome, listen, you're a nice little girl. You did your mother's bidding, but not for me. Not for me. I'm not into beheading. What are you going to do? You know, I'm curious, like, when that story developed, if there was a concerted effort to help put some of the blame on the women, because it's such a good scapegoat to blame the women. They do that in the Bible all the time.
Yeah, they'll say it wouldn't surprise me in the least bit. This is just par for the course.
I think it is. W Carnage, I appreciate that. Yeah. If you learn anything from the Bible, it's that we can blame everything on the woman. That's just par for the course.
Literally from Genesis.
All right. I promised I'd get Indio in here next. Let's get Indio, and then we'll get T.O. Let me make sure the audio properties are turned on before I pull them in. How you doing, Indio?
I'm doing well, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Let me turn your volume up. You're a little bit quiet, though. Hold on.
Oh, I sound quiet?
Yeah. Are you far away from your mic?
It should be connected to my headphones, so it might be picking up from a computer. Is it? Is this louder?
Yeah. I don't think it is louder, but I show that you've got a pair of Beats Solo headbuds that you're actually not using right now. So let me.
Oh, that's one.
Yeah, it looks like you're still using your microphone from your PC. Or your built-in microphone. Just got to switch out your microphone to your Beats.
All right, now you're saying that I've changed it. Does it sound better?
Let me see. We'll find out in a second. All right. Well, either way, I've got your volume turned way up, so we'll see what happens. Indio, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, I'm over 18, and no, I recently became an atheist.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
pretty much I come from like a Pentecostal background. Puerto Rico is pretty big on Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So, we are born and raised to believe that. So, pretty much I began deconstructing at 18. Funny, and right after I baptized, because I started reading the Bible in college, by myself. And when I first read Genesis, I was like, first of all, where these other bitches came from?
Sure, yeah. Where did
Right,
we get a wife for Cain? Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was
did
like-
you have a question for us, or?
Well, yeah, I do. So I'm actually like doing little notes on verses, following you and whatnot. I just want to know what's the argument that they use to connect the 30 pieces of silver to Jesus.
Well, the argument is wishful thinking. So if you go to Matthew 27,
Uh-huh.
like most of the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, they just see like a buzzword, and they're like, "Oh my God, 30 pieces of silver. That reminds me of Jesus. They must be connected, right?" But the 30 pieces of silver, first of all, don't come from Jeremiah. It comes from a passage in Zechariah. And the author of Matthew is a goof. He doesn't even get the right person. It says, then what was fulfilled, then was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. So first of all, he gets the wrong prophet. Second of all, he has no idea what's happening in Zechariah 11. Zechariah 11 is not about anyone getting betrayed for any pieces of silver. He just saw 30 pieces of silver or remembered 30 pieces of silver and said, fuck it, we'll make it about Jesus. And that's about the extent of their exegetical prowess.
Man, Matthew's
Okay.
really getting shat on tonight.
For real.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's basically bullshit. Okay.
It's mega bullshit, yeah.
All right, but that was pretty much my question. Yeah, because I was trying to find, because I got family that are, deep in this shit. So
Yeah.
I just,
Make them read Zechariah 11 and just ask them, where in Zechariah 11 is there a Messiah that gets betrayed? It's not there. It doesn't exist.
okay. All right, man. Thank you, man. I love your show, by the way.
Cheers. Hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate it.
Yo.
W. Yeah, the prophecies for a lot of people are really persuasive. Hack is asking, what's my Venmo? Hack, my Venmo is in my my link tree in my profile. And for Jesus as God asking me to bring you up, I don't know how you would imagine I would do that. I'm not magic. If you want to get into the conversation, we'd love to talk to you, but you have to hit the guest request button. I can't do it for you. I can't hold your hand, but I will talk to you if you're capable of hitting the guest request button. While you're doing that, let me grab our next super chat and wait for you to get in the guest box. We've got a super chat from our friend Red Shrek, even though there we go. It'll show if I actually turn the visibility on. There we go. Thank you, Red Shrek. I appreciate that. Red Shrek says, I think the Judean scribes were all jealous for Jezebel. Jealous that no major foreign power were willing to marry into their small bean Judean kings, bunch of haters. Actually, that's a very good point. There was some, because Jezebel was the the daughter. I guess she's like kind of a princess, I guess you would say, of the the Tyrian kingdom. And she said she was a worshiper of Baal. So was there like some jealousy because of where she came from, of her lineage? I don't know. Probably. You could imagine why such a badass woman would draw ire because she practiced a different religion. Because you have to pin something on her. You know what I mean? And the easiest thing like you can pin on her is accuse her of being evil and working for for God's enemy. And I think that's probably what happened, if I had to be honest. Jezebel probably was a real person. Who knows? All right. Jesus is God has joined the conversation. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join as well using the link on the screen or the link in the description of the video. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't need an account. You don't need an email address. You don't even need a TikTok. All you have to do is hit that guest request and we can put you into the queue. If you're on TikTok, you know how to guest request. Hit the button. Welcome in, Jesus is God.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jesus,
What's
are you
your,
at least
what's your
18 and
question?
do you believe in God?
I'm 57.
And you believe in God?
I believe in God wholeheartedly. Yeah. I was raised Christian. I went away from the church from, I'd say when I turned about 12, 13, and got rebellious, went through all those years and everything else, and life got worse for me. I always believed there was a higher power, always believed in God. And I was almost at the end of my life when I turned about 45. things that happened in between. We're going to save the time, what happened between now and then. But I've seen miracles. I've had miracles happen to me. And one of those was him saving my life again when I fell down on my knees at 47 years old.
Cool. So your testimony isn't really useful here. We're looking for evidences and arguments, and there's testimonies in every religion.
Yep.
And I'm glad that it worked for you,
Fair enough.
and that's cool. But what do you think is like an actual piece of real evidence that the God is real?
Well, that's one of the things about being a Christian is you're not going to get evidence other than what
So
you
there's
believe is evidence or not.
Believing something is
So
evidence.
if
So
you
the
don't-
Muslims have evidence of Muhammad.
No, they don't.
Oh, so then believing
my
isn't.
research would
Muhammad
be
was
so much
not even a
easier
prophet,
if that
so,
was true.
That's Muhammad was not even a prophet. He's never mentioned in the Bible. He's no prophets came from the line of Ishmael.
Sure, I mean, but he's called a prophet in the Quran. We could use that same claim.
Holy shit.
We could use that same claim to say, listen, I mean, Jesus. I mean, you say Jesus is the Messiah. I would say he's
Sorry, I
not
don't know
Messiah
what
because
happened there.
nowhere in the
Can you hear
Hebrew
me?
Bible is he called Messiah.
It sounds like you got a phone
hear?
call. Did you hear anything?
Hello?
Is that Jesus calling?
Well, no, that's my wife. Very far from Jesus, but thanks. Sorry. Sorry
So-
for the interruption. Anyway, next question.
So your suggestion is that your belief in Jesus is evidence, but belief can't be evidence.
Well, there is no evidence. It's faith. Faith requires no evidence.
Do you believe in
Right.
negative evidence? So, for example, if I said that I've got an invisible dragon that lived in my garage and it breathes invisible fire, but it's real fire, it can really burn stuff. Do you think that we could use like science and rational thinking to bring up negative evidence? So, for example, like, well, you can't have fire without some sort of chemical reaction. Therefore, you can't have invisible fire. Do you think that'd be a fair argument?
Not at all.
Okay,
That's
then I
not
got a
an
magic
argument
dragon
at
in my
all.
garage.
That's not an argument at all because there's first of all, Jesus is proven throughout history. You cannot deny the existence of Jesus.
No.
I
hold
didn't
on.
deny the existence of Jesus. I don't know why you would say that.
Just that he was the
But-
Son of God, the Messiah, or God.
But also, are you going back on your claim that there's no evidence?
Who's saying there's no evidence?
You did
You.
Yeah, you did.
just a minute ago. You said there's
No evidence of what?
of your God.
Of what? Okay, sorry. Evidence? No, yeah, I am going back on my claim. If that's what I said, then yes, I am going back on the claim on there's no evidence. But
Actually, I've
I'm
got
saying
the. Sorry to interrupt. I've got the NASCAR bros letting me know that methanol burns invisible. Does it create flames? My understanding was that flames were always visible.
true. No, they're actually invisible. This is a
Well,
weird
fuck
thing.
me running. Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
did you
you're
ever watch
cursing
Rick and Morty?
on your live? Okay, well,
That being said, the effects of the flame are very visible.
Fair enough. So, so Jesus, I mean, is there evidence for your God, or is there not evidence?
what evidence would you like? The evidence of him being crucified with multiple witnesses, the evidence of the Bible, which is proven time and time again.
It hasn't been proven.
I would
time
say-
and
The
time
fact
again.
that science is trying to
The Bible
the fact
is
that science is
historically
trying to
inaccurate.
catch up. The
Is the Bible
Ooh,
entirely true,
Science, that's
Really?
interesting.
or is it mostly true?
it's entirely true, and it cannot be corrupted.
So pi is
Are
equal
you
to
sure
3?
about that? Oh no.
Yeah, I am.
This guy's
sure
not
about
ready
that.
for math.
Yeah, it's in the Bible.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
There's
you
a
want to talk
passage in the Bible that
Trinitarian
says
now?
pi
You
is
want to
equal
go?
to 3.
Maybe.
Do you want to go Trinitarian? Is that where you want to go to the next argument, or are we done with the first
No,
one?
he
I
wasn't
don't know.
using a Trinitarian argument. There's a vessel in the Old Testament when the measurements for the temple and all the implements for the temple are laid. And if you do the calculation of the vessel, it means that pi is 3, not 3.14 and change. That's the argument he's giving.
They've actually recreated the ark. There's I can't
I guess we're
remember
just
the
gonna
place.
ignore
They
that.
recreated the ark from all the measurements that are in the Bible. They're all accurate. Everything's accurate.
If somebody
You
gives you
cannot
the
disprove
measurements
the
of an,
Bible.
we're going to do it right now. But just because somebody could rebuild something that they had met. By the way, is your speakerphone on? It's really loud. I can hear myself talking to myself right now.
Same.
I'm in Bluetooth. I'm in my car parked. Sorry.
That's why, because the Bluetooth. Can you turn the Bluetooth off? Because it's feeding through your car speakers and then back into your microphone.
Okay, hang on. Give me a sec.
I'm going to give him the 3 verse 7 years, Dalton. I don't think he's going to know what to do with it.
Is that working better for you?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Can you give
Okay.
him the what?
I'm going to give you a really, really easy 2 passages from the Bible to illustrate why the Bible isn't perfect. You want to see it? Do you know what happened to David after he took the census of the people?
When he ran away? I mean, no, I can't read without my glasses on.
All right, there's a passage in 1 Chronicles 21 and 2 Samuel 24 when David numbers the people of Israel and it angers God, and God tells him that he needs to pick one of 3 punishments, and one of them will be done. The punishments come through the prophet named Gad. So it says, Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice, either 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation by your foes."
I'm familiar with the verse. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What's your question?
Okay, so in First Chronicles, right, it's 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation, or 3 days of the pestilence of the Lord. Follow? So it's 3, 3, and 3, right?
Okay.
Now, in the parallel story in 2 Samuel, the details are different. It says, 3 things I offer you. Choose one of them, and I will do it to you. So Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, shall 7 years of famine come to you and on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land? You catch the difference?
Okay. Yeah, I do catch the difference, and it's the same thing with the Quran. It's a translation alteration, but the message remains the
What do you
same.
mean? What do you mean translation alteration? What do you think is in the original language there?
It's
Yeah,
Greek
that's
and
okay.
Hebrew and Aramaic.
So are
Right?
you suggesting that if I go into the Hebrew text, it's going to say 3 instead of 7?
Well, I'm saying that when they translated, you got to understand that the Bible was
What's the
written
verse?
by about 40
2 Samuel
authors over the course.
24:19.
Hang on, can I finish or no? Can I finish my
Well,
statement?
no, your talking point doesn't actually address what we're talking about, right? The
It
question
does, because the Bible was written by 40 people.
it doesn't
40
actually
authors.
it still doesn't address the question. The question is, in the Hebrew text, will the Hebrew say 7 or 3?
The point is, you can find
I don't know, Mike.
minor differences in.
I didn't hear an answer to my question.
Mistakes. I know Islam, Muslims, they like to call them mistakes.
My question is, will the Hebrew text say 7 or 3?
I don't know. How would I know
Okay.
that?
Okay,
You're
maybe we
looking
should
it
do
up on
the,
the computer. I'm not in front of a computer.
Maybe we should do the
So-
Herod versus Quirinius one. Or do you think that would be too complicated?
and there's no way
Wait,
he's ready
it
for
sounds
that
like
math.
he's admitting that the
Right, he's-
original text
he's almost
can
there.
have mistakes.
Right,
How-
he
I don't understand why you guys are even looking at the Bible if you don't believe God is real.
I mean,
Okay.
What is
Jesus.
going on? Like, why are you
realize that
giving me
Jesus-
my
Jesus
scripture,
is God.
my Bible,
Jesus
when you
is
don't
God.
believe in God?
Dude, you do know that, for example, there are people out there in the world who study the works of Homer, but they don't believe in the Greek gods. Like, people can be interested in the mythology of another religion
There is no
without
other
being.
God. The
Well,
Greek
no,
God,
not
that is
not according to the
mythology.
Bible.
Exactly.
Not according to the Bible, at least. There's other gods according to the Bible.
All right. So
Yeah, all false gods. All
So to
false
be
No,
gods.
to be sure,
it never says that.
we need to figure out what your position is, right? Because I got the Hebrew text on the screen. Shava doesn't mean 3. That's shalosh. Shava means 7. Right? So the question at hand is, does the text say something that's untrue?
You're talking about two different authors that got the times wrong?
The
or-
authorship doesn't matter to me. I'm asking, is there a contradiction?
It's not a contradiction. No, it's
Okay,
not a contradiction.
did they say 7 or 3 years?
Which one?
It's the same story. 1 Chronicles 21, 2 Samuel 24. They both tell the story of when
I'm
David.
parked on the side of the road. I'm not going to be looking into your. I'm telling you that the
I had it.
Bible.
I had it on the screen. All you have to do
Yes,
is
you
listen.
did.
If you were
Okay.
following along, you would have heard me read it, and it literally said, "In one, 3 years of famine, in another, 7 years of famine." Are 3 and 7 years
Okay.
of famine the same?
If that's your question, no, 3 and 7 is not the same.
Okay, which means
so
one of those texts must necessarily be incorrect then.
or the translation was incorrect.
It's
No,
not
we looked at the
incorrect.
talking
I just
about
showed you the
1500
Hebrew.
years. You showed me the Hebrew, but how about the? Let's go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. How about that?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are in Hebrew.
Yes. So let's go to that. Not just
Why?
any Hebrew. Any Hebrew. There's many. There's about I don't know how many, like 100 different translations of the Bible.
Oh, this is
Are
gonna
you
get
trying
rough.
to prove the Bible wrong, or you're trying to prove that God doesn't exist? What is your
Well,
stake here?
if you were following along right now, I'm proving that the Bible says things that are untrue. So I can actually show you
believe in
in the
anything?
I can actually show you in the Dead Sea Scrolls if this passage shows up. I've got a copy of it. Let me
Hell
see
yeah.
if 2 Samuel 24 is even
Can
in
you
the
tell
Dead
me
Sea
what you
Scrolls.
believe in, sir? Do you
Not
believe in
your-
anything, or
Certainly not your God. Yeah, there is some 2 Samuel in the Dead Sea
are
Scrolls.
you a Muslim? Please tell me
No.
you're not Muslim.
No,
Oh my
that's
God.
just as silly as your
No.
religion. All right, we're in Joshua, Judges, 1 Samuel. Let's see. We're almost to 2 Samuel.
Oh, I wish I was sitting in front of a computer like you. I'm parked. I'm buying fish here, so yeah. I don't know. Get to your point. My
Well,
God is not imaginary.
Your God is
I've witnessed
imaginary, and
miracles.
my point right now is showing to you in the Dead Sea Scrolls where this shows
My
up.
God, you're gonna
That
meet
was
him.
that was your
Jesus
point.
Christ
I certainly
is his
won't
name,
be
and
meeting
you're
your
gonna meet
God.
him soon.
Yeah, that's not even
You're gonna
remotely
meet
true. You can like
Yeah,
restate your
it is.
conclusion as many
It is
times as you
true,
want, but
and the
everyone
end
here
is
knows
near.
that you're
You
just
watch what's
coping
happening
in
with
your
Israel.
car on the side of the road right now. All right, we do have some of 2 Samuel. We have do we have verse 13? We don't. We don't.
And so you can't check the Dead Sea
The one-
Scrolls,
You
dude.
got a nice
The one-
mouth on you, eh?
The one
Okay, you
passage,
know what? I
the
don't
one
wanna talk to
passage that
people
you what?
curse,
Are you gonna
people
run?
that don't believe in God.
I'm showing you
and act like they
in the
can
Dead Sea
debate.
Scrolls that verse 13, the one in question, doesn't exist. So the Hebrew that I showed you, which is based on the Masoretic text, is the oldest Hebrew we have.
Okay, well, I guess God doesn't exist. You proved your point. All right, you have a good night.
W concession. Okay.
Man, so much for having the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah, right. When I was in church, they would say that God doesn't send the equipped; He equips the sent. Which, as we can see, I've now got questions about the meals ready to eat that He's sending them. I don't think they're fresh.
Also, did he just sin according to that? Because if he admitted that, if he says that God doesn't exist and he doesn't believe that,
Sound like he just
that's technically a
blasphemed.
sin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying. And he
Well, that was easy.
he said earlier that he believed that he witnessed the Holy Spirit in his life, which means he just blasphemed the Holy Spirit, basically. So, I mean,
Yeah.
welcome to
You'll
hell.
be judged for every careless word.
That's right. Everyone, buddy. Gretchen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Gretchen says, there once was a man from Nantucket who was making sweet love to a bucket. He looked at his sister and wanted to kiss her and said, sis, we should move to Kentucky. That's an accurate story, actually. Not going to lie, I'm kind of proud of that one. Gretchen, that's one of your best, actually. You get some mad props for that. That's really good. And JH, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. It says, former Christian, started pushing back on my family's group text about politics and their need for God. They always say they don't want to debate, but assert their position as fact. So frustrating. Exactly, JH. Just like that guy we had up here. The guy couldn't defend his position. He couldn't argue his way out of a paper bag, but he still wanted to assert. It's true. I can't prove it. It's true. You'll meet him one day. Prove it. You can assert all you want. You're going to go to Muslim hell. Prove me wrong. Like, what are you doing?
Well, you know what asserting does.
I don't. I feel like
it makes an ass out of you and Ert. No.
Oh,
no,
assuming.
Probably
All
one of the worst positions you can hold as a Christian is the idea that the Bible is completely and 100% inerrant.
I will never understand why they do it. They don't have to, by the way. You don't, Christians, if you're out there listening, you don't have to hold the biblical inerrancy. I don't know why you keep doing it to yourselves. All you're doing is shooting yourself in the foot. Don't do it. I mean, I'll still cook you on the Bible, but don't do that.
Yeah. And there's nothing about
maybe
the
the pi is
word
equal to 3. Maybe the pi is equal to 3 is valid if like space-time was curved in a very specific way back then. No, I shouldn't give them ideas.
So here's why I don't use pi is 3 argument, because theoretically you can make the argument that they knew that it was a little bit more than 3, but they had to drop the remainder rather than putting the remainder in the text. Because of the way grammar works, it's just a huge hassle to put 3.14 rather than just 3. And most people would have known that you can get a vaguely round vessel by using something that's only vaguely similar to pi. You know what I mean? So like, while I agree with you, the math is not correct. And if God really existed, he would just make it fucking correct. It's just such an easy argument to wiggle out of, though, if you're a believer.
I suppose. But yeah, again, like the whole thing is that if it's truly perfectly, like the perfect text and is accurate in all of its ways, then I don't see any argument that can get out of that.
Indeed. I mean, we agree. All right, let me grab our, we got one super chat and then we're going to get D in the conversation. D, I hope you're ready to come in. Prairie says, when I go to hell, who created hell? Wait, I don't know. Who created Satan? I don't know. Who created sin? I mean, it sounds like God. Who created the confusion of the Bible? Who is keeping me consciously alive in hell and won't let me out? Prairie, it is God, actually. Thank you for the 20 Canuck bucks. I really appreciate that you guys are holding things down for us up north while we're, fucking up the world. But what are you going to do? There's going to be like a George Bush going to war with Gog and Magog again.
My funding has been cut.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Scoot the fuck out the way, bitch.
Who said that? Is that D?
Yep, that was me. I'm here.
Oh, congratulations.
Didn't mean to curse.
You can curse all you want. Fuckity fuck. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm 39 and I know there is a God. I'm physical living representation of a God.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. So what's the argument for your God existing?
Stepping out of a wheelchair is my beginning argument. I mean, we can go all the way back to Genesis 3:16, like the first one of the prophecies that were fulfilled later. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, there's no prophecy in Genesis 3.
Genesis 3:16, check it out.
This is gonna,
it's
this is gonna be
actually
a
three. It's
this is gonna be a painful
it's actually
situation for you, bud.
yeah. It's actually 3:15. First and
Oh,
foremost.
315. Excuse me. I apologize.
All right. Well, I'll put it on the screen so you can read along with us. Genesis 3 is about a snake. And it says,
Yeah.
the serpent tricked me and I ate. The Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and cursed and among all wild creatures. Okay, so for starters, the snake is a wild animal?
The snake is and the snake is an intelligent animal. The snake is the first animal identified as intelligent. It was the
Try
first one
this
able to
again.
trick humans.
Is the snake an animal, according to the text?
Yes, it is an animal.
Oh, okay,
Absolutely.
so fantastic. In verse
Aren't
14,
Aren't we all?
we
Aren't we
learn
all
that the
animals?
snake is in fact an animal, and then we learn that the snake is cursed to go on its belly. It says, upon your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. Now, this seems to be what snakes do. Snakes go on their belly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've
Okay,
got
fantastic.
five.
Now,
but I
did-
mean, see, there's
did
kind of a
sn-
misnomer there because
Did
there's
snakes? I don't know
snakes are
why a yes or
snakes,
no
but-
answer requires so many words. So all I needed was the yes or no. Okay, so snakes crawl on their belly. Follow along.
I can't help but delineate, the difference. I have a
Yeah, I
herpetological
know.
background, so
Yeah, thinking
th-
logically
there's
is difficult.
five species
I know.
of legless lizards, which is far more important than it being a snake. I don't.
Well, we're
I don't-
talking about snakes
wanna-
right now, so maybe if you pay attention, we can get somewhere. So in
All
verse
right, let's light it up.
14, we learn that the snake is an animal and that the snake is cursed to grow on its belly, correct?
Yeah, but he was
Okay.
a lizard
Now,
before he was a snake. No.
No.
I mean, theoretically, you can make that argument, but that's not relevant to what we're talking about. What we're talking about right
The
now is the
argument-
curse. Just try to pay
No, that's
attention.
cheap.
I know, like
That's
you're
cheap.
really scared to let me
That's
actually explain something to you, but just pay attention.
Lay it out. I'm
So,
ready to learn. I'm definitely
Something
ready
got
to learn.
cursed, right?
Yep.
Okay. Would it be fair to curse snakes if Satan actually did the problem?
If Satan appeared as a snake, it would be fair to curse the body that he appeared in. Absolutely.
So all snakes get cursed because Satan did a thing?
I mean, it was the Garden of Eden, so there might have been one or two.
You think there were multiple talking snakes in the garden? You can't
There
smoke
might have
on
been one or
stream.
two, yeah.
You can't
I'm
smoke
just
on
saying,
stream.
Oh, sorry. Okay. No, there may have been one or two.
Does the text say one or two?
Sure, at least, or one or five. I mean, I don't want to delineate. I don't want to.
You think Eve is talking to multiple snakes?
No, I think it was one good one. I think it was, but maybe that snake had friends. I'm just saying. It was the Garden of Eden, for fuck's sake.
Okay, just checking. So we got multiple talking snakes. Now, if God is a just God, then he wouldn't be punishing snakes for something that Satan did, correct?
God would be punishing the form in which Satan chose to preform.
What?
Yeah, but did the
I'm
form
confused.
commit the sin or did Satan?
No, Satan made the sin. It wasn't
Okay, so-
the snake on the ground. But that's also,
If God is
see,
a just
there's-
judge,
there's-
then he
there's-
would punish the entity that did the sin, not the form that the sinner took.
This is fantastic.
Also,
no, this is
also
so-
I'm confused. I'm confused. D, where does Genesis say it's Satan?
Genesis says that Satan fell from heaven, and
Where?
that he took the form of a lizard, who enticed
Okay,
Eve.
no, D,
and
D.
then
There's D,
Okay.
D.
Listening.
D. First
I'm
off,
listening.
Hebrew word for lizard is leta'ah, not anywhere in Genesis. It's always nechash, a serpent. Again, where does Genesis say that the serpent is Satan? Where does it say that?
It's in the Gutenberg Bible. My wife has been
The
has been
Gutenberg
back and forth.
Bible?
So
What do you think
judge me
You-
for going back 500 years. I'm
The
also
Gutenberg.
a fellow of
What do you think the
guys whenever it
Gutenberg
comes
Bible is?
I'm a fellow of yours whenever it comes to I feel like I have been deceived by the King James Version and further.
I mean, fair enough. But
Right.
you mean the Geneva Bible?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
No, I mean the
in
Gutenberg
which
Bible.
verse of the Gutenberg Bible? In which verse of the Gutenberg Bible does it identify the serpent as Satan?
Unfortunately, I don't have a Gutenberg Bible in front of me. I have my wife, and she's eating rack of lamb right now, and she is my research fellow.
The Gutenberg Bible
no,
is
but
in
it's-
Latin.
It is. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Can you read
Yeah,
Latin?
I can actually.
It's just the Vulgate. It's just
gifted
a print.
and gifted and cursed with a mother who
It's
had
just a
several
it's just a
medical
print.
conditions that
Just pay attention.
yeah,
The
I can
Gutenberg
read a fair amount of
Bible
Latin. I
is a
speak
print
Spanish
of the
fluently.
Latin Vulgate.
Yeah, it's been a tough translation. It's been fun. Like, we're literally translating every word as we go, kind of. It's really been intriguing.
Sure, then
I would
you've
challenge
been in
anyone
Genesis
listening right now to try and dig in, because there are so many words in that Bible that are not in our Bible. Like,
okay, so
yeah, because it's translated from manuscripts that are different from the Hebrew Bible. The Latin Vulgate's translated from the Greek Old Testament, not the Hebrew Old Testament. That's why.
I think he's not supposed to be showing that on TikTok. Yeah.
Well, and really, to make
buddy,
it clear,
you gotta put,
I'm not a huge believer in the Old Testament.
Hey, buddy, put the cancer stick down on stream.
It's gone. All right, all gone. I got in trouble for smoking.
So where in the Latin Vulgate does it say anything about a lizard?
It was a reptile with legs that God cursed to crawl on his belly.
Serpentum.
Yeah, he took his legs away. So it's a legless lizard. It's not necessarily. I mean, you know, as far as it looks to me from a herpetological background, it's not a serpent originally. It's a legless lizard.
Serpentum means serpent.
Yeah, that's what they became. Then that's what they look like, according, you know. I mean,
so which verse?
Vocabulary back
which
then.
verse says something other than serpent?
Which verse says something other than serpent? We're looking
they all
it
say
up, right
serpent.
now. Just
None of them say lizard.
I don't want to chop off the top of my head. You know, I want it to be legit. So Proverbs 30:28 says, it mentions the lizard.
No, Genesis.
The lizard.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
I'm paying attention. I'm just saying maybe it's not in Genesis. Maybe it took a little while for people to realize.
Okay.
It's in Proverbs, Leviticus, and Revelation.
Jesus. So here's the thing.
It's in three different
Revelations in Greek.
Revelations. I mean, Revelations is my specialty. That's the one I like to play with, because it's what we're dealing with now. We're dealing with Revelations in these new times.
You certainly don't like the book of Revelation.
If the book of Genesis does not tell us that the serpent is Satan, then we have no reason to think that the serpent is Satan. Also, like Blood Justin's pointed out, the serpent mentioned in Revelation is not hearkening back.
He's the dragon, right?
It's not. Yeah, it's not a reference to Genesis 3. It's a reference to a different serpent from the Old Testament.
The ancient serpent, the devil, and Satan, specifically, like word for word, quoted.
Yeah, that's not a reference to
Revelations 22 mentions a dragon, the ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan.
Yeah, that's not a reference. That word
serpentile, in my humble opinion.
No, yes, but it's not a reference to Genesis 3. It's a reference to Leviathan from the Old Testament. Are you familiar with Leviathan?
Leviathan is a fish, dude.
No, it's not even remotely the case.
It calls it both a serpent and a dragon in the Old Testament. Leviathan.
Amen. Yep. Truth.
Which is not the so when Revelation refers to Satan as that ancient serpent and dragon, it's not a reference to Genesis 3. It's a reference to the Leviathan, which was in ancient Middle Eastern mythology a 7-headed sea serpent, just like what's mentioned in Revelation.
So it's not. I apologize for calling a sea serpent a fish.
Yeah, so that doesn't get us any closer to coming to the conclusion that the serpent in the Garden of Eden was Satan.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think the serpent in the Garden of Eden was? Or is it an illusion?
Serpent.
Is it a dream?
The serpent in the Garden of Eden is just a snake. Snakes doing this kind of behavior show up in ancient Near Eastern literature, especially the literature that Genesis is stealing from. Namely Babylonian literature. And Babylonian literature,
steal from anything? Genesis is the creation. Like Genesis,
it's not. It was written long after the Babylonian epics. It's specifically robbing from the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh gets the plant of immortality from Utnapishtim after he dives into the Sea of Death, and then while he's on the shore recovering from his dive, a wily serpent comes up and robs the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh. It's just a snake.
Yeah. Do you
don't
know
know.
what an ideology? Do you know what an ideology is?
Absolutely.
What is it?
An ideology is
No,
it is a
not an ideology, an ideology.
okay. Educate me, please. Well, let me hear your definition of it so I can.
An ideology is a story written in an ancient text that's meant to like give you an explanation for the origin of an event or a phenomenon. So what we have in Genesis
Could
3:15
even be
is an
politically
ideology.
inclined.
No.
No, an ideology. Basically, what we're about to get to is that Genesis 3:15 is nothing more than an explanation as to why humans and snakes are hostile towards one another, and nothing more.
Oh, that's keen. But an ideology is a system of ideas. It can be politically inclined.
It's an ideology. It's a different word.
Spell it for me.
E-T, not E-D.
Etiology. E-T, not I-D. Okay.
Okay. So
Cool.
An etiological tale is one that is designed to explain the current state of affairs. So Genesis 3 is designed to explain why snakes and humans have the relationship they have, why women have painful childbirth, why men have to toil at the sweat of their brow to produce food for themselves. It's an explanation for why things are the way that they are, right? So
that
the
sounds
point
like
is,
the Bible to me. So
I
the Bible's
agree.
an
Yes,
ideology?
it's a story. Genesis 3 is a story that was made up to explain things, but the thing that it's explaining is not a prophecy about the Messiah, and it's certainly not a prophecy about Jesus, because Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
See, that's where we might cut short because I mean I've been working on this with a group of people.
I bet you
and
have.
we've identified 55 prophecies. I'm
Actually,
sure you have too.
I'll make you a deal. I'll pay you $100 right now on Venmo if you can show me even one.
I don't have Venmo, but I have Cash App.
I'll Cash App you $100.
You Cash App me $100?
Yep.
Cool. All right, hold on. Give me just a second.
I think we all know how
And he
this
got
will turn
raptured.
out.
It's the worst topic he could possibly debate us on.
They just walk into
I'm
it.
excited to learn something new here.
I'm going to prophesy either Isaiah 53 or Psalm 22. One of those two are about to happen.
Or Isaiah 7:14. That one's picking up a lot of traction recently. You know what's really crazy about quoting Genesis 3:15 as a prophecy is the fact that the New Testament never cites it as being fulfilled by Jesus. At the best, what you get is Paul saying that we will stamp on Satan, but it never says that Jesus was the fulfillment of this prophecy.
Right, yeah. And actually the wording of the verse in Revelation sounds much more similar to Isaiah when Isaiah describes the serpent, the Leviathan.
Yeah. Actually, I think it actually refers to Leviathan.
And he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Is he coming back?
The rapture took him. It was just
I
a day
believe-
late.
I think his connection might be refreshing. Hold on.
But I say that it's very. It's
His
very,
name was
I
D or
think-
B?
D. I think it was D.
There's somebody in the queue right now named
Yeah, it's
B.
D.
Oh, here's D.
Let's
We
see
got
if
B
it's-
and D. Let me bring D back.
All the letters.
Wow.
I know, right?
Cut
Welcome
off.
back, D.
B is watching this.
So,
But, yeah,
D, which prophecy do you want to go to?
Why don't we start with? I mean, where do we want to go? You want to start with the virgin birth, or
Sure, I love the virgin birth prophecy.
I told you, man.
Probably one of my favorites. I think you called that one, Dalton. Okay, so
Yeah.
where can I find in Isaiah 7 a virgin birth? Because when I look at Isaiah 7, the context tells me that there's a king in Judah. His name is Ahaz, and he's being attacked by the northern Israelites and the Arameans. They have an alliance, and they're trying to replace him, take him off the throne and put somebody else on the throne. And he's afraid that his kingdom's going to fall, which is why God sends a prophet. He gives a first revelation. That revelation ends in verse 9. It says, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you shall not stand at all. And then he brings a second revelation starting in verse 10. And this revelation doesn't say anything about a virgin birth or a Messiah. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortal?
He's gone. He froze, and then he disappeared. I think
Sounds like he needs $100.
He's got a bad connection, and it's not just in his internet, but
well, he's on Mega Mobile, I suppose.
I called it, though. I told you, Isaiah 7:14 has been coming up in your lives quite a bit lately.
They love, usually you hear the virgin birth more around Christmas time, but starting like
Thematic.
right around Thanksgiving, these topics are like, you're going to see every Christian start talking about the virgin birth soon. All right.
Right.
Well, while we're waiting for him to come back, I assume he's going to come back. Let me grab another super chat from our friend Prairie. Thank you so much, Prairie, for the $20 Canadian chat. Real money. Thank you. It says, imagine if our court systems ran on faith and not evidence. What a disaster that would be. Love your show. I'm an ex-Christian. Keep destroying the Bible, God. I love it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Big W, Prairie. Well, he's not coming back. So I see Show Fake in the TikTok queue, but there's one person. He did come back. All right, we'll try him again. Maybe we'll stay up here this time. Welcome back,
Rusty. Here. Thank you. Sorry for the rusty connection.
Happens. So D,
I'm working through German Shepherds.
We're in Isaiah chapter 7.
7:14. Yep.
Well, no, the whole chapter. How much did you hear before your connection dropped out?
Very little, like literally like 3 or 4 words and then drop.
Okay. So what's the context of Isaiah chapter 7? What's actually happening?
The context of Isaiah chapter 7 is, hold on. It is.
Oh, he's frozen. Okay, never.
He's got to stop moving around. He's about to drop again. His battery's about to die too. I got a lot of concerns about this guy's cell phone situation.
Yeah, he's frozen.
D, if you weren't walking around so much, maybe your connection would be stable.
I know. I get excited. I'm sorry.
That
happens. This pacing problem.
Okay. So what's the background of Isaiah 7?
Isaiah 7 details a time of crisis for the king, just like you were saying, of Judah. And I have a dog sitting at my feet. His name is Judah. So we're closely related. But it talks about the kings of Syria and Israel threatening Jerusalem specifically. And Isaiah delivers the message to Ahaz, urging him to have faith rather than rely on foreign powers like Assyria.
Fantastic.
God promises a sign of the birth of a son, Emmanuel. This is the first time the name is called out.
Okay, so God promises who a sign?
He promises us a sign. He promises earth a sign.
Try again. In the passage, who does he say the sign is to?
It's to the king.
Yeah, there you go. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel.
Emmanuel.
He shall eat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're almost there. Just keep listening. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So we'll start at the very beginning of the hermeneutical journey, which is who is speaking and who is being spoken to.
Does that not sound like somebody worth following?
No, it's
Yeah, you're
Well,
not
sorry,
even
go ahead.
close to the ballpark of answering the question. So who is speaking here and who's being
Yeah,
spoken
clicked
to?
out. Sorry. Who's speaking here is the prophet Isaiah. Who's
And
being
he's
spoken
speaking-
to is the king.
Yeah, to King Ahaz, right.
very
And
good.
who is the sign for?
The sign is for the Emmanuel, who could
No,
be
no.
anyone. They didn't know the
No,
specific
who
person.
who
that it
does
could
the
be.
text say that the sign is for?
Emmanuel.
We'll try this again.
A bear. So I mean that's the word that sticks out
It's
to me.
it's a
This is the
sign.
first time this is
It's a
called
sign
out.
for the king. I'll read
Yep.
it again.
Important.
Listen better this time.
Okay, sign for the king,
So
representing
God
the name
in verse
Emmanuel.
10 and 11, God says to Ahaz through Isaiah, "Ask for a sign." Ahaz said, "No, I'm not going to ask for a sign." So then God says back, "Fine, I'll give you a sign anyways." So the sign is for King Ahaz, which is clear because in verse 16, he tells you what the sign's going to be. The child is going to know right from wrong, and before the child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be wiped out. So the sign is for King Ahaz.
Sure.
Okay,
So,
and when did King Ahaz
what-
live?
What was Ahaz's kingdom?
It was Judah. And
Ahaz's
do you
kingdom
know
was
when
Judah,
Ahaz
right? It was
lived?
the original Israel. Yeah,
No,
that was
Judah's
the original Israel.
Judah's a
And
part
so-
of Israel. Judah is just the southernmost tribe of Israel with assimilated tribe of Benjamin. So, well, to try
They
this
were
again.
all-
Just
all
try
of Judah,
try
the
to
tribe of
try.
Judah was the tribe of the kings. All the kings came from Judah. David.
That's wrong. There were kings in the
Solomon,
north
etc.
as well. There's two kingdoms. It was divided after Solomon. There were northern kings and southern kings. Just try to focus. That's an
But none of the
irrelevant
northern kings
talking
were
point. It
well-
has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. The only question I need
Okay.
you to focus on right now is, what does it mean when it says before the child knows right from wrong, the two lands that you're fearing will be deserted? What does that mean?
That means in the past, and through the past, they will figure it out that they have figured out right from wrong. They will make laws before Jesus was born.
Not even
Because
remotely
Emmanuel
true.
was Jesus.
Like
Emmanuel
not
is
even
Jesus.
remotely close
And all
to
humans-
understanding the words that just left
All
my
humans
mouth.
were punished for
So we
Adam's
need you to
sin.
take a deep breath and listen very carefully. The passage says, "Before the child
Okay, fire away.
knows right from wrong, the land whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted." So he's saying, before this child knows right from wrong, the land of the kings that you're afraid of, those lands are going to be wiped out. That's what he's saying. Which is why it's
Yes.
assigned to King Ahaz. So Ahaz knows there's a child about to be born. He's already been conceived. It didn't say anything about a virgin. So there's a child that's about to be born, and before that child
What does it
knows
say anything about conception?
verse 14. It says, "Look,
14,
the
that
young
he was
woman
conceived?
is with child." Ha el
A virgin will
Melchara.
conceive.
Ha el Melchara
No.
in Hebrew means pregnant young woman.
A
Yeah,
virgin
your
shall
Bible
conceive
says-
and bear a
It
son.
didn't say virgin.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's not actually
It doesn't in the
original He-
Gutenberg Bible. I'm actually, my
The-
wife pulled up the Gutenberg
the-
Bible. We're reading from that one. It says,
The
"Behold, a virgin
Gutenberg
shall conceive."
Bible is in Latin,
Yes, I know.
and
we
we're
have the English
reading
translation
the
of it.
Hebrew.
Oh, so you're reading
The
Hebrew.
Hebrew is the original. It was
Maybe
written
they
in
had it
Hebrew.
wrong. Maybe they had it wrong. Maybe that's what's got
Why-
you convinced.
Why would you think they had it wrong? To be sure, the Latin's not original either. The Latin is a translation of the Greek. The Greek was a translation of the
Yeah.
Hebrew. So you're relying on a text
Yep.
that was translated
Rosetta Stone.
twice from the original.
Hell yes, absolutely. This
So
is
you- so
this
you-
is by
you-
far the most
It's certainly
the
not
most deep
accurate.
endeavor. I don't know about that. This is the most deep
I-
endeavor that I've seen.
I know
and
for a
I've studied
fact
several
that
versions
that's
of the
not the
Bible.
case, because the Hebrew manuscripts are indeed older than what you're reading right now. The Latin Vulgate was
Well,
the
let's go
Latin.
to Aramaic. My dad threw rocks.
Why
into
would
the
you
Dead Sea
think that
Scroll
Isaiah
cave.
was written in Aramaic?
The first four books were written. The first 5 books actually were written in Aramaic.
No, They were not.
No.
There's only
No.
one book that contains Aramaic in the
way.
entire Bible, and it's only portions of Daniel. Where are you getting these
Okay.
bad talking points from? These are really not good. Like, whoever your teacher is, you should fire them. So
All right.
the reality is the Hebrew text is the original text. It was written in Hebrew by Hebrew people. These people were Hebrews. Their language was Hebrew. They wrote it in Hebrew. And in the Hebrew text, it says the pregnant young woman. And that young woman is about to give birth. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kingdoms that are attacking Ahaz are going to be wiped out. That's what the prophecy's about. Doesn't say anything about a
I see
Messiah.
this.
Doesn't say anything about a
I see this,
virgin.
but a virgin shall conceive
It doesn't
and
say
bear a
that.
son,
It doesn't
and his
say
name shall be
virgin.
called Emmanuel.
There's no virgin in
No,
there.
It
it
says
doesn't
in
say.
7:15 and
I
7:16.
don't
Actually,
I don't
it's
care
7
what 7:15 says.
It's 7:14 specifically.
I still don't care.
Yeah.
Not a single
Do you
care.
not see? You don't
So
see it?
D,
It doesn't
D.
matter if we
It's
care.
not
We're,
it's
we're,
not
no,
relevant.
we're
D.
not debating on care. Here.
Me and
It's
me and
not
Justin.
relevant.
Hold on.
Me and
I
Justin
mean, I
are
wish I
looking at the.
can you see this?
I just stopped.
Here.
D.
Can you see this?
Video.
Okay, sorry. Can you,
I don't need
this
to
is
see
ancient Hebrew.
it's not relevant.
This is Hebrew.
That's
So the Hebrew's not relevant.
No. What
No, the
you're
Hebrew
saying is not relevant. The Hebrew is the only thing that is relevant, and the Hebrew doesn't say virgin.
Translated and interpreted as virgin.
Bethula
Yeah.
is not
No.
in the text.
It's there. It's like literally right in front of us.
No, it's not. Bethula does not show
Yeah,
up
it
in
is.
Isaiah 14, 7:14.
Man,
Here,
we're
let me
having-
see your phone screen.
This is
D,
crazy.
let me see
having
your phone
trouble.
screen, and I will let me see your phone screen. And I will read the Hebrew.
Let me see if I
It
can do it.
said it's really hard. I'm
Yeah, I
seeing
know, it's-
here.
Screenshot and text to.
Maybe if I could screenshot.
Who
it.
Adonai? Oh, yeah, a little bit over. The other direction.
Straight up.
Sorry.
This way. Yep.
Yeah,
There you
it says Hine ha'alma hara. It says, behold, the young woman is pregnant. That's what the Hebrew right there says that you're showing us. It doesn't say virgin. And to be sure,
ChatGPT
even the Dead
says-
Sea Scrolls, even the Dead Sea
I guess we're gonna have
Scrolls,
to
which
agree to
are
disagree on this one. Let's pull
No,
something else up.
We
We've got
certainly won't be
54 more to go.
disagreeing. We won't be agreeing to disagree. You want me to show you in the Hebrew lexicon?
That would be fantastic. If
Okay.
I can, yeah.
You don't even read Hebrew, so you're just gonna have to believe that. That's stupid.
No, it's let's give him a chance.
I'll just show you in the Hebrew lexicon where it tells you what the word is. So the word for virgin is not alma. Alma just means young woman. That's it. BDB, Hebrew lexicon, young woman. Doesn't mean virgin. The word for virgin is Bethula, and that doesn't show up in the text. And the adjective used of the alma is chara. Chara means to be pregnant. It means to be with child. Pregnant.
Okay. So
She's pregnant,
it's-
man.
Betula is a woman who is a virgin and has not had sexual relations. Right?
Typically, but Betula doesn't
Correct.
show up in the text.
Yeah.
Okay.
The original Hebrew
Alright.
does not say Betula.
Usage.
It's the usage, like for existence. Alma it determines if a woman is a virgin or not. For instance, in
No.
Isaiah 7:14, using the
So
Greek
di-
word, we can go to Greek actually.
To be
is
sure,
what's next.
Alma could mean a young woman who either is or isn't pregnant. The status of her pregnancy has nothing to do with the word Alma. The word hara is an adjective meaning pregnant. So that's why she's pregnant. She's pregnant because it explicitly says that she's pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah, the phrase that she will conceive would be tahare in Hebrew, but that's not what's in Isaiah 7:14. It's just the word hara, which means the young woman is pregnant, as in when
Is
Isaiah
pregnant.
said
Right,
these
yeah.
words. So when
Hmm.
Isaiah said these words 700 years before Jesus was ever born, he was speaking
That's
of a
right.
woman who was already pregnant 700 years before Jesus.
If that's not a fucking prophecy, I don't know what is.
It's a prophecy not about Jesus. I mean, not about Jesus. It's about Ahaz.
It's guaranteed. They named the child Emmanuel.
They did
Emmanuel
not.
is the
Jesus'
only
name was not-
person.
Jesus wasn't called
The child's name-
Emmanuel once in the Bible.
Yeah.
His name shall be called Emmanuel. Isaiah
They
7:14.
never
That's
called
the end
him
of it.
once in the entire Bible, not once.
Can you show us that
Do you
Bible
want to
verse
know
where-
why Emmanuel shows up in this passage?
Yeah, let's see it.
Because it's a
I'd love to.
prophetic name. The name of the children are all prophetic, and the prophecy is about God being with his people while they're being attacked by two other kingdoms. And if you just flip the page to chapter 8,
Flip to
this
Matthew
is
1:23.
we're almost there. We're in chapter 8 now. So when you flip the next page, go to chapter 8, there's another child that's born that acts as a timeline. It says, I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, name him Maher-shalal-hash-baz, for before the child knows to call my mother or my father, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So the exact same prophecy happens in the next chapter. There's a child that's born, and before that child is old enough to say mommy or daddy, the prophecy from chapter 7 is going to come true. And then as it comes true, the prophet yells out, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it shall not stand, for God is with us. He's saying Emmanuel as God is saving them from their enemies 728 years before Jesus.
So, and you know the definition of Emmanuel.
It means God with us.
Amen. Cool. So, but Matthew 1:23 specifically points it out.
So what? Matthew's a liar.
Yeah, Matthew was very
a tax
mistaken.
collector, so I guess I can grant you that, but
No, I mean, just because Matthew says it doesn't make it true. Matthew's a confused first century author at best, because he doesn't know how to read Hebrew. He's relying on the Greek text, and he doesn't even understand the Greek text. Because in the Greek text,
Matthew was a Hebrew tax collector.
He was not.
No.
So
Sorry, I didn't mean to
we
interrupt.
have. So Matthew can't read Hebrew. He only knows Greek, which is why he only quotes from the Greek text. He never quotes from the Hebrew text. And he's specifically quoting from the Greek text because he saw the word Parthenos and assumed that Parthenos must absolutely refer to a virgin giving birth. But not only does it not refer to a virgin giving birth, it's very customary to refer to a virgin who's married, who is about to give birth. So even if it did mean a literal virgin, which it doesn't, like he still doesn't understand the context of Isaiah chapter 7. But that being said, Parthenos is used on multiple occasions during the time period of Isaiah, 2nd Isaiah and 3rd Isaiah, to refer to just young women, whether they've born children or not. It's not until Matthew's time period that the semantic range of the word Parthenos gets shortened to usually refer to a virgin. Matthew didn't know this because, again, he doesn't know anything about history. He doesn't even know his own language.
Yeah, and Parthenos means virgin, right?
Sometimes.
Just if I'm...
We see in the Greek Septuagint in chapter 34, you'll find that Parthenos is used of Dinah after she's already had a sexual encounter with Shechem. You'll find in the writings of Homer, you'll find Parthenos get used of women that are already married.
Man, you've got some knowledge. I can't believe you can't figure out one of the 332 prophecies.
No, that's why I know there's zero. There are zero prophecies about Jesus in this book.
Justin is literally working on a book right now, going through all the prophecies that Christians bring up. Because most of the time when Christians talk about prophecies about Jesus, either one, they aren't actually prophecies in their original context. They're either a narrative or a psalm, neither of which are prophecies, or they're mistranslated and taken out of context in order to make them sound like they're about Jesus.
Okay. I mean, like, what else was the book written for, though, if it wasn't to sound about Jesus? That's the whole point of that book.
The New Testament, you mean? Or the Old Testament?
Absolutely. But
the New Testament was written
to
paint Jesus over top of the Old Testament.
The Old Testament, the Old Testament is what Jesus had to overcome to become who he is today.
But he didn't overcome
Absolutely.
anything.
He had to break. He broke every law in the fucking Old Testament.
Oh, fuck. They should have
my
hung him up
original role
then.
models for that.
Yeah,
just for
by the
that.
way, D, if Jesus broke every law in the Old Testament, that would make him a sinner. and therefore he would not be a
No.
perfect sacrifice.
According to Jewish law, he wasn't a sinner according to God's law. He was a sinner
No,
according to
God-
Old Testament.
God's law is Jewish law.
And
Jewish law.
they killed him for it, for sure. They
D,
definitely murdered him
D.
for it.
God's law is the law of the Jewish people. The Torah, the 613
So
commandments.
that's your God?
That's God's law. And
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm
No
not.
offense.
I'm not Jewish. I'm saying that when the New Testament refers to God's law, that's the Mosaic law, the 5 books of Moses.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
are the same thing.
That's what Jesus
So if
came to
Jesus broke
upset.
those laws, he would be a sinner, and therefore an imperfect sacrifice.
According to them, he was. That's what they required was his death.
According
after
to the Bible,
him showing up.
According to the Bible, he would be a sinner. 1 John 3:4 says, "Whoever breaks the law, whoever commits sin, commits lawlessness. For sin is lawlessness." When you break the law
Jesus
of God,
rewrote the law,
you're a
though.
sinner.
Then he's
That
a
would be a
sinner.
sin. Yeah.
Deuteronomy
Yeah,
4
yeah,
verses
yeah,
1 and
absolutely.
2.
It
He
was a
broke.
sin according to the Jews, and they fucking killed him for it.
So he got what was coming,
Real
because
quick.
if you sin against the Jewish law, you sin against God.
No.
According to them, yes, but no. Jesus
No, according
came
to the Bible.
show-
I'll
Jesus
show
came
you.
to show it up.
Deuteronomy
Jesus came to
4
change it up.
says, "Give heed to the statutes
that's
and
Jewish law.
ordinances that God gave this. Give heed to the
Show me
statutes and
Jesus' law.
God in the Old Testament
Yeah,
gave
I
this
know.
law. Just pay attention.
There was
So
a huge way that they
just-
had to do things back then.
Just
And
pay
it was
attention.
completely
I'm
different
trying
from
to
what
read
Jesus
your
did.
book for you for the first time. It says, "So now Israel, give heed to the statutes and ordinances that I'm teaching you to observe, so that you may live to enter and occupy the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you. You must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you." Which means God said to don't change them, don't add to them, and follow them. So if somebody comes along and changes, adds, or doesn't
He did.
follow them, they're breaking God's command, which makes you a sinner.
Jesus did come, and he did change everything.
Well,
and he was
well,
killed
no.
for
To
it.
be sure, what Jesus actually taught, and the Gospels, was that he wasn't going to add to or take away from the Torah. He actually says that he came not to abolish it, but to fulfill it.
Right. And he did that by cutting the 10 commandments down to 2 commandments that us humans could
He
understand in these
He
days.
didn't do that. Neither of those 2 commandments in Matthew 22 are part of the 10. Have you read this book?
Yeah, absolutely. Several
All
times.
right,
But I believe what Jesus says
You
more than I believe
certainly-
what Moses says. I'm sorry.
You certainly
I'm
haven't.
a Christian.
So
I'm not a Jew.
Let me read Matthew 22 for you, because you clearly haven't
Fire
read
it up.
Matthew 22 either. It says, when the Pharisees heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered, and one of them, an expert in law, asked him a question to test him. "Teacher, which commandment in the law is the greatest?" He said to them, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself." Neither one of those are part of the 10 commandments.
Exactly. That's the point. He changed
Well,
everything for me.
You literally just said that he whittled the 10 commandments down to 2 of the 10 commandments, and neither one of
No,
these are
he
part
cut
of the
the
10.
10 commandments out and added the 2 real ones. He
So-
added the 2 ones that we need
Really?
for today's society.
He didn't do that.
Justin, what about when the young man asked Jesus what he must do to enter into life?
Oh yeah, when the rich young ruler asked Jesus, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" D, what did Jesus say?
He said it's easier for a man to walk through the eye of a camel.
Not that story.
Nope.
Eye of a needle. Okay, well, what are you talking about?
Not that story.
Oh boy, it should be Matthew 19 or Matthew. Yeah, I think Matthew 19. Let me go back 2 chapters.
Yes. 1916, I think, or 1918. Yeah, it's 1916.
All right. It says, some came to him and said, "Teacher, what good deed must I do to have eternal life?" And he said to him, "Why do you ask me about what is good? There is one who is good. If you wish to enter into life, keep the commandments." And he said to them, "Which ones?" He said, "You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness," so on and so forth. These are commands he says you must do to inherit eternal life.
Yeah, these are the commandments that happened before Jesus was murdered. Jesus got to say these things. These are things Jesus was raised in.
When
he died, it changed everything.
No, D, because
John 3:16.
No, because what did Jesus say in Matthew 28? Yeah. in
For
Matthew
God
chapter
so loved the
28,
world that he gave
after
his only
after
son, that whoever
Yeah, I
believes
know.
has
in
nothing to
We've
do with the
heard
law of
John
Moses.
3:16. It's been painted on everyone's face in the NFL for the past 45 years. We know.
Shout out
So
To
Tim
be
Tebow.
sure, after Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, in Matthew chapter 28, verse 19, he tells his disciples, "Go ye therefore, baptize all nations in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you." That includes everything here in Matthew 19. All that I have
Yeah, I
commanded
think
you.
it's what
Not
Jesus
some,
commanded him.
all. Yeah.
I don't know,
yeah,
man.
and Jesus commanded them to follow the law.
He commanded him two things.
To follow
Actually,
the law.
he
No.
commanded two things. He requested four things. He requested them when they became disciples to raise the dead, to cleanse the lepers, to heal the sick. Does any of this ring a bell?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So
None of those
Jesus
were commands, right?
Jesus commanded people to follow the law. And then
Yep.
at the very end of Matthew 28, when he's telling the disciples and sending them away, he says to have people follow all that I have commanded you, which means all of the commandments of Jesus prior to his death are part of those commands, which is why Jesus says in verse 19 of Matthew 5, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So right now, it sounds like you're fighting to be least in the kingdom of heaven.
Absolutely, man. If I can be the least in the kingdom of heaven, then I'm in the kingdom of heaven.
You want to be the least or the most? You want to be the best or the worst?
No, you
No,
don't have to be the
I don't need to be the most. Jesus
'Cause
is the most.
what-
I'm
what
not
Jesus-
claiming that right.
Jesus tells you the opposite. If you just keep reading in chapter 5, it says, whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven, which means he's pretty serious about you following the commandments.
Be ye therefore perfect, even as your heavenly Father
I
is
do
perfect,
that to the best
said
of my
Jesus.
ability, but Jesus also was the person who brought forgiveness without me having to cut the throat of a lamb.
Well, that's not true. But also, did Jesus say to follow the commandments or not?
Sure. Yeah, when he was alive. But he also gave two commandments before
No.
he died.
And then after he
That changed
resurrected, what did
everything
he
for
say?
us.
No, those two commandments didn't change anything. Those weren't new. He's only answering the question, what are the most important of the commandments? He doesn't say these are the only two commandments.
loving God and loving your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
Again,
I don't
we
have
just
to
read
kill
it.
baby sheep anymore. Yeah.
This guy's really trying to not address the topic. If you're going to keep going to Matthew
Sorry.
22, at least pay attention to what Matthew 22 says. He does not say that these are the only two commandments. He says these are the two most
greatest of the
important.
two.
There we go. Okay, so he's not
Yeah.
saying these are the only two. He's just saying these are the most important two. He says elsewhere in
Right.
the same book that you need to follow all of them.
By the way,
Sure.
this is not unique to Jesus. This was a teaching of the Jewish people. Rabbi Hillel, who is a Jewish rabbi from just prior to the time of Jesus, also said that these two commandments were the greatest commandments. But just because you say that these are the greatest commandments doesn't negate your need to your obligation to observe the rest.
Those two commandments cover all the rest.
No, they don't.
Jesus shrank it down. Show
No.
me. I mean,
He's
prove
saying
that wrong.
he's saying that all of the other commandments in Matthew 22, Jesus is saying all of the other commandments can be categorized into one of these two
Into these two.
categories.
Yeah.
Right. But
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Matthew was a liar, right? So why are we even talking about
Matthew
this?
was a liar
I mean,
because
he's not-
you brought it up.
Yeah, don't pull it from. Pull me something from somewhere else.
What do you want to hear? You want me
Okay,
to
so-
show you where God said slavery is chill?
Something on. No, something. No, something. No, that's fine too. I mean, we've all worked our fucking ass off.
No, slavery.
So,
Do you think slavery was cool?
No, I survived it. It was rough. It was not cool. But you know what? It
Somebody
made me
owned you as
strong enough
property?
to get through. Yeah.
Was
I
that good
property
or
of the
bad?
state for a couple of years. It was terrible, in my
You're not-
humble opinion. As a
nobody is
human,
property
the
of the
experience
state.
it was fucked up.
Okay, so it would be fucked up then if God said that his people can own slaves.
No, God said for slaves. I mean, it was a fucked up time. It was a way for God to justify what was going on. Maybe.
So morals are relative.
I don't want to dig too much into that because it really is kind of triggering for my childhood and my wife's childhood as well. We went through some shit. So, yeah, to
I think
address that, it was right because
I-
slavery is what builds faith. You cannot
So
have faith without
slavery's
having
good?
work from someone else.
Ooh.
No, I won't say it's good.
Don't put that
I
on
won't
a
say
t-shirt.
it's great. Yeah, it is work though,
So-
and it does instill a faith system
So
in
the
you.
Christians who haven't experienced slavery don't have faith?
Maybe not as strong as those of us who have, in
So
my humble opinion.
God's incapable
Maybe
of
not.
allowing people to have faith unless he makes them slaves, because Abraham wasn't a slave. He owned slaves and he was a man of great faith according to Hebrews chapter 11.
Agreed. Absolutely. Yeah. Abraham was
So
up there
Moses
for sure.
didn't need to be a
he
slave.
laid his son down
Abraham
on an
didn't need
altar
to be a
for
slave.
fuck's sake. So, yeah, but no, I mean, I've been a slave. I've been a prisoner. And I have worked from the bottom up. Just to throw that out there. Like I have seen, this is what helped develop my faith in something bigger than me. I've also been
I
very
think what
wealthy.
you really
I made $1 million a year
think-
for the cartel.
Okay, anyways, D, I think what you really need more than anything is to study the Old Testament and to study Judaism, because if you do not properly understand Judaism, you are not going to understand the New Testament. And to be sure, you don't actually understand what Jewish people believe.
It's not about what Jewish people believe. It's about what Jesus changed for the Jewish people.
You
It's
can't
change
understand the
anything.
New Testament. Yeah, you cannot understand the New Testament without having first understood Judaism. You are completely missing everything that's actually right there in the New Testament because you do not understand its background.
That's okay. Sure. All right. I'll reread it. And yeah, it's not a history book. It's
That's for sure.
it's a reference, to what everyday life, to the everyday life that Jesus had to go through, and then the things that he came to change. Judaism was not I mean, I don't want to knock it. It's a great thing. It's helped a lot of people get as far as they want in their life successfully.
Here, D,
Most of the
tell me
richest people
one
I know
thing
are
that
Jews.
tell me what is one thing that Christianity offers that Judaism can't provide?
Resurrection.
That's in Judaism.
You clearly haven't read the Old Testament.
No, it's Jesus actually. He provided
Daniel
resurrection.
12, Isaiah 26.
No, not the way that Jesus resurrected. Not where you can see your friends again
Yes,
after you've
and
been fucking
yeah,
buried in a
Yes.
hole for days.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want me to read it
Yeah.
for you?
Here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, open up
please,
Daniel 12.
absolutely.
Daniel chapter
That would be
12.
fantastic.
Oh my God. Daniel 12.
Because the New
Says,
Testament did not invent the concept of resurrection. Yeah, go
No,
ahead,
it
David.
says, but at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And none of that was preceded by someone spilling their blood for you.
And none of that sounds like a prophecy?
It is a prophecy, but not by Jesus.
Yeah. You made the claim that Judaism doesn't have the
Jesus
concept
didn't
of
write one prophecy. He
D,
fulfilled them. He
D,
wasn't
zero
writing.
prophecies.
D, you made the explicit claim that the one thing Judaism doesn't have, the New Testament has, is resurrection. Resurrection is a concept within Judaism. They believe that. So try again. What's something that Christianity has that you cannot get from Judaism?
No, the resurrection of Jesus specifically, though.
Why would we care
Why
about
do
that?
we need that?
This fucking debate is like over, dude. If you can't handle that, like
Handle what? We're asking, why should we care about Jesus? He was a liar and a fraud. He fulfilled zero prophecies and he broke the law. He got what was coming to him. He should have been murdered.
Okay, let's get secular. Have you read the book Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Are you familiar? You're familiar
Yeah,
with 4
it's
L's?
shit.
C.S. Lewis is a joke.
Liar, leader, Lord.
Yeah, he's a joke.
Yeah, those are.
I don't think
Those
so.
are. Yeah. By the
I
way,
think you mean
the
liar,
triad of-
lunatic, or
the
Lord. You got
triad
the
of-
wrong L.
Yeah, lunatic was
Yeah.
the last one. Yeah,
And those aren't the only. Those aren't the only options. D. There's a fourth option. Legend.
liar, lunatic, leader, or Lord. Those are the 4 options.
He could also be legendary.
No.
He could be complete fiction.
So that's pretty bold. That's dope. You should write a new chapter on that one.
I mean, there's already a book on it if you want to read.
Right How My Lord is Legendary. Like, I mean, you're very knowledgeable. I hats off to you on that one. But
Yeah.
I mean, that was the coolest thing I've heard this whole time. My phone's about to fucking die. I've got 5%.
Yeah, I see that your battery's blinking pretty hard over here saying it's dead.
Yep.
All right, listen, man, we're glad that you're out of prison. We're glad that you're clean. But we certainly hope that you read more of this book and analyze it through the lens of the Old Testament, not through the lens of your Bible study.
Fantastic, and I'm proud to just have this opportunity to speak with you fellas and to hear some people that have Bible knowledge like you. I'm sure that you are bringing more people to Christ on the daily.
I'm sure that's happening.
And you will figure it out. If anybody can figure it out, you guys can figure it out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I spent all that time and money in Christianity to leave it, and then I'm just going to go back after I've already demonstrated that it's not true. That makes a lot of sense.
You're
I
working
think
it
me and
daily,
Justin are
dude.
more
Like,
likely.
I've seen your seen your podcast, so
I think me
as
and
long as
Justin are
you're
more likely
speaking
to
on
lead
God,
people than
then-
Moses over Jesus.
yeah, you probably will. Yeah, your knowledge was cool too, brother. No, this was a good debate. I got to plug in the phone, but yeah, thank you.
All right, cheers. Take care of yourself.
I appreciate the time. Yep.
All right, see you, bud.
Justin, do you ever get accused of being secretly Jewish? I get
God,
that all the time.
Every live stream. There's not a live stream that goes by people like, are you Jewish? I'm like, fucking no. It just happens to be that the Jews were right about Jesus, though. They got that part right.
Oh God.
Oh well. Well, friends, the guest box is now open. Anyone who wants to come and debate, it's prime time. We got lots of time left in the live. I'm going to grab a couple of super chats while God is mustering his troops to come and demonstrate his existence or her existence. Dr. Joe, great to see you so much. I appreciate the $19.99 super chat. My friend says, I wanted to request up during the early guest who had an esoteric polygod he found recently in AA, but I was driving. I'm glad he's sober though, because I remember him the first time. Yeah, actually I do as well. I remember as well. And I'm actually really proud of him for getting sober. Like that's a huge achievement. You know what I mean? Liz, thank you for the super chat. Says, I really wish more Christians studied the Bible with scholarly rigor. I think we'd have a lot more former Christians. I couldn't agree more, Liz. That certainly seems to be the case. Prairie, thank you again for the $19.99 or $20 Canadian super chat. It says Noah's Ark, 2 fruit flies, 2 snakes, 2 of everything, plagues of Egypt, zombies, talking donkeys, big fish, water walls, talking snakes, etc. Is this fact or fiction according to Christians? Well, they're going to tell you that it's true because like they kind of have to. They have to for most part. The ones that don't believe it's all true get really wishy-washy in their theology. They're like, well, it's true in all of its theological teaching, but it's not true in all of its factual statements. Yeah, that kind of thing. Prairie again with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Prairie. It says, if God is Jesus, like Christians believe, then God of the Old Testament is the God of the New Testament. Jesus, omnipotent New Testament God. Jesus come to enforce the law, not drift away from it. Yeah, Prairie, if Jesus is God and that's true, then we could only conclude that God is not omnipotent because Jesus wasn't omnipotent.
The logical conclusion of all that is the reason I went from evangelical Christianity into the Hebrew Roots movement, and then from the Hebrew Roots movement into just straight up Judaism.
Mm-hmm. And Jared says, you'd embarrass these callers so much if you added, have you read the entire Bible front to back in your opening? You know what? I should just take a poll. I'm quite curious to know how many Christians actually have. I should start keeping a tally. Marduk, great to see you tonight. I super appreciate you being here, friend. Thank you for the $4.99 super thanks. And Joel, thank you for the $4.99. It says, let us come together and praise Doug for his benevolent gravity protecting us from the day of rapture. Terra firma and rock hard for Doug. Could not agree more. And I got one more super chat from our friend Dougie D. It says, Sir Terry Pratt Chet wrote it best in Going Postal. Moist von Lipwig said pi isn't 3.14 and a bit. Was it is or isn't? It is 3.14 and a bit. I think that might be a typo. Thank you though. I appreciate that.
The whole I was lost for that entire sentence. You know, people were asking about. They were hoping to see you yesterday. I know that a lot of people were looking forward to the Rapture stream.
Yeah, I tried to do a last minute get a crew together to do kind of a fun spoof stream where we pretend to be like news anchors waiting for the rapture to happen. And I started too late. I couldn't really round up everything I needed. And then it started pouring down rain where I live. And I was like, fuck, I was going to be on location at the abortion clinic waiting for the protesters to get zapped up. And I was going to bring my microphone and talk to them. I was like, so my whole plan was ruined because it rained. I was like, well, okay then.
Next time, because there will be a next time.
I know. Next September, 1 year from now.
You'll have to buy a shofar so you can blow it around
my
the
gosh.
Christians.
I regret to inform you that I've
easy.
not bought one yet.
They're not easy to blow, I'll tell you that. And they stink.
No, it takes some work. Yeah. Welcome back, Laptop.
What's up?
Laptop, are you still a Christian?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I assume you have a different argument or evidence for the Christian God being real this time?
Well, I think the last time we talked, you were the prompt was hell is illogical.
Yeah,
You got a
actually
different
that
prompt today.
I think that was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think my views have changed very much in the past 3 weeks. So
Right, yeah. So I guess today's today. What is your favorite argument or evidence for the Bible God being real?
what I'll give you mine. I think that the fact that we were created is evidence that there's a God behind the universe. The fact that the universe was created, I think that's kind of where I go.
Okay, so premise number one is we were created.
I like that.
Can you support that premise? I don't think we were created.
How do you? I guess what's your worldview when it comes to how humans got here?
I think humans got here through evolution, and I think the universe is eternal.
So you hold to, I guess, what, like abiogenesis from like
Yeah, like actual science. Yeah.
is there proof of? Don't you have to presuppose that abiogenesis is possible for it to be true?
Not for your argument to be wrong, no. Keep in mind, you're supporting your premise that we were created, which doesn't mean anything about whether or not I believe abiogenesis is true.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. It'll probably come up though, just because, like for there to be a mind behind the universe, which I believe, I think that it's reflective also in our creation, because just the information held in DNA. I think that anywhere else you see complex information like that, that's super similar to like computer code, there's a mind behind it. So I use that logic to say that if there's information held in DNA and genetic information, that there was a mind behind that.
Okay, so your premise isn't that we were created. Your conclusion is that we were created, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
okay. And the support for the argument that we were created is that DNA exists, right?
Yeah, just the property of complex information like that's in DNA, where like it's so close to linguistic language in that it's holding information and it's actually being used for a function. I believe that kind of information comes from a mind.
M's is in the box.
Because everywhere else we see linguistic information like that has a function, it comes from a mind.
But this isn't linguistic.
It is not even
close. Hey, welcome in, Doctor.
Hello. And it is, as I say always, it is closer to Legos than language.
Well, it's information that has a function. The DNA isn't information; it holds information, right?
Do you understand how DNA works?
DNA it codes for protein.
And how does it do that?
How does DNA code for protein?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it holds the genetic information inside the cell that.
But how does it do that? Because when you say that it holds genetic information, what is implied to someone who doesn't understand how DNA works is that it holds information in the same way that a solid state driver does, and it doesn't. It is just a chain of molecules in which, again, they would have complementary other molecules that would then match up to it in the same way that a Lego piece would fit onto another Lego piece. And then that is then going to undergo the same complementary process to give you a specific amino acid in a sequence. So it doesn't hold information in the same sense that a computer does or a language does. It is literally just pieces of molecules just bumping into each other, interacting, forming hydrogen bonds, and then those then being coded, or quote-unquote coded, via the same hydrogen bonds and complementary base pairing to form chains of proteins. It has nothing to do with language.
No, I got you. But even in the literature, when you read about DNA and you look into how biologists describe DNA and how it works, it's embedded in the literature that you just did it. You cut yourself when you were saying, you said it was coded.
I was using parentheses with my hands, but you can't see me.
I got you. But if you look at the literature, that is embedded in how they talk about it, even though that their conclusion is that it's a mindless, unguided process, evolution.
It is easier to say that, to communicate it to people who do not understand it. That is the point. So, for example, if you do not breaking it down would take a little too long on this life. I was trying to summarize it really quickly, but again, you would have nucleotides which would have bases A, T, C, and G. Those would have, again, in their chemical structure, they would be more likely to pair up to the opposing complementary base pair. So an A is more likely to pair up with a T. Why? Because they form hydrogen bonds together. So again, this is why I similarize it to Legos. So an A is always going to pair up with a T. A C is always going to pair up with a G. So when you unfold the DNA to create a messenger RNA, you're also again using nucleotides around the DNA to build up a complementary strand that is then going to be used to also match onto complementary tRNA, which is going to be holding an amino acid, and that is formed into a chain. So it is not a language. It is literally just molecules swimming around and bumping into each other. And when they bump, they either form a bond or they do not.
Yeah, but it holds information. That's my point. Would you contend that DNA holds information?
Depends on the definition of information.
So what would your definition of information be?
Honestly, I wouldn't have one off the top of my head, but it depends on your definition. You could give me a definition and I would tell you if I agree with you or not. Because DNA on its own is literally just, it holds as much information as a molecule of water does.
Well, there's two different, you can describe information as I guess the more naturalist way would be, it would be a energy transfer, because there's always inherently sort of an energy transfer when it comes to information. So you can put it physically like that, but I would hold the information as non-physical, because I can send a fax from New York to LA, but
it is still physical though.
The printer, I know, but the information transferred is non-physical, because you can the ink in the printer is physical, but the information transferred is non-physical.
Then how's it not physical? For example, if you send I do not know how fax works. I think Justin might have a better idea, but if you, for example, assuming you're sending a specific signal in a specific timing or rhythm, and that is then translated into the document itself, how is that not a physical transfer? You're still sending something from the recipient to the sender, or from the sender to the recipient. My bad.
Mm-hmm. It's physical from end to end.
Right. So if you want to describe information like that, it's a contention in my argument. If you think information is non-physical, that's your worldview. I think that thought is not physical. I think we have a soul that's not physical.
Yeah,
Spirit's
thoughts are
not physical.
physical.
So if you're a
And
but if
souls
you're a
do not
naturalist,
exist.
you're not going to believe that.
Exactly,
Right.
but go ahead, Justin.
No, I agree. I don't think any of us believe that
Yeah.
there's souls or like immaterial existence.
Right. So like you would say that your thoughts come from your brain,
Yeah,
right?
they do.
That your whole personality is your brain. I have a
It is.
contention that we have a mind that's non-physical. That
Then what is the
obviously
distinction between the mind and the brain?
the distinction between the mind and the brain is I mean, I wouldn't have something off the top that I could give you the difference of, but I know that there's people that are like that have severe brain trauma, that their brain, the physical part of their brain is decapacitated to the point where they're not themselves to the outside world, but
that is true.
there's still a mind inside there
I
that
gotta
their
take a
actual
phone call,
physical
guys. Keep
components
going.
aren't.
Of course.
Oh, you're good, bro. Yeah.
But wouldn't that tell you then that that the mind is tied to the physical? At least it would be at least tied to the
Oh
physical
yeah,
brain.
tied. Yeah, for sure, tied.
So
Yeah,
where
like
is
people
the
with cerebral
distinction?
palsy. Like I have a friend who has cerebral palsy, and her physical body it impairs how she interacts with people. But I think that her
I'm not even
mind,
talking about.
the
I'm not talking
non-physical
about that
part,
even.
is actually intact, just like how anybody else's would be.
So, for
But like,
example, I want you to think about. Go ahead.
I was gonna say to like add to what and you're saying, Anne, is that like it's kind of weird that if the mind is this like immaterial thing, that physical drugs are somehow able to I'm able to take them, and somehow it's able to affect my mind. Continue.
Oh, me?
To M, but yeah. Sure.
Oh. Yeah, I would say that we do, like, if you go to intellectual property it emanates from your mind. It's a thought, and as a nation, we protect that. So there's a nature to it that it's like real but non-physical. So I think that kind of points to the significance of information and it pre-emanating from a mind. Just like you see your name written on the beach, you immediately infer higher that there was a mind behind that because of the linguistic nature of it. Whereas I see DNA and the information held in DNA, I infer that there's a mind behind that.
So we were talking about you're seeing your name written on the beach. So I want you to think, for example, of how you spell the word God. Okay.
I got you. Yeah, G-O-D.
So the process of you wording, like hearing the word God and then turning it into letters, that would be something that you're doing with your brain, right? But it is something that you're experiencing with your mind. Would you agree with that statement?
Say that again.
So the process of you converting the word God, when you hear it, into letters is something that you're doing with your brain, but you're experiencing with your mind. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I like that.
So, again, we know the exact lesions. A lesion would be like damage to a specific part of your body, of the brain, that which would cause you to lose the ability to convert auditory words into their letters, which is the supramarginal gyrus. If you have a problem within that, you lose the ability to be able to spell out words you've heard. If you have a lesion in, for example, the vernix area, that would be you losing the ability to understand spoken words. If you have a lesion anywhere else, you would have very specific neurological deficits. So again, why would you then assume that anything of the mind is independent of the brain?
Because I have the belief that information on a page, like in a book, you can't reduce the actual information to physics and chemistry. You can't reduce the information held to the actual arranging of the ink and on the paper. It's a non-physical thing.
I don't
Because
think
I
you
don't see
answered my question, though.
Well, no, I
Like,
don't
there's
have a
nothing.
problem with that different parts of the brain help facilitate
Sure, but the problem is there's nothing
anything.
that you would attribute to the mind that you cannot find specifically mapped onto the brain. So what is the distinction? How would you know that there's something supernatural or something metaphysical to the mind if every single thing and every single attribute you give to the mind can be mapped out to the brain?
I mean, that's your contention. I mean, you would have to prove that to me, that every single thing that
Could you give me an example of
is
something
a,
that isn't?
well, your mind, I would say, is like when you have a thought, right? Do you have control? Do you have control of every thought?
No.
No. Yeah. So if it's coming from your brain, I don't see how you can attribute thoughts that aren't yours, but it's coming from
They
your
are
brain.
yours. The vast majority of neurological processes in your brain are not controlled by you.
Right. So but how is something that's what I'm saying. If you have a bad thought or a thought that you wouldn't attribute to yourself, your mind, how do you grapple with that as a materialist?
Based on the fact that the brain, again, the vast majority of the processes in the brain are not consciously controlled. If you have a thought, for example, that could be tied into past memories or tied into a specific experience that you're having that is then reminding you of a specific topic, or again, you could be going through a bad time, and then that could remind you of other things, etc. It would be synapses firing and refiring. So
right. So I wouldn't attribute a bad thought, a thought that when I say I'm talking about like the non-physical me, my mind. I wouldn't attribute a bad thought to preemanating from my mind because I disagree with that thought. Do you see what I'm saying?
But disagreeing with it doesn't mean that it came from your brain.
But that's your contention, is that it came from your brain. I'm saying that it's not. It doesn't.
That it doesn't mean that it didn't come from your brain, my bad.
Oh,
you're
I
saying
got
that.
you. No, you're good.
You're saying that if you have a thought that you do not agree with, then it didn't come from your brain.
No, I'm saying it could come from my brain. It could come from anywhere, but
to be sure,
that I'm saying is my mind.
But to be sure, we've got lots of examples of people disagreeing with themselves using even just minor brain manipulations like deep brain stimulation or various medicated substances. A person's personalities and desires and thoughts can swing drastically based on our physical interaction with the brain. So it can't certainly be coming from outside of the brain if we can just modify it so easily.
Exactly. And a good example of that would be schizophrenia. Would you say that schizophrenia is not physical?
No, yeah, it could be. It could be.
It is physical.
It could be coming from your brain, but I'm
it does
saying
come from the
when
brain.
you
We
say
know
the
exactly where it comes from.
I got you, but I'm saying the difference between a thought that you don't attribute to coming from yourself that you don't agree with, like if I see like a bunny and I want to step on it, that thought, I don't attribute that to me, my mind, because I don't disagree with stepping on bunnies. You know what I mean? But there's a thought that happened in my brain that said do that. So that's the non-physical mind that I'm talking about. There's the me aspect, the difference between soul, spirit, and mind. There's differences, but how do you obtain those differences just from a naturalist perspective?
But do you see how that
you
ties
guys
into my example?
wouldn't believe that you have a mind or a spirit or a soul. So.
But do you see how that ties into my example? If a person is schizophrenic and they're having voices inside their head telling them to do something, for example, stepping on a bunny, would you say that this is a metaphysical occurrence?
It could be either or.
It isn't, because we know the exact lesions in the brain, for example. Damage to substantia nigra would also cause schizophrenia.
No, I got you, but you're not. I don't think you're getting my point. I'm saying that there's a difference between your brain and your mind. Your mind, you're attributing it itself. So when you say I'm doing something, when you get a thought in your brain, you're attributing to your whole entire self, your brain. There's a difference between that and your actual self, your mind. So when you say I thought that, you're attributing to it I'm talking about you. You're saying my brain thought that. When I say I thought that, my mind is agreeing with what my brain thought.
I would say I am my brain.
Yeah, no,
I'm still not
you
seeing the
have to,
distinction.
because you don't believe in non-physical. You don't believe in metaphysical things like the mind, soul, and spirit.
So are
I
you
believe in
saying
the
that
mind.
you
It's
are
just stuff.
you're separate from your brain? Are you saying you're the mind or are you the brain?
Me,
Uh,
I am my
uh-huh.
mind. I am my soul.
You are
I
the
am my
mind.
spirit
Uh,
in a physical vessel.
what is the problem? Then what is the problem with your brain giving you thoughts that are not that are not your own? What is your contention with that? Because you said that it's going to be
I think I
metaphysical.
have the same problem that anybody. I had the same problem that anybody else that has a thought that they don't agree with or bad thoughts.
But you said that it's
I'm
specifically
not
metaphysical. Why would it be metaphysical then?
No, I'm drawing the metaphysical thought.
But you said that if you have a thought that is not that you do not agree with, then it didn't come from your own. It came from something supernatural or something metaphysical.
I think it comes from both. I think that there's 4 diagnostics of thoughts. There's the lust of the flesh, there's the lust of the eyes, there's thoughts from the enemy or the devil, and then there's the Holy Spirit. So those are roughly. I mean, I'm sure you could find another category, but those are the 4 main ones. So I think that the lust of your flesh, that's something that your body wants. So like if I see a beautiful woman on the street, I think about whatever, that's lust of the flesh. In forms of
It's
like
coming from
your
the brain.
physical body. Also, your
All this is from your brain.
Yeah, it could come from your brain.
To be sure, we're waiting for the evidence that this comes from something other than your brain.
Yeah, I
think
can't
that
think of a
you
single
guys are
religious experience that doesn't also come from the brain. Like, for example, when I was a member of a charismatic church, I used to feel as if I was being impressed upon by the Holy Spirit, but I now understand that that was just my brain. Like, it's the same as what you call the lust of the flesh. All the spiritual experiences that an individual has is also just a part of the brain.
I think you're missing my argument. I'm not saying that every thought, the thoughts can preemanate from your brain, right? I'm saying that making that the distinguishment between what's coming from my brain and me, myself, my actual mind, that distinguishing is non-physical. My mind is assigning
that
a
without
category
the
to
evidence
the
of
thought.
the claim. So just be clear, laptop. You're making the claim.
Read
We're looking
back
for the we're looking for the support for that claim. What's the support that there's a mind
What's
that
my
exists
claim?
outside of your brain?
I said that was my whole point. If you have a bad thought, the mind is what's assigning that's a bad thought. You are disagreeing with your brain.
The support
you
we're
is your
asking
mind.
for is support the claim that bad thoughts come from outside of your brain.
That's not my point. It can come from the brain. I'm saying the actual.
He's saying the bad thought
You're
comes
not getting
from the
my
brain,
point.
but
Laptop,
the
I
part
think
of
you're
you that's
confused.
really you. I think that what he was trying to say. What he was trying to say is that the part of him which is actually tells him, "Oh, I shouldn't do that," is coming from outside the brain. But again, we don't have any reason to believe that. Like, that's also just my brain.
That is the executive function of the prefrontal cortex. It inhibits a lot of the intrusive thoughts that you have that is still part of the brain. An injury to that area would also cause you to lose inhibition, which would cause your mind, to start agreeing with these intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, but my contention is that like people that have TBIs, their mind is still there in their body, but the actual physical interactions that they have with their brain is prohibiting them from expressing their full thoughts of their mind. I think if you have any friends that have disabilities in that nature, you know that there's a fully intact soul, spirit, mind inside this person, but their physical body is inhibiting them from.
I do not know that they have a soul, because I do not believe in souls, and I have seen nothing to support that. That is number one. Number two, again, you said that there is a mind that is inhibiting you from the intrusive thoughts. Like, for example, the thought of stepping on a bunny. Your mind is stopping you from doing that, and the thought is coming from your brain. Why is then damage to other parts of the brain going to cause your mind to start then agreeing with your intrusive thoughts?
I guess could you repeat the question? I didn't catch what you're.
So, you said that you have bad thoughts that are not your own, that your brain is sending it to you, or your outside sources are sending it to you, that you should step on a bunny. Okay? And then your mind, which is you, is then telling you shouldn't do that. So why is then damage to other parts of the brain that are related to executive control and inhibition going to cause you to lose your inhibition and then start following your intrusive thoughts? Is it affecting your non-physical mind?
I guess I don't know, but that person would still have a self that would still be their mind. I don't see how that
But again,
cuts down my argument.
Why is it affected? Why is the mind affected? The non-physical mind affected by the physical brain?
Yeah, but that completely cuts down any sort of so you're I'm saying the logical conclusion of what you're saying, if everything is attributed to matter and chemistry and physics in your mind, that how can you make a moral judgment on someone that does something wrong if it was just
because we have specific
predetermined
parts
for
of the
them to do that?
brain. We have specific parts of the brain that are responsible for moral processing, like the anterior
Yeah, but
cingulate
I got
gyrus and
that.
the medial prefrontal cortex.
Someone that does a horrific thing, you don't think they have any free will choice to do that?
This is
It's
irrelevant
something
to
from
free
their
will.
brain.
This is irrelevant to free will.
To be clear, the reason why we punish people who do bad things is not because we want to limit their free will necessarily. It's because we want to prevent them from doing more of what they did.
Okay, that could be a reason for
the goal of
punishment.
locking somebody up after a crime is to prevent them from doing it again. That's the goal.
Well, rehabilitation is usually a lot of it. But I mean, I know what you're saying. For some cases, yeah, that's definitely the case.
And some people that get locked up are completely out of their mind. Sometimes they have no idea what they're doing. Sometimes they're totally insane.
It makes sense that as a social, right? That Homo sapiens, as a social species, would naturally do things that would be that would result in the well-being of the species, which would mean that if there's an individual within a group that is acting contrary to the well-being of the group, some punishment or another is going to occur. We see this not only among humans, but even among apes. Apes will punish outlying apes for doing things which are contrary to the well-being of the group. So like that, there's nothing like it's obvious why we lock people away in a completely naturalistic secular. It's like there's a utility to it.
Right, but do you see my point in what I'm saying is that like the natural progression of that conclusion is that let me ask you a question. How do you determine when somebody does something bad that whether you deem it bad or whether it's actually bad, whatever, how do you determine whether that was just they had no way to prevent that themselves? It was always going to happen because of their brain chemistry versus something that they actually did that they physically wanted to do.
So
how
do
you attribute that? Where would the line be?
Those aren't
things we
exclusive.
care to determine anyways. It's not relevant.
Yeah. Also, they're not mutually exclusive. Just because someone wanted to do something, there's an underlying cause for why they wanted to do something.
So what would want?
So to be sure, like if you're getting sentenced, the sentence isn't going to change based on if you wanted to do it or if you didn't want to do it. It's going to be the same whether you wanted to or not, unless someone's forcing you to do it.
No, that's the whole difference between first, second, and third degree murder.
No, that's called premeditation.
Whether you wanted.
Premeditation is not an admission of desire.
Yeah, you wanted to do it. You planned it out.
No, it happens all the time that people premeditate crimes, but they feel like they're compelled to do them even though they don't want to. Just like the woman who executed her own baby, she didn't want to, but she felt like she needed to, and God was commanding her to do it in order to save the baby. She didn't want to do it, but she felt like she needed to.
Yeah, I don't.
All right, so laptop, we've been at this for 30 minutes trying to make an argument based somehow that there's an immaterial mind without finding like any support for the theory. You want to try a different argument or?
That, well, I guess my argument.
You're a Christian,
wasn't
aren't you?
That. Yeah.
Okay. Want to try a Bible-based
My
argument?
argument that there was a. If you want, I guess that wasn't my argument though. That was just a rabbit hole that you guys went down when I was trying to sit. My whole point was that information is non-physical, and then you guys obviously disagree with that because you're naturalists. You
But
don't
could
believe
you give
in
an example of something
metaphysics.
that is not physical?
I would say, well,
No.
not mind. So I would say that information is not physical. Do you want
But
another?
you're saying so. You're saying that information is not physical, because information is not physical. Like that is what I'm hearing. Like I'm asking you, you're saying that information is not physical. Could you demonstrate that it is not physical, or could you give me an example of something else that is not physical that you can prove that it is not physical?
Would do you guys? Okay, hold on. Before I answer that, do you guys believe in anything that's non-physical?
No.
I think the closest you'll get is like some debate on what you think quantum fields are. You could definitely say that quantum fields aren't matter, but when it comes to describing them, I would still say that they're physical.
Yeah.
But
So
it's a difficult thing to explain.
So,
but it's
so
certainly
when we
made of
talk
things that are
about-
not like entirely immaterial.
So when we talk about laws of physics and like the laws of logic, as far as like how we know what we know, that you don't think anything like that is non-physical? Because when we talk about stuff like numbers,
they came from our brains.
when
These are
you-
abstract concepts.
When you see it,
And they're
yeah,
descriptive.
but there's something like a right triangle in Pythagorean's theory. It's something that we discovered that's true in nature. It didn't preeminate in our.
It describes
brain.
nature.
It's something that we did.
It's a description.
Of a shape.
Math,
So
language,
numbers,
logic,
so
they're
no-
descriptions.
So are
So it
numbers
comes like-
are numbers physical or non-physical?
Numbers don't like exist.
Numbers
in
don't have
nature. Like,
ontology.
what exists are quantities of things, and we have created words, which are also physical because words are like just like the movement of air and whatnot. We have created words and a language to describe quantities, and numbers are just symbols, which again are also physical, used to describe the words that we use to describe quantities. So there's nothing about numbers which are as immaterial.
Yeah, I mean, this at least it's interesting.
I got
I've
you.
never heard anyone do a DNA tag argument before. I've never heard the transcendental argument for DNA yet. So at least you've got something going there. Do you have an argument that's not a tag argument? Like, we're so tired of tag. It never works. You'll never demonstrate transcendentals exist. Do you have anything else?
I mean, that's my argument is that
I
there's a
know.
mind behind the
That's all
universe.
you got.
On the
And then-
topic,
But the
yeah. On the topic of DNA,
Well, but
like how would you explain why DNA is so horribly designed by a god that had intent?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. I'd love to
Uh,
talk about the actual specifics of DNA.
I guess how would you how would you determine whether it's better designed or worse designed?
If it has stuff that is not necessary, then it is not a good design. That is number one. Number two, if it breaks all the time and you have to fix it and have entire mechanisms of fixing it in place that sometimes fail, causing cancer, that is a bad design. When you have specific sequences in DNA that are responsible for tumor suppression, literally the tumor suppression gene, and proto-oncogenes, etc., that are so easily and commonly damaged by mutagens that then cause cancer, which could easily be prevented by having, for example, multiple copies of them sporadically placed in multiple different chromosomes. That is a bad design. Why do we have
No, I got you, but
two genes in which, for example, we have the enzyme, the gene for the enzyme of vitamin C, for the enzyme that produces vitamin C, but it doesn't get translated. So it exists in your genome, the enzyme that is responsible for the creation of vitamin C, but it doesn't get translated, so we do not use it, meaning we do not produce our own vitamin C. Why would that exist?
Yeah, but and then we just get the terrible duty to eat an orange.
What? Say that again?
We just have the burden of eating an orange.
Sure, but why would it exist in the first place? Like, why would God make us in the same way that we exist today, and then place within us the genes responsible for creating the enzyme, for creating vitamin C, but make sure that it is inactive, so it can never be used? Why would he do that?
So when you say why God, what God are you talking about?
Your
The
God,
one that you believe in.
Yahweh.
Yeah, clearly yours.
My God. So when I say God, I say He's the mind behind the universe that created everything.
You believe in Yahweh, so we're talking about Yahweh. Let's not. This is just one of my biggest pet peeves is when Christians pretend to be deists. Let's be real. We're talking about Yahweh.
I'm a theist. Yeah. I'm a Christian theist. Yeah, I believe in the God of the Bible.
When
you're saying why
Christians
God
pretend to be deist with a D, deist.
Yeah, I'm not a deist.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you worship a specific God, Yahweh. So that's the one we're talking about.
But you're attributing. Think about this: the mind that created everything in the universe. You're critiquing its creation as under the question you said why God. You posed that.
Actually,
so my God created the entire universe and everything in it, and then you're attributing a why to why He created it that way.
No.
I don't even know if you could.
We're questioning whether or not it's logical, is what we're doing, and it's a fair question because if we're actually doing science, if we're actually doing science, it's right to ask the question: what would we expect if God was the case? What would we expect if evolution was the case? What would we expect? Now, here's what I would expect. If evolution was the case, I would find that there is a process in our DNA for coding for vitamin C. I would expect that. And I would expect that it would produce vitamin C. And I would expect that we would find it in all animals that produce their own vitamin C. And it turns out we find that in almost all of the animal kingdom, except for fucking primates and human beings. So technically we're a primate.
I think guinea pigs too, but I might be wrong.
There's like only a few animals outside of primates and humans that don't, and there's an explanation for that. But the reality is there's only one step in the process. Step number 4, we're going to call it, just no longer functions. The entire gene sequence is there. The same working gene sequence that is existing in all of the animals that can produce their vitamin C, including the ones that are our ancestors, have a complete working genetic sequence. There's one step in the process that no longer works. It seems to have been damaged via a virus. And it's funny how we can track that entire genetic trait through our ancestry, including the part that is damaged. And we're really good at locating damaged DNA. We know what it looks like. So we used to have functioning vitamin C. Our ancestors had functioning vitamin C. And then at some point we had a mutation between the common ancestors of apes and human beings that prevented us from making vitamin C. And we can no longer make vitamin C. No humans have ever been able to make vitamin C because this problem occurred prior to Homo sapiens. That's exactly what we would expect.
We would disagree in the fact that when you say logically that wouldn't make sense, we have different presuppositions that we get to that logic because you believe that your brain is the end product of a mindless, unguided process. I believe that we were created by a mind that's behind the universe.
We're talking about
when you say logic,
we're talking about genes right now. I know you're
but,
wanting to run off on a different topic, but we're talking about whether or not it's logical for human beings and primates
you brought up logic,
to possess something that we call pseudogenes, where we have fully functional working sets of genes, except for like 1 or 2 mutations that cause them to no longer function. We've got thousands of them in our body. In fact, a good portion of our DNA is actually old DNA that no longer actually produces the protein that it was originally designed to do. It's no longer functional. This is called junk DNA or pseudogenes. This makes exact sense if you believe that our DNA is just a long game of copy and paste that takes on mutations over time. It makes zero sense if you believe we were created by a god.
Yeah, but when you say logic, your form of logic, you have a belief system in saying why you believe that you can use logic to come to reason. You just don't attribute that to a mind behind the universe. So when you're using logic, you don't get
again. Tag's not going to win you here. We're actually talking about DNA. I'm going to need you to pay attention. The tag argument's already done. Right now we're talking about whether or not it's logical.
I didn't talk about.
Right now we're talking about whether or not it's logical for God to create human beings with a plethora of pseudogenes. Is that a logical thing for a creator to do?
Can we do? So we're talking about logic. Define logic.
We're talking about whether or not it's rational for a creator to make pseudogenes. I know you want to pivot to logic because the transcendental argument
I'm not pivoting.
All you have. Like transcendental one-trick pony over here. But what we need you to do is focus on what we're actually talking about, which is the DNA, right? So is it rational to believe that there's a creator who created human beings and primates to share a host of pseudogenes but not give them to anyone else?
So let's tuck that, because the whole way you're framing your question is based on your presuppositions. My presuppositions disagree with yours. So the way that you're framing your argument, if I say yes or no, I cut myself both ways because the way of you're framing it. So why would I ask it? Why would I answer this?
I didn't frame anything. I asked you a yes or no question. Do you think it's logical for God to create human beings having a whole shitload of pseudogenes that we share with our primates, our primate cousins?
Right. And then I asked you what's your definition of logic? Because when you're invoking logic. So if we can't get behind what you don't even
crazy that you can't even address the argument at hand.
Do you mind if we switch the word logic to expected?
Yeah. Is it expected? Yeah, I don't want to get into this bullshit pettifogging anymore. Is it expected? Why would it be expected under a creation paradigm that God would create human beings with a whole shit ton of pseudogenes?
When you're saying pseudogenes, are you talking about the specific vitamin C thing that you had brought up?
The vitamin C. Junk DNA? They're both is almost the same thing. So the fact that we have all of the DNA to produce vitamin C, except that it's been damaged, no longer produces vitamin C. That's called a pseudogene, and we've got thousands of them.
Yeah, my hypothesis I would pose is that the junk DNA that biologists describe as junk DNA, the further we research into it, we were going to find function.
That is not the question, though. That is not the question. No.
Like redundancy, there's going to be redundancy.
Laptop. It is not about redundancy. The gene specifically that is used for the creation of the enzyme required to produce vitamin C. So this is a very specific gene. According to your words, in the beginning of the life, it is a language. So God has written within our DNA the word for vitamin C production. And then he has said, no, I'm going to turn this off. Why would he place it there in the first place?
Because he wants us to eat oranges. That's my answer.
Then why would he place it there in the first place?
He wants us to eat more oranges.
That's crazy.
How does that follow? Like, how does it follow that
we can get vitamin C from oranges?
Sure, but why would he place the gene for the production of vitamin C within us and make it active?
Is it a bad thing that he did that?
Yes, it is, because it is causing us to get scurvy.
So why?
You are aware that like there's a percentage of the population that don't have oranges, right? You know that there have been like millions of people have died from a lack of vitamin C. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Could you bring up pictures of scurvy?
We gotta get them oranges. We gotta ship them oranges. That's my answer. We should start a GoFundMe for the scurvy victims, so we can ship them oranges.
It is a serious thing.
There's 7 billion humans on the planet that completely dominated the entire planet, and you're saying that the vitamin C deficiency of humans is an immoral thing?
It is immoral.
When you don't even believe in good or bad.
People die from scurvy. I don't know if you knew this.
I got it.
Why should this
good or
exist?
bad. You think that good or bad is just a
ignore good and bad. Why should this happen? Why should this happen when God has put within us the apparatus for creating the solution and cure for this? He has put it within us, but then has deactivated it, causing us to experience this. Why would he do that?
So you're gonna ask me the same question over and over again when I already gave you an answer?
We're still waiting for it.
I said it's because God wants us to eat more oranges.
And how does it follow?
Well, because you guys can't answer my questions, and when I actually pose a legit
your question is a deterrent. So
no, it's not.
Your question is about logic has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So just to be clear, the pseudogene required, like the genetic structure required to make vitamin C has 28,000 base pairs, which means inside of the human body and our primate cousins is a gene that contains 28,000 base pairs, yet it doesn't actually produce vitamin C. It's just there. It's old, dead code. And we can identify it. We know exactly what it is.
Is that good or bad? Is it?
But
your whole point is that it's a bad.
We're not
thing
asking
that
if
God
no,
did
it's
that.
not. We're not saying it's a bad thing. We're asking if it's expected. What's more expected under evolution? This is expected. This is what we would expect with evolution. We're asking, is it expected with God?
I mean, that wasn't the original question, but even if
that literally was the original question
from God, yeah, but nobody's making the claim that every single organism yesterday was created, or that they were created 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, or 4 days ago. They were created at a certain point, and then they live in Earth and reproduce. So I would attribute all of that to reproduction and adaptation.
So could you show me any example or instance of humans ever producing vitamin C?
Did you say abusing?
Producing.
Yeah.
Could you show me any instance?
This is the first time I've ever heard that argument.
Yeah.
I could Google it.
Yeah, humans have never produced vitamin C in their history.
Okay.
So
Right,
again, why would it be there if it's adaptation? Unless you're making the claim for speciation, and we used to be different species back then.
Yeah, but do you see, just from the entirety of our conversation, you're arguing that we are the product of evolution, a mindless, unguided process, and then you are using logic that comes from your brain that you don't think is actually inherent. You think it's a product of human brain, and then you're trying to use logic that you have to believe in.
It's crazy how he keeps running the tag. He cannot stay on the argument. He can't help himself. These tag bros have they can't do anything but tag. You're incapable of staying on task. It's crazy.
And I'm not using tag.
I had a teacher that used to tell me to stay on task, but unfortunately, I was in the 6th grade. You're older than that.
For the sake of the argument, laptop, let's just assume that we believe in God. Let's assume that we believe in a God that would do something this stupid. I'm asking you, why does your God do this?
So you're asking why the mind that behind the universe that created everything. You're asking
because we believe in one.
Why did God create fire that burns you? Why couldn't God create fire?
I know this is different. This is entirely different. That is like God making a fire that is not a fire.
Yeah, you can ask a million questions on why God did anything else.
That is not a fire?
I have a question. Can I ask it?
Okay, so you're not going to answer this question. I'd run away too. Yeah.
Let me ask one.
Be the gene within us. That is not a gene. It's a pseudogene.
So if God is real, and there's a mind behind the universe, if Jesus Christ is really God manifested in the flesh, what's he doing on a cross?
He's 1,000,000% not.
Not God. Not even according to
demonstrably not God.
Well, that's my God.
I mean, that's an easy God concept to defeat. That's not even hard.
Oh yeah.
Can God tell a lie?
Question. Go ahead.
Can God tell a lie?
Yep.
And God can do whatever he wants. I think he's the only one that can
when the
be
Bible
arbitrary.
says that God can't tell a lie, the Bible's lying? Can all-knowing entities lie?
I think God is the only thing that is allowed to be arbitrary, since he's the creator of everything.
So God is arbitrary? Oh my God! What a crazy reduction of his position. We agree. Your God is arbitrary as fuck.
No,
God can
I
be
think
evil
he can't.
apparently if he wants to.
Yeah, but
Okay.
when you say
So
evil,
so to be
you don't
clear,
even-
then the
you don't
Bible's
even
not
attribute
true.
evil to people. You don't even attribute.
Yeah, I know.
evil
I'd pivot
someone
to
that has
the
free
moral
will.
argument too. Yeah, please pivot to the moral argument again.
He brought it up. You
So
brought he brought
to
up
be
evil.
to be clear,
It's
can
not
God change his
pivoting.
mind? I didn't hear him. That's my bad if he said that. Can God change his mind? I still didn't
And
get an
Judge,
answer.
well, the Bible said that God's changed his mind, so I guess he can. in
But the
specific
Bible
scenarios
also
if he
says
wants
God
to.
can't change his mind. So which is it?
So why would we pray?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, God can't change
The
his
Bible
mind.
says God can't change his mind. So is it true that he does or true that he doesn't?
Specifically reference Numbers
I just
23,
said that
verse
he
19.
has. He's repented. He's heard people's requests and
Okay,
changed
so
his
then
mind.
is the Bible wrong when it says that he doesn't change his mind?
Malachi 3:6, I, the Lord, do not change, lest you sons of Jacob should be consumed.
So he doesn't. It says that I do not change my mind. That's what it says.
I, the Lord,
It does.
I, the Lord, do not change.
It does for sure in Numbers 13 or 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. It says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. Has he promised? Will he not do it?
Should he should change
I don't
his
think you
mind.
know what the
Why
word should means. He didn't.
No, so
should
why
doesn't
should-
mean what
why
you
should
what
God-
you think it is. Should
Does it
just
say
means-
can? Does it say could?
It's literally the same phrase. It says he won't.
It's not, because if you should do something, that's an ought
no,
statement. That's saying that
should.
that's attributing.
Should doesn't mean what you think it does.
Notice
It means
the
it's an
negative,
ought.
the word not.
It's an ought statement.
Notice at the beginning of the sentence, God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. He's saying he can't do these things because he's not a human being. Human beings are the ones who lie, and they're the ones who change their
that's
mind.
when he-
but
and
God
it's
is not.
talking
But God is
specifically
not a
about
human
promises.
being.
I mean, I know the words like should are difficult for some people, so we'll just do 1 Samuel. It says, "Moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he's not a mortal."
Right, change
To be
his mind
clear,
about what?
To be clear, the word
I don't
should
think that
doesn't
he's saying-
appear in the Hebrew text.
I don't think that when it says change his mind, it's talking about ever reconsidering something because of a prayer of someone.
So the text is wrong?
Yeah, but I believe in prayer. So if I pray to God about something and
so
it comes
just
true,
say the
I
text is
think
wrong. I don't know
attribute
why
that-
you can't say it. Say the text is wrong. Let it come out of your
No,
mouth.
you just got to do scripture with scripture. There's people
I
that
do
have
scripture
prayed
with scripture.
something
It's a
and then it happened.
contradiction. I'm asking you about the text.
Okay, you can say it's a contradiction. I just say that
It
you
is a
have to
contradiction.
harmonize it.
No, you
Oh,
don't
you
have to
can't
harmonize
harmonize
it.
it.
That's called coping.
So when
We're asking about
Jesus
this
said-
specific text. This text says that
I
the
got
God
you.
of
I got
Israel
you.
will not change his mind, and he says the same thing in Numbers 23:19 that he doesn't change his mind. So it's just a coherent statement stating that God can't change his mind, and the reason why he can't change his mind should be obvious, because in your worldview, God is all-knowing, and all-knowing entities can't change their mind. It's just definitionally true.
Yeah, but I literally answered your question. I believe in prayer. If somebody prays for something,
so God's
that
not
God
all-knowing.
hears us. That you can say that.
Okay,
You're
cool.
saying that.
So Jeremiah 23:24
No,
is wrong.
my answer to that was that God
guy's
hears our
knocking the
prayers.
Bible down left
so
and
let,
right.
let's no pull up the verses where he changes his mind.
Exodus
Sure.
32:14. But to be
32.
clear, oh, sorry,
No, pull it up. What
Jeremiah
happens?
was a
Why
different
does he change
passage.
his?
That's not.
Why does he
God
change his mind?
Well, no one's
the
asking
reason-
why. We're asking, can he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying he can hear our prayers, and actually he cares about what we say to him.
Which
he cares
means
about
he
what we want.
changes his mind. Which means the Bible passages that say he can't change his mind or that he's all-knowing aren't true. 1 John says that he knows all things.
So did the original writer believe that God hears prayers and that he actually takes into account what we want as far as our prayers go?
The author of Exodus,
So if he
yes.
believed-
The author of 1 Samuel,
Yeah.
no.
So if he believed that and he wrote that God can't change his mind, he's contradicting himself in his belief when he's writing that.
So to be clear, there isn't one author of the Bible, and the Bible's not univocal. Like the point that me and
Yeah,
Justin
no, I
are
got
making,
you.
the point that me and Justin are making is that we're allowed to like read the Bible and notice that it says that God cannot change and that He does change, and we can accept that because we are not beholden to the Bible. We don't have to believe the Bible is 100% true and that's univocal, but you supposedly do, and yet you can't seem to like. You cannot accept that God both changes His mind and does not change His mind.
No, I believe that He hears our prayers and then He cares about what we say to Him. So when
Does
He
it
changes
change
His mind,
mind?
when He changes His mind, or when He repents of something, what does it
To
mean?
be sure, then
And
he
why
doesn't
did He
know
do
all
it?
things.
So let's pull it up.
Just to be clear, you're saying he doesn't know all things, which is 1 John chapter 3 says that God is greater than our hearts. He knows all things or everything. So does God know everything or not?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with hearing somebody's prayer and taking into
Because
account of what
if
they
you're
want?
all-knowing, you can't change your mind. All-knowing entities can't change their mind.
Like Yahweh knows, if He's all-knowing, that He's not going to destroy the Israelites.
So
but if God is not all-knowing, then He thinks He's going to destroy the Israelites, but He doesn't do it because Moses pleads with Him.
Right. So I would make a harmonious scripture with scripture connection that God is all-knowing, God
But he's
doesn't
not.
change, but that He cares about what we pray
He
to Him
can't
and
be
what we talk
all-knowing if he
about.
changes his
And
mind.
he actually cares
Laptop.
about us in
I'll
the
just
fact that He thinks
reassert
that
my
when we
conclusions,
love
even
Him.
though my conclusions entail contradictions.
Was
So
God
where's
going
a
to
passage in the
laptop?
Bible where
Was
He
God
changes His mind that somebody didn't pray to Him? Pull
Exodus?
that up.
Was Yahweh going to destroy the Israelites because of their sin on with the golden calf?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then he changed his mind.
Okay. Did he
Yeah,
know?
because Moses pleaded with Him.
So God intended to destroy the Israelites. That was His plan. In His mind, He was going to destroy the Israelites. And the only
Right.
reason He didn't...
And Jesus said that if these miracles were done in Sodom and Gomorrah, that they would have been spared.
It's a complete non sequitur.
He can't even focus.
No, it's the same thing.
Okay,
so
laptop, I want you to focus on
same
what
thing.
Dalton's actually saying, because what he's saying is helpful, right? Because if God knew that He wasn't going to destroy Israel, that means He said something that's untrue, which means He lied. So did He know that He was going to destroy Israel or not?
So you're asking me the same question that I just answered.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the
answered
answer.
your question.
Did he know He was going to destroy Israel? Yes or no?
Dude, I
not hard.
just answered your question.
You didn't. Did He know whether or not He was going to destroy them?
He wanted to.
Did He know what He was going to do, though?
But
You're
asking a question for something that we already know what happened.
In the mind
He
of
changed
Yahweh,
his mind because Moses
was Yahweh set on destroying the Israelites? Like from His perspective, is He going to destroy them before Moses pleads?
And then Moses pled for them.
So then He was going to destroy them. Moses pleads, and He changes his mind so that He wasn't going to destroy them. He was going to, which means He thought He was going to destroy the Israelites. That's what He knew. But it turns out He was wrong because He wasn't going to destroy them.
So God is wrong about what He knew is crazy. He keeps telling me that God's not all knowing.
I've said it so many times.
So God
I just told you that God cares about what we pray.
So God's
and
not
what
all
we talk to
knowing.
Him about. God
Thanks for
cares
letting us
about our
know.
free will and how we react.
Here, maybe this will be simple.
That's my
This is
answer.
simple. Here's a simple yes or no. Was God correct when He said that He was going to destroy the Israelites?
I've answered your question. This is my
This is a
sixth
yes or
time
no.
answering it.
Yes,
but
just
I
say
asked
yes
you
or
a
no.
question to pull up a
Yes or no.
verse in the
He's
Bible
scared. He
where God
wants to go
changes
back
his
to the
mind.
transcendental argument.
No. Point me at a part where God changes his mind that had nothing to do with somebody praying to Him.
Was God wrong when He said He was going to destroy the Israelites? Was He wrong about that?
How could God be wrong? How could God be wrong?
That's not yes or
That's
no.
not yes or no.
I'll ask the question.
Obviously, God's not wrong.
Also, but He was wrong because He didn't destroy the Israelites.
Dude, how many times do you want me to answer your question?
It's crazy
Moses
that he
pled with
can't
God
see
and he
the
changed his mind
problem.
because God cares about what Moses
So
thinks.
he didn't ask you if he prayed or if anyone changed their mind here. What he's trying to determine is if God knew something that was wrong. Can God know something that's wrong? Can God know that he's going to do something and then not do it?
Dude, can
It's
you pull up me
crazy.
a scripture?
Yeah, the
Can you
cognitive
pull up me
dissonance
a
is
scripture?
wild right now. And yes, I can. Fucking 1 Samuel chapter 2, but that's irrelevant. We're not talking about prayer right now. We're talking about what God knows. If God
No, but that's
knew
the
he
whole
wasn't
point. When does
going
God
to
change his
destroy
mind?
them,
When does
then
God
he
change
didn't
his mind
change
where
it.
somebody doesn't pray about it?
It's fucking irrelevant. I just told you. We're not there yet. If you would focus on this one verse, we can finally get through it and move on to your next bad point. But you need to actually lock the fuck in. We're trying to have a logical discussion on what it means to know something. Did God know what he
No,
was
you
going to do
don't.
to the Israelites?
No, because you don't want to.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bro.
You're unserious, laptop. You're not ready for an adult conversation. Crazy that he couldn't grasp. This is a kindergarten discussion. If you knew you're going to do something and you didn't do it, then that means you didn't know you were going to do it. It's just God can't be wrong about what he knows.
Yeah, I think another good example is Jonah, and Jonah was the next one I was going to bring up, where God literally says to Jonah, "Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown." I should have asked him, was he right or wrong? By the way,
could God have changed his mind on changing his mind?
He clearly is. Yeah, he's clearly changed. All right, friends, we've got more people waiting to get in, and I don't want to keep them waiting. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our guests pulled right in, and we'll keep the conversation flowing. Sorry we took so long on that guy. He was cooked for a long time, but we kind of ran out of guests for a while. But we're back in business. AR, thank you for the super chat. It says, hadn't dropped an offering in a while. Finally caught alive again. Praise Doug. Well, AR, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And thanks for always liking and supporting the stream, friend. And Chip says, it's so good to have some Christians on the Barbie again. Last couple weeks were sparse pickings. I know the last couple weeks has been tough. Like the September rolls around and everyone's back in school and the sports ball is going again. And it's hard to get people interested. But
strange that it's right after the rapture.
I know, right? It's crazy. It's funny that they all got raptured, yet they're still in the chat. Lou says, speaking of the second coming, what's the epitome of dehydration? Powder cum. Take 2. Fantastic.
By the way, is the rapture only for good people?
I don't know.
Well, no, because Christianity is not just for good people. I mean, there are plenty of bad people who are Christian. Yeah.
True. iReactor says, what a surprise. D went to an anti-Semitic place. We kind of knew it was going to happen. It comes up a lot. Yeah. It really is common. RD says, regarding Matthew 34 and the fig tree, you mean Matthew 24, 32? Could there be a delayed limbo state that all the souls are in waiting for the second coming for final adjudication? No. The fig tree has nothing to do with Israel, by the way. The fig tree in Matthew 24 has nothing to do with the prophecy. He's using an analogy. When you see the signs that the fig tree is about to produce fruit, you know that it's about to produce fruit. Therefore, when you see these signs that I'm giving you now, you know that my coming is near. He wasn't saying that the fig tree is a prophecy. It's not a meaningful statement for most people. Foulwind says, hey, Justin, great show. Previously, you had answered a question about what is the best overall commentary for reading the New Testament. Could you remind us of what you would recommend? Well, if you want a single volume commentary, yes. The one that Dalton's holding up right now is fantastic. It's a Jewish commentary on the New Testament, and it's fantastic. If you want a commentary on the Old and New Testament, I would highly recommend the Oxford Bible Commentary and the Jerome Bible Commentary. If you can get through those, then we might move on to more scholarly, high-level commentaries. Prairie, I want to grab 2 more super chats. Prairie, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, did you know it's snowing now in the northern territories of Canada where I am from? I did not know that. but your show keeps me going. Love the show. Thank you and good night. Well, thank you, Prairie, for the kind words. And I'm sorry it's already snowing where you're at. Snow is unfortunately right around the corner for where I'm at. So we'll be in the same hell soon. And last one from TG. Thank you for the super chat. TG says, new to your channel. Really appreciate your work. What books would you recommend for someone in first years of deconstructing? Anything specific for someone who survived child abuse in the church? Thanks. Well, I'm sorry you went through that, T. That's horrible and unfortunately common. What I would say on that front, you might want to get hooked up with our friend Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is in our Discord, and she's usually in most of these chats, but she specializes in the deconstruction area as well. But she's on the therapy side of things, and she'll definitely have good book recommendations for that particular topic.
Dr. Josh's book, The Atheist Guide to the Old Testament.
So yes, if you're looking for literature specifically on the Bible, I definitely would recommend Dr. Josh's book. It's 2 volumes now, The Atheist Guide to the Old Testament. It is fantastic. You can also maybe get a hold of the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. It's not perfect, but it's good. And so those are some good places to start. Unfortunately, like, there's not a lot of books.
Don't yawn.
Books on deconstruction. You might try like what was it? Helping God Fulfill Prophecy. What was the name of that book?
When Prophecy Fails?
No. Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy by Robert Miller. He's the only one I know of that does a decent job of addressing the failures of the prophecy, because they were essentially just trying to pigeonhole Jesus into the Old Testament. That would be a good place to start.
But when are we getting your book?
Well, I just finished the chapter on Isaiah 9 this morning rather. Ooh. And I'm now at, I'm still I passed the 50% mark. I'm trying to do like 1 or 2 chapters a week and get it done here by the end of the year. So, by the way, Isaiah 9 it's way longer than you guys think. You would think that we can just address Isaiah 9, the one about a child has been born to us. We can just knock it out in 2 pages. There's a lot happening.
Isaiah 53 is going to be a lengthy chapter.
Yeah, it's going to be like a 50-page chapter. It's okay. I did just on the virgin birth. I did like 45 pages. It's stupid. It's going to be a long book, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's 9-point font, and it's going to be like 600 pages.
I hope it has a lot of language and grammar stuff in there.
Yes, and there's a lot of language and grammar resources. I go through the Aramaic Targums. I go through the Greek and the Hebrew, and I'm going through the common arguments from like Moody or from the other apologetic books as well. So.
Oh, I want a signed copy. I'm already putting that. Putting that out there.
Good
Welcome
evening.
in, John.
Good evening.
John, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 18 and above, and I do believe in God and one God and not associating partner.
Okay. And does your God have a particular name or a particular book or a particular religion?
I believe in Allah, I believe in the Quran and I believe in all the prophets that are sent by God, including Jesus being messenger, prophet, and the last messenger being Muhammad. All of them.
I think the Quran's 100% true.
By the way, I have the azan in the background.
Absolutely.
It's fucking annoying.
It's okay. It's okay.
Absolutely. How about you?
Okay, so the Quran's 100% true.
More than 100, yeah.
More? It's 200% true? What percentage do you think?
I can't say it. I'm saying if it's more than 100, I would give it more than 100.
Technically, it could be more than 100, because most of a lot of the Quran is not with us right now. So.
Fair enough. Can you like tell me what you know about like where sperm comes from? Because the Quran seems to think it comes from between the backbone and the ribs.
If you noticed, the Quran talked about it 1400 years before these, scientifically, before they proved it.
Exactly, and it was entirely right.
Because the Greeks
But
knew
how?
about sperm way before
What do you
Muhammad
think
did.
about that?
No, no,
What
no,
do you
not about
think, though?
sperm. Like, tell me,
What
Justin,
do you
how
think?
would Muhammad, without microscopes, know that sperm comes from between your backbone and ribs? Explain that to me, you atheist.
I think the explanation is that the fucking Greeks already wrote about it. Just read the Greek medical text.
Yeah.
Also,
Let
me
he
tell you,
certainly
a
wouldn't.
lot of,
He certainly wouldn't know that it came from between the backbone and the ribs because it doesn't.
Because it doesn't.
Yeah, but one thing about the Quran, if you noticed, a lot of the things that are explained in the Quran, or in the Quran before, scientifically proven, right?
Give me an
Do you agree
example.
or disagree?
Disagree. Give me one example.
I don't know. Do you like to
I
read?
disagree. Give me one example.
No.
Yeah,
Do you like
there's
to
not
read
there's not one piece of information in the Quran that wasn't already known at the time.
about Big Bang?
It doesn't
That
mention
was
the Big
already
Bang.
known in the Quran.
Not
It doesn't
in the
We
mention the
just
Big
found
Bang.
out not long ago.
It doesn't mention the
In the
Big Bang.
Quran, it does.
Show me
No, it
where.
That's why I'm telling you. It's always
No, it
good.
doesn't.
Show me where.
In the Quran, it explains how the Big Bang. You have to
Show
read
me
it.
where.
Hey,
You know
give the verse.
the two C's that. I'm just letting you know, so you do the homework.
Jamil,
Okay?
no,
I'm
take
gonna
it
read
easy.
you
No, we're not here to do
I've
your
done.
homework. We're asking you for the verse.
She
By
has
the
a
way,
list, by the way.
Ems
And I know
knows
the
the
list
homework.
is from Discord.
Yeah.
So you want me to give you the verse?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll ask. My child will give it to you.
Is he a
That's why
Hafiz?
Quran is preserved. Yes, I have a son that's Hafiz.
MashaAllah. Why are you not
Let
a
me go down
Hafiz?
to him. That's why it's preserved.
And why are you not a
Alhamdulillah.
Hafiz? Why is your son
Have you
Hafiz
tell
and you
me, have you seen anyone that memorized the Bible?
I do not care about the
Do
Bible.
you know anyone in your
I do
family
not
that
care about the Bible.
memorized the whole
I'm not a Christian, Habibti.
Is she
Bible?
just spouting off
I'm not a
more
Christian, ya
useless
Habibti.
talking points? I'm still waiting for the verse that we requested.
No, this is the expansion of the universe, the wrong verse. The other one is that we have made it, we made them like one part and then we split them.
Right. But it is interesting that it talks
The
about
Big
the
Bang.
expansion of the universe. It doesn't say universe, obviously,
Doesn't.
but it says it says heavens. I'm sure in Arabic it says we built the heavens with great might, and we are certainly expanding it. As for the earth, we spread it out.
Wow.
How superbly did we smooth it out? The thing that's expanding, or that is just above your head. It's the sky.
So, everything that you see in the night sky is consumed. So, the galaxies, the stars, etc., they're still considered within the sky. So, if you say Sama in Arabic, yes, that word, it would still mean the universe. So, that is not the issue here. The issue is the translation. The translation is fucked up.
Hello, السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. اتفضل.
Sir, the one that's reading the Quran, are you Hafiz?
Nobody was reading the Quran.
I'm sorry?
No one was reading it.
Yo, so you're gonna say it. It's Surah Anbiya. Surah Anbiya.
Surah Anbiya. Did you go to Surah Anbiya? Is that what you went to?
No, we were not on Anbiya.
Go to Anbiya.
Anbiya what?
Hold on 1 second, it's coming for you.
So the Hafiz doesn't know where the verse is.
Speak up. Can't hear you.
I thought he was a Hafiz.
Is she like getting advice from somebody else over there? What's happening?
Yeah,
No,
her son
I'm getting
memorized the Quran and he
someone
doesn't know
that
where the verse
knows.
is.
One thing about a Muslim, being a Muslim, is that when we don't know something, we don't say we know.
What's the number?
That's crazy. I've talked to a lot of Muslims, and they say all kinds of bullshit.
I
Listen,
wish
listen.
that were
Hello,
true.
guys. Listen. He's saying the ayah. Okay, say it.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Is this like a...
وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي.
So we made from water everything that is living. So did the people not see?
Alright. What's the number of the verse?
They have no idea what they're
Ayah
looking
30,
for over there.
Ayah 30, Surah Al-Anbiya. Can you go to Ayah 30, Surah Al-Anbiya? Ayah
I didn't hear
30,
anything
Surah
you just said.
Al-Anbiya.
Yes. So go to
Ayat
Verse 30, verse 30.
Anbiya, verse 30.
That is 21:30, by the way.
21:30. Okay.
Daddy, I'm doing work.
It says, I'll put it on the screen, make sure everyone can see it here. It says, do the disbelievers not realize that the heavens and the earth were once one mass, and then we split them apart, and we created from water every living thing? Will they not believe that everything was created from the earth from one mass?
By the way, the Arabic specifically is that they were layered on top of each other and then they were split down the middle.
I don't know if you know how cosmology works, but that's not how the earth was formed.
But one thing is, it's telling you, even that, everything was created with water, is telling you, right? Every living thing.
Everything isn't created.
Even that
I wonder how
itself-
they would have known that.
Okay, let go of even the Big Bang.
Uh-huh.
See, we stopped about, okay, even if you don't believe in the Big Bang.
No, we believe in the Big Bang. This is
Listen,
not
what
describing the Big
about
Bang.
where it says every living thing is created by water? How about
Oh,
that?
no way. Wow.
It's literally on the screen.
Really?
I mean, anyone who would have like cut into a person at any point in history would have thought, "Oh, look
They're
at
not
all
even
this
cutting.
liquid." Yeah.
Like you see them drinking and dying if they do not drink in a few days.
So tell me, what do you believe in?
So to be sure, the idea that every living thing was created using water originated in the 7th century, way before BCE.
Way before
The Greeks
1400.
the Greeks were already talking about it.
What about the big body of water that was released but do not meet? They do meet, they do not transgress. What about that water?
They do.
Name the seas.
You know that water?
I know it, yes, but it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. It talks about it in the Quran. You know
And
that?
also, could you find me a freshwater sea? Please go ahead.
You know the water, the two body of water that are.
Sure. Where does it exist? Where on the map?
Where in the map? You don't know? Seriously?
I'm asking you, and apparently you do not know either.
It's probably in the same place where all those chariots are at, right?
Or the winged horse.
But if I'm honestly, human being is the best creation of Almighty. You know that, right? We have a free will, right?
That is a lie. Your God says we do not.
We do have free will.
Your God says we do not.
The Quran
Yes, we do.
disagrees.
No, human being has a free will.
No, the Quran
No, we don't.
disagrees.
Let me tell you, human being, again, I want you to understand that human being has a free will.
The Quran disagrees. Show me that in the Quran.
What?
I just wanted to tell you.
You can reassert your conclusion over and over again, but that's not what the Quran says. The Quran says that your days are written for you, and that if you are predestined to go to heaven and you live a whole life doing bad things,
100.
you'll. What's that, Ems? Whose phone is going off?
100.
Sorry, someone was calling me. I didn't even realize. I guess I stepped away. It's all
Sorry.
right.
What were we
Can
doing,
I
Ems?
Sir, can I ask you a question?
No, we're looking for the verse.
100.
Quran, what's it? 110?
No, can I ask you what
100.
religion you are so that I can have an idea?
Lady, I need you to just be quiet for 30 seconds. I can't hear what Ems is saying.
10 100.
Okay, 10 100. All right. Yep. 10 100 on the board. It is not for any soul to believe except by Allah's leave, and he will bring his wrath upon those who are unmindful. So, sounds like Allah predestines you.
Could
You only believe if he lets
Could
you.
you read
Okay, one thing. Okay.
2
You
5
have
through
to-
7?
Let me tell you something. You cannot just read one verse and say, hey, this is what it means. But you have to actually read
Well,
the
fine.
whole.
I'm going to give you 20 verses.
You have to
Yeah, find the
understand.
one that says we have free will.
No,
Because
one
in
thing will tell you.
2547 it says he is the one who has made the night for you as cover and made sleep resting and for the that's not the right one. What are we looking for?
Okay, no.
Ems?
It is 2 6 through 7.
26
Uh-huh.
colon 27.
There are like chapter 2, verses 6, and then like verses 5, 6, and 7.
Do you believe that the Quran is not written by God?
No, it's
wasn't written by
clearly
God, it was spoken by
written
God.
by a bunch of like goat herders in the desert. It says, "Who are they truly guided by their Lord? As it is they who will be successful. As for those who
And
persist in disbelief,
just a second. It doesn't say persist, so do not read the word persist.
Disbelief. What is that? What is for
It
that?
doesn't say persist.
as for those who are in disbelief,
Disbelief.
it is the same whether you warn them or not. They will never believe." And then
Absolutely.
next
They're
line
dumb and
says,
blind.
Allah has sealed their hearts and their hearing and their
Yep,
sight.
dumb and
Why are
dumb.
you talking while I read your holy book? Can you control yourself?
No, the reason why I'm sorry. The reason why I'm saying is that part I
All right,
memorized.
I'm going to need you to pipe down while I'm reading your holy book. All right, I've got a rod over here, and I'll use it. Now it says, as for those who persist or those who disbelieve, if it is the same whether you warn them or not, they will never believe. And why is that the case? Because Allah has sealed their hearts and their hearing, and their sight is covered. They will suffer a tremendous punishment.
And also, if you just continue and scroll down a few verses down. It says that they are sick in the heart. So what does God do? You would assume that He would cure them. No, He increases the sickness.
Oh shit, yeah. It says
Scroll down.
they seek to deceive Allah and the believers, yet they
Scroll
only
down again.
There we go.
Yeah,
Their
there we go.
sickness is in their hearts, and Allah only lets their sickness
In
increase.
Arabic, it
They
doesn't say
will
that. It says that God increases the sickness. But
There
the
you go.
translation is, yeah.
So God increases your sickness. There's no free will in this religion. She did not unmute herself.
Sorry, I didn't. I apologize. I was unmuted. I was muted, right?
Mhm.
And let me tell you, I think I memorized that part where it says, you think you're reading chapter 2, right?
It is chapter 2. It is literally the third page of the Quran. You should know this.
Yeah, it's chapter 2. I'm not a hafiz, but I memorize.
What do you mean, Hafiz? This is the third page.
Yeah, this is a
Everyone
second.
knows this.
Not everyone. Not everyone. The one page that they know everyone knows is the first one, which is
The first page and the second page and the third page.
no, the one that everyone knows and must know is the first page because we need
The
it
cow.
to pray once a day. No, the cow is the second.
The opener.
That's the opener is Al-Fatiha, which is the
The
opener. That's the
introduction.
one. Yeah.
The
No, not
editor's
the-
notes.
No, that's not what it is.
The publisher
one that
preface.
No, Al-Fatiha means the one that opens, meaning that's the one we
That's what they
use
call me.
when we pray 5 times a day. By the way, we pray 5 times a day and to be close to God, right?
Doesn't the Quran say somewhere else to pray only 3 times a day?
No, it's 5 times a day. We pray 5 times a day,
No,
and
I'm
then
pretty sure Ems is showed me a contradiction in the Quran where one says 5 and one says 3. Am I misremembering that, Ems?
we pray 5 times a day. One before sunrise.
No, I know what you do. We're asking
We were
what both
debating with
Quran
someone who
says.
doesn't believe in the hadith.
Oh,
that would
it's
only apply if you
hadith,
do
not
not do it.
Quran.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's my bad.
Hadith is what yeah. So mostly the Quran is what.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick. Should blasphemers, according to Sharia law, should blasphemers be executed?
I'm not sure. Can you kind of explain? I'm not good with what you're saying right now. If I don't know something, I cannot tell you.
My understanding.
Al-Muzdari.
Huh?
Al-Muzdari.
And then explain it to me so that way I can understand.
الذي
If I know
يزدري
something.
الدين. الذي يزدري الدين. Do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
Okay. Someone who insults the Prophet.
Oh, actually, to be honest with you, I don't know a lot about that. What I believe is what it says in the Quran. It says one of the surahs.
Could you bring up, Justin, could you bring up...
When you look at Surah Kafirun.
Just a second, could you... Just a second, no, Kafirun has been abrogated, number 1. Number 2, Justin, could you bring up An-Nisa'i 4070?
Yeah, 1 second. It was,
it
say that
is.
again?
A-N, An-Nisa'i. So it is A-N, and then Nasa, the word Nasa, and then 4070.
What surah are you talking about? The surah I wanted to know is that.
No, I just want him to read this one. Could you put it on the screen and read it?
Well, unfortunately, there's no way I typed that incorrect because it didn't come up. It's E and what?
Yeah. It is A-N, so N, and then NASA, and then 4070.
I gotcha. Yep. About the blind men?
Yes. Could you read it, please?
Yeah,
That one is surah.
Says, there was a blind man during the time of the messenger of Allah who had Walad.
Walad means she's a slave who had a son for him.
Gotcha. So concubine. Okay. By whom she had 2 sons. She used to slander and defame the messenger of Allah a great deal, and he would rebuke her, but she would not pay heed, and he would forbid her to do that, but she ignored him. The blind man said, one night I mentioned the prophet, and she slandered him. I could not bear it, so I went and got a dagger, which I thrust into her stomach and leaned upon it and killed her. In the morning, she was found slain. Mention of that was made to the prophet, and he gathered the people and said, I adjure by Allah a man over whom I have the right that he should obey me. And he did what he did to stand up. The blind man started to tremble and said, O messenger of Allah, I am the one who killed her. She was my Wadi, and she was kind and gentle towards me. I have 2 sons like pearls from her, but she used to slander and defame you a great deal. I forbade her, but she did not stop, and I rebuked her, and she did not pay heed. Finally, I mentioned your name, and she slandered you, so I went and got a dagger, which I thrust into her stomach and leaned on it until I killed her. The messenger of Allah said, I bear witness that her blood is permissible. So yeah.
Sir, to be honest with you, I don't know that part. And if I don't know something, I'm going to tell you I don't know. And I will ask for, going forward, I will ask us about it. And that's how we are in Islam. If we don't know something, we will say we don't know. We will ask about it.
So
I don't convey the wrong message.
Okay, so you think that the Quran is a book from God, so it shouldn't have any mistakes in it.
It does not have any mistakes.
Do you know who Mary is?
Yes, Mary is actually the whole chapter is written by her, and Mary is Jesus's mother. One whole chapter is dedicated to her, which is chapter 19. I think 19.
Yep. Yes. Do you know who Aaron is?
Is that her father? No. Harun. Harun is actually Musa's brother, but I mean the way you guys say it is different. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. Harun is Moses' brother.
Yes,
you know
right?
the name? Do you know the name of Aaron and Moses' sister?
I don't know her name.
So she is in the Old Testament. Her name was Miriam or Mariam. Your prophet.
Honestly?
Yes, also Mariam. They both have the same name. Your prophet.
Which prophet?
Muhammad refers. Police be upon him. Your prophet refers to the Virgin Mary.
All of the prophets.
Sure, whatever you say. Anyways, your prophet says in Surah 1928 that Miriam, the mother of Jesus, was the sister of Aaron. If this book is from God, why does your prophet mistake these 2 different Miriams for each other?
I don't know. I don't know where you're referring to, but honestly speaking, I've never heard of such. But
It says
I
in
will try
Surah 28.
Surah 28. I'll ask. Maybe I can look at it myself.
Surah 1928. Ya Ukhta Harun. Oh, sister of Aaron.
Wait.
Father was not a man of...
I cannot touch it because it's not time.
Yes, please, go ahead and go to the verse yourself and read it.
Can you open... what is it? What page? What surah?
1928. Surah 19, verse 28.
The context is when she came back with Jesus and they were like, whose son is this?
Wait. Surah 28. Mary, chapter...
19. Surah 19, verse 28.
Can you look at it? 19.
And by the way, this is why Jesus spoke as a baby.
When he spoke, when he was a cradle?
Yeah, he was telling them, oh, my mother didn't have sex with anyone, by the way.
Oh, no. That part I can show you from my head.
Verse 28?
The
is
crazy
Surah
extra biblical fan fiction in the Quran is
Actually,
wild.
that is the first. That's the first one. You know what he said? He said when he spoke when he was young. That I'll tell you from my head because I
But I am
remember.
the word of God, and I was sent here, and
He
that my
said,
mother was not unchaste, blah, blah, blah.
"Listen,
But could we stick to this?
yeah, we will stick to it. But let me tell you the part where it says
John,
when he
could
first.
you
That's the
read verse
first
28?
verse 28. Chapter 19, verse 28. I can't touch the Quran,
Yes.
right? There are times we're not able to touch the Quran, but let me see. Can you just go?
No, you can. You can touch the Quran while you have your period.
No, you don't.
You can. The Prophet said you can.
Can you go
The Prophet said you can.
Maryam.
The Prophet said you can.
Surah Al-Maryam in verse what?
28.
Verse 28. Surah Al-Maryam.
It's insane that they believe this myth when the Prophet himself said you can, but sure.
Verse 28. 28. Look at it. 28. Right here. Right. Read it. 28. Right here. Right here. Read it. Right here. 28. Okay. Read it.
What?
Read 28.
At length she brought.
Okay.
At length she brought the babe to her people, carrying him in her arms. They said, "Oh Mary, truly an amazing thing hast thou brought."
And then the next verse.
O sister of Aaron, thy father was not a man of evil, nor thy mother a woman unchaste.
So, does the text refer to Miriam as the sister of Aaron?
No. Let me tell
Ya
you from my
ukhta
head.
Harun.
Let me tell you. Ukhta Harun, sometimes you have to listen. You have to know. That's not what you explained to me is totally not. Let me tell you, from what I memorized the
The
Quran,
panic is insane.
I'll tell you exactly what it means from my head. I don't have to read that for me to tell you. When they accused her, remember, she brought a baby without a father. At that time, they were furious. They were upset. They were like, your dad was not, he didn't do such. So nor your mother. You brought such thing. What's going on, right? That's when the child spoke. That's when he spoke. When he said, hey, I am a prophet.
Jamil, this is
The
after.
scripture.
This
I'm
is
giving a
verses down.
scripture from God. Listen, I'm giving a scripture from God. I
He's
am
got the
to obey
debug
my
window
mother.
set to verbose.
He said, Jesus said, I am supposed to obey my mother from the time I'm born till the day I die, and to the day that I'm raised alive. Right?
Who is Miriam a sister of?
Miriam does not have a sister, right?
No.
Who is she a sister of?
Who is she the sister of? Who is her brother, according to this text?
Ukhta Harun is you. I'm not good with Arabic, but let me tell you,
Good with Arabic.
he's Imran's son, right? Daughter, right?
Imran's, if she calls him. Also,
She's Imran's daughter, okay?
Yes.
From my knowledge, I'm speaking from my knowledge, okay? She's Imran's daughter, okay? So she was not, so when Gabriel came to her.
I didn't ask who her father was, I asked who her brother was.
I don't think Mary had a brother that I know of.
The prophet is wrong that she's the sister of Aaron.
The prophet did not write the Quran.
Oh,
It says
sister.
it on
Okay,
the
then God's
page.
wrong, or Gabriel.
Sister
then
of
the
Aaron.
angel Jibril is wrong. Oh, sister
Brother,
Ya
let me tell you.
Huran.
You know who's speaking? Who's speaking? This is Allah talking. The Quran is
is Allah wrong then?
Allah is never wrong, brother.
So he's wrong here.
Then is Miriam's
Not wrong.
the sister
You're
of
not reading
is
have
she
by
the
the way,
sister of Aaron?
Dalton, by the way.
One thing I'll tell
She's
you.
called the daughter of Imran, which is the father of Moses and Aaron, by the way.
Yeah, it's Ukhta, I think it's a daughter of such and such, you know.
So she's the daughter. She's the daughter of
the
Imran
daughter of such
and the
such,
sister
right?
of Aaron, but she's not the sister of Aaron.
Not
Yeah. Your prophet, who is the actual author of the Quran, not God, has heard from Judaism and Christianity. Wait, no, I'm not done. You can tell me after I'm done.
Okay.
So in the Old Testament, there is a Maryam, who is the sister of Moses and Aaron, and in the New Testament, there's a Maryam who is the mother of Jesus. And your prophet has heard this and has mistaken one Miriam for the other, thus referring to Miriam as the sister of Aaron.
Brother,
And by the way,
I don't think you fully
Justin and
understood what you
Elton, who's the
said.
father of Moses in the Bible?
Well, I mean, the stepfather of Moses is either Jethro or Reuel.
And his mother's is Jochebed.
Yeah, his birth father's not listed.
No,
So
let me
who's
tell you.
Amram?
Let me tell you, Imran is a pious
No,
man, right?
just a second. Who's Amram? Like, I mean, it comes up that says in the Bible, Moses' is father Amram.
You said to me.
Oh yeah, Abraham is like is an ancestor of Moses, not his actual father.
Certainly
not the second generation. No. Okay.
Brother, you.
So it is saying that the father of Moses and Aaron is this person in the Quran.
Jeez, oh Pete, yeah, that's not true.
Okay, brother,
the Quran is like the Action Bible edition.
Is she saying Abram or Amram?
Amram.
Imran.
Yeah, that is the Arabic word for it.
Yeah, that's the Arabic word. Brother, I want to ask you a question.
According to Exodus 6:18-20.
You said
the father is Amram.
And he's also the father of Miriam, the mother of Jesus in the Quran.
Oh, the Quran makes the claim that the Virgin Mary's father was Amram. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's incorrect because the Virgin Mary's father was not Amram. The prophetess Miriam, the sister of Moses and Aaron from the Old Testament, her father's name was Amram. Again, your prophet is mistaking two different Mariams.
Okay, let me tell you something. Who said the prophet wrote this Quran?
Oh, because you're going to make the claim it's Allah, but we don't have any evidence of that.
Let
And
me
it makes more.
tell you. He must be very smart because he doesn't know how to read and write. He doesn't know how to read and write. He doesn't know how to read and write. He must be very smartest person.
I don't know why you're just shouting over people right now. It's crazy to me that you think this is going to be a good defense of your religion.
I was
6612?
I actually listened to you too, right? So can you kindly listen to me?
So, hey, could your prophet hire a scribe?
Let me tell you something.
If your prophet was in a marketplace and he overheard Christians and Jews and talking about a person named Maryam, could he not simply recount those stories to a scribe and have the scribe write it for him?
And what is the story?
There are no people around that time where they have. Trust me, I'm gonna tell you. That's why.
No, I don't trust you.
God made it for a reason.
You don't know anything that's in the Quran, so I don't know why you would want us to trust you. It says right here that there is also the example of Mary, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity. So we breathed into her womb through our angel Gabriel, so on and so forth. But Mary isn't the daughter of Imran.
She is a daughter of Imran.
She's not. No, that's the Miriam of the Old Testament. These are two completely different women who are separated by over 1,000 years apart from each other.
Trust me. Okay, you don't have to.
Don't trust you. The Quran is goofy.
But one thing about the Quran, it also challenges you. It challenges you. The Quran is both.
No, you realize that Jesus lived over 1,000 years after Miriam, Aaron, and Moses.
That part, I don't know. If I don't know something, I'm gonna tell you I don't know. So what I know is that
there are two Mariams in the Christian Bible. One in the Old Testament.
That is a Christian Bible, and that's a Christian Bible you're telling me, but I'm telling you from what I know from the Quran, okay? The Quran tells you Mary is Imran's daughter, right? This is Imran, right? Surah Al-Imran, there's also...
And who's the father of Aaron and Moses?
Okay, so one thing about
Sania, could you tell me the name of the third chapter of the Quran?
First chapter, second chapter, first chapter...
The third.
It's chapter 3.
It is the family of Imran.
This is crazy.
Oh.
The family of Imran. And it talks about Moses and Aaron.
Yeah, the whole chapter is in there, right? And then it talks about Surah An-Nisa is about the women, right? You know, the Quran tells you do's and don'ts, the past, the present, and the future.
You're missing what he's asking. You're completely missing what
he must be very smart, Muhammad, peace be upon him.
You're missing
at all.
He wasn't.
I don't think intelligent men marry 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is so. I'm glad you say that.
You're completely missing.
Let me tell you one thing. let me tell you something. Anything he did, he did not do out of his will.
Ma'am, you're completely missing the point that Ems has just brought up.
He did not marry her at 6 years old. He married her after her puberty, first and foremost, right?
That is a lie,
No, it
but also
doesn't say
follow
that.
that, please.
He proposed, right? And
Could
he
we-
married her after
There's no
that.
there's no proposal.
But let me tell you something. He did not touch her before her puberty.
That is a lie.
It says
And by
it says
the
he
way-
consummated marriage when she was 9.
And the scholars say before
Let me
puberty.
tell you something. Marriage is after puberty. On top of that,
That is a
during
lie.
that time, kids, young women are a lot different.
That's not
than
true.
Nowadays.
That's another lie. These are just
And
so you know, all of these lies we've heard before. You're not going to tell us anything we haven't heard. I would just encourage you to exercise caution when you're lying to
why
people
God
straight to their
chooses
face,
her-
because
chooses her-
as it turns out, we can just easily check you on all these lies.
But do you
It
know
says
that
in the
his
Hadith
first
that the
wife-
Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. So you think it's okay to consummate marriages with 9-year-olds as long as they've hit
You won't
puberty?
like it if I tell you a lot about the Bible. With how many times, I'm
Well,
not gonna get into that.
I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Bibles. We're talking about your book right now.
Yeah, but you have to let me know what you are so I can tell you.
To be sure, well, I don't have a religion. To be sure, you're saying it's okay to
What?
marry 9-year-olds.
So, do you believe in God?
To be sure, that's irrelevant right now. I'm asking you, do you think it's okay
It is not. I have
to
to
marry
know who you are.
9-year-olds? You don't have to know anything. You don't need to know anything about me to answer this question. Do you think that it's acceptable to marry and consummate marriages with 9-year-olds?
One thing, I'll tell you something. At that
She
time,
can't answer. She won't answer.
no. How long ago is it? Tell me.
1,500 years ago.
Okay, 1,500 years ago, they didn't even have a lot of things that we had nowadays, right? So you're gonna live like 1,500 years ago this time? This time, of course, if you leave a 9-year-old, they don't know a lot. At that age, at that
Yeah, I
particular
agree.
time, they're
Children
more
don't know
matured.
much.
They're more matured at that age.
She was playing with
I'm
dolls.
Even your grandparents, great
She was playing with dolls.
That's not the case for that particular time. You know
Wrong
it
again.
mentally too. You know it.
There she was.
You know it. You might
She
not
hasn't,
like my
she hasn't
answer.
read the Hadith.
But also-
No, you're just lying. I'm just going to read you the
I'm
Hadith.
not lying to you.
It
And the
says,
reason why-
I'll read it for you right now while you're crashing out, okay? It says, I used to play with dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends used to play with me. When Allah's apostle used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. It says the playing with dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha because at that time she was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty.
But do you think? Let me tell you something. You know, his first wife is way older than him.
And she
No
was
one
rich.
cares.
And she was rich as fuck.
I'll have to tell you. But
Ma-
you don't know anything about it.
Marrying
That's why
marrying an
hear it.
older
She was his
woman
employer, by the
doesn't
way.
make pedophilia okay. Just to be sure, like just because you married an older woman first doesn't mean sexually
Okay.
assaulting a little
And
girl
there's
is
more
better.
context, Justin.
Can you?
She was
can
a
you
witch.
kindly
She
let
was-
me
she
explain?
was his
He asked me
employer
a
and a
question.
rich woman
He said, "Why did the question?"
that
What
he
was the
inherited
question?
money from.
Wait, hold on, brother, sir. Let me speak. Can you give me a chance?
By the way, I just heard someone in the comment section say the purpose of the dolls was so that where did Muhammad touch you?
Show me on the doll where Muhammad touched you.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna tell you something. I will explain further. I will explain further of what I know, and if I don't know something, and I'll tell you I don't know. Because
But
that's
listen,
just how
you
we
haven't
are.
known anything up to this point. Listen, we had a good time talking. I got time for one more guest before it gets too late. So we're going to move on to someone that's actually read their book, okay?
First of all, she wrote all the hadiths, by the way. Nowadays,
No, she-
you know a lot
didn't
about
write
the
anything.
Well, then she knew she was a little kid when she got diddled. That's what that means. Okay. Well, she was fun. I'll give her that. She was spicy. Like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. All right, friends. I'm going to read this a
And she
couple
went
super
in-
chats, or we're going to get our next guest
She
in
went
here.
and brought a Discord channel to debate us too.
I love it when they think that they're gonna bring in like their 15-year-old Discord friends to win a debate. If not, that's not how that works. Good question. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Great to see you tonight. It says, would it be nice to read super chats as soon as they are posted to make them part of the conversation? It would entice more super chats. Well, it would. And let me tell you something. When I first started live streaming, I was doing that. And then they sent so many super chats that we couldn't debate anymore. It was just me interrupting the conversation to read out super chats. And so I now I just read them between guests, and I apologize that when I read them between guests, like sometimes the information feels like it's not as timely as it used to be. And I get that. Trust me, I do. But please know I've been doing this for 2 years now, and my current format is the format that the audience at this point in time prefers best. Keep in mind that a lot of the alternative formats I have tried already, and we've ended on this format because it's the one that seems to work the best. So, but listen, if you've got suggestions, I'm certainly willing to hear them. Just know that we've actually tried quite a few different formats before, and this was the one that keeps the conversation flowing with the least amount of interruptions. And Design says, when you view the act of formulating any logic that disproves your position as proving your position, you're cooked. Please stay away from jury duty. Oh my gosh, I know. Could you imagine laptop on jury duty? Oh, but then again, he couldn't convict anyone because it wasn't his real mind. It was his secondary mind acting as influence, like his flesh or something. Prairie says, it's snowing here now, bro. Oh, Prairie, I'm sorry about that. It's pretty at least. The snow is pretty. And Juno says laptop needs to try out for the LA Dodgers. Yeah, he did not want to answer questions. He wanted to pettifog left and right. Bingus, great name, says, here I sit in fumes and vapor waiting for some toilet paper. How much longer must I linger before I'm forced to use my finger? Fucking poetry. Poetry. I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Oh man, and Chip says the laptop needs to be recycled because it's clearly out of date, broken, and Doug broke them. Absolutely, the rock hardness of Doug, absolutely cooked, absolutely cooked. And last one from Whitson says the dude with the deep voice, you really rapped your ass off on that last guy. I'll see my way out. Wait, what? Did I miss something? Rap?
I'm confused.
I don't think he rapped. By the way, I would say this. Whenever Ems is on here, it's always science and ASMR. It's
I know.
lovely.
I love it. I do love it. Ems, thanks so much for being here. We're going to grab Mike from the TikTok queue, and then if we have time, we'll grab John last.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to ask that lady one question.
Oh, well, she gone now.
About can I ask?
Well, you can ask us a question. You can't ask the person that's not here.
Yeah, I just want to know, what do you know about this? It's really hilarious thing. In Quran, it says that Allah placed stars as lamps, and He shoots and He uses them as missiles against jinns or shaitans. What can she say about it? Interesting.
Yeah,
what Muslims can say about it.
Are you ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Well, welcome to reality, friend. Thanks for being on the right side.
Yes, that's really funny thing in Quran. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, listen, if you've got verses like that from the Quran that we should know about, send them, DM them to me, and I'll put them into a document. Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the help.
Thanks.
Cheers. Fucking W, Mike. Big W, Mike. All right, let's grab John from the queue. John, you're about to get in. I hope you're ready. Let me double check your audio before we pull you in. Make sure your audio is actually working.
Can you hear me just fine?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, John?
I'm doing well this evening. How are you?
Can't complain. John, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I am over 18 years old, and I do believe in a God, yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. The Trinitarian variety?
That's correct, yep. More specifically, because I seen your show a few times, come across my feed on YouTube. I am Lutheran, Missouri Synod.
Okay. So, what would be the favorite for you? The favorite argument or evidence for why your God is real?
My favorite argument for God being real was always the verse, and mind you, I was never good at memorizing exact phrases, but I'm good at generalities, and I think you can pick where the verse would come from in the Bible much better than I could. But it talks about how basically creation is going to be like the standard for people that deny God. Like that's the standard that God is going to use.
Romans 1. Is that what you're referring to? Like
that we are without excuse.
Yeah, because the invisible things of his nature are made evident by the things which are seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've always been a big proponent of science in my life, and although there's disagreements back and forth all the time about whether God created everything or whether the scientists have truly solved that riddle of life by proving the Big Bang and the background radiation and the expansion of the universe and all that stuff. But
so, just to be
basically,
sure, I guess I don't know what your argument is yet. I thought we were going to do an argument from Romans 1. Am I not following you correctly?
No, you're following me. I'm just kind of expanding a little bit on that background. So the idea is basically, I'm not going to disagree necessarily that science hasn't observed things. Like, I'm not going to deny a lot of things that are evident, right? Because like it's all easily observable. Okay. What I will say is that just because there is a Big Bang and all that stuff does not necessarily mean that there wasn't an agent behind that happening. Now, whether there's an eternal universe that exists without a God versus a created universe by an infinite God, it's the source of creation that I believe the Bible's correct in the fact that God was the agent that was the spark for creation, and not necessarily that we exist in an infinite universe and that we created God to try to contend with the things that we don't understand from some old evolutionary multiple thousand-year evolutionary pathway.
Right. So the argument right now is premise number 1, Big Bang happened, conclusion, God caused it.
That's one argument.
Right. So that's an invalid argument because the Big Bang happening is not remotely tied to why God caused it. Can you add some premises that would actually tie the conclusion to the premises?
Sure. So, right. So it would premise that God exists before the Big Bang. So you would have to say God exists before the Big Bang. God, for whatever reason, made Big Bang happen. And then life as we know it evolved. That's one stance.
Okay,
I
so
actually prescribe to more of a creationist standpoint, where I believe in the account for Genesis as it's described in Genesis.
So I just want to make sure we're clear on what's happening right now. Is technically premise number 3 is God caused it. So your argument is the Big Bang happened, God existed before the Big Bang, God caused it, therefore God exists?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll work with
so
that.
What's the supporting evidence that God caused the Big Bang?
Good question. I would say that just as science doesn't understand the Big Bang, I don't understand either.
What does science not understand?
Sure. We can observe that a Big Bang happened, but why did it happen, or how did it even happen in the first place? Like, what was before it? Like, we don't really know. We can't possibly even answer it at this point. So I don't know is my answer.
why would we posit God? Why plug God into it? Because we could easily just say there's a naturalistic cause. For example, like a black hole bounce. A black hole bounce could result in a Big Bang.
That's a great point. Why prescribe God when you could easily just prescribe, like, well, just because that happened and we observed it happen doesn't show God? I would say that the fact that the universe is so finely tuned and that it shows clear, perceptible patterns, that it looks
Finely
designed
tuned.
versus
Finely
random.
tuned for what?
Finely tuned, well, I would argue finely tuned for life. Like, one example
Like
of that I could give you would be just how precise just the entire setup for Earth has to be in order for life to exist currently as it does. I mean, there's so many factors in, like,
you
the
could
size of
you
the
could
sun, the
move.
distance from the sun, the orbit, the
Yeah,
length of the orbit, the
you
tilt, all that
you know
stuff.
you can move. You know you can move the planet like a million miles closer to the sun or a million miles
Yeah.
further to the sun and be just fine.
We actually shift 4 million miles a year closer and further away from the sun because we don't have a
Sure,
perfectly circular orbit.
in astronomical terms, that would be what you would call like a minor change, right? Like, you could say,
Um,
like for
how many planets do you
instance,
think there are?
I could go a little, I could explain that a little bit. So just
How many?
because, like, something is
John, I have a
precise doesn't mean that there isn't tolerances, right? Like, if I go out in my motor vehicle, it would be foolish for me to assume
And
that the
also,
vehicle wasn't engineered with some tolerances for
The
expansion due to
tolerance is
thermodynamics.
we can
5%.
go back. And that is the change that happens. That is not the tolerance. The tolerance is tens of
5%.
millions either side.
Yeah.
It is even more because you
Oh,
would
you're
have
right.
to take into account the Goldilocks zone. The 5% is how much we change, how much we do change, but we could change even more.
Then it appears the tolerance is quite wide. But the point I'm making is, even if you factor in that the Earth shifts away and closer, right, just because of the way the orbit works, if you go outside like various limits, you either have an Earth that's too cold or an Earth that's too hot. It wouldn't allow life to exist. So
Actually,
just
that's
because,
actually
like,
an argument against the
I could
fine
argue
tuning. There's a huge portion of our planet that's like uninhabitable because of the drastic changes in temperature.
right there, that's true, and you can either blame God for that or you can blame humans for that.
We're not blaming. We're just saying if it's finely tuned, what would we expect, right? I don't think we would expect that like a huge portion of the planet was completely uninhabitable. I definitely don't think we would find that 97% of the water on the planet is poisonous to drink. Like that can't be finely tuned.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, especially since we have literally just in our galaxy alone billions of stars, each with having planets, and we're not even the only galaxy. There are trillions of galaxies. It seems like there's literally an innumerable amount of planets, and they're just as far as we know, there happens to be one where life just barely is holding on.
That's true. However, but there is life.
Yeah, like
But
what
that's
you're
not the
doing
goal of the
is
universe.
Barely.
this is the classic puddle analogy thing going on here. You're looking around at the fact that humans are able to live where we are, and you think that the world was perfectly made for us. How do you know it's not that the world came to be and humans just evolved to fill in the space? Like, it's like, you know, do you know the puddle analogy from Douglas Adams?
You know, it's been a long time since I've been to school, and I will say that the puddle analogy sounds familiar, but I could not recite it to you. But I'm willing to hear it out. What's the puddle analogy?
But basically, there's a pothole and it rains and it fills with water. And this puddle, one day, for whatever reason, wakes up and says, "Look at this hole that I so perfectly fit in. It was obviously made for me." But we know the puddle is wrong, right? It's not that the hole was made for the puddle, but the puddle conformed to the hole. In the same way, you look around at the Earth and you think that it was perfectly made for you, but what if it's just that the Earth was here first and life evolved to survive on this planet?
Valid argument. I would say that you would have to basically have some sort of proof that evolution can't happen in order to argue away at least that argument.
Well, let me make it a little bit easier on you. Actually, like I don't think anyone has to disprove evolution. I don't even think they have to disprove God, right? I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, what would we expect if the universe wasn't created, and what would we expect if it was created, right? I think the universe that we look around and see is what we would expect if it wasn't created, if most of the universe was just chaos. If in fact the universe was created, I would expect the fine tuning, right? I would expect that humans, like we don't have, like for most of history, like upwards of 40% of children to be like conceived never made it to month number 6. Like what a weird design for human beings that damn near half of them won't make it from conception to month 6 if like we were finely tuned.
That's a good argument. I would say if we're going with a finely tuned argument, so I would look at the beginning of creation as like a car fresh off the factory, and then humans were allowed to be on Earth and do what we will with the Earth. Now you could either choose to take care of the car and have it last for its prescribed designed length of time, as prescribed by the person who designed it, or you could ignore the creator and abuse the device, and then you can either accept the consequences of what happens when you abuse something that was meant to be finely tuned and then basically make it out of tune, or you could still go through that path and then get confused as to why it's happening, even though it's self-evident why it's breaking down, right?
Right. Okay. So basically, when you get to the idea of things were finely tuned, but then Adam and Eve sinned and now they're not finely tuned, that's now a negation of the fine tuning argument, right? So if you have to now make excuses for why things aren't finely tuned, then we can't say that fine tuning is an argument for creation.
I still think that even when things are breaking down, so to speak, I don't see that as disproving the original fine tuning. I see that as like the breaking down of something that was created for one thing and then it happens to be affected by another, which is in this case you would argue sin in the universe, like you brought up.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, if the fine tuning is the evidence for God, and then we point towards things that clearly aren't finely tuned, and then you have to give reasons for why they're not finely tuned, it just means that there isn't fine tuning, which means fine tuning can't be the argument for God. It's got to be a different argument, right? Because you would have to.
I would just say,
in order for this to work, you would have to find a way to demonstrate that prior to the fall of human beings, there was fine tuning, even though there's not now.
And that's where I would say we just have a disagreement with that, like on the conclusion. I disagree with the conclusion that like there isn't fine tuning or things aren't finely tuned, whereas I see a lot of what we're able to produce from science as a result of the fact that the universe is predictable, right? Like the speed of light being a constant is a predictable fine tuning, in my opinion.
But how is cancer predictable?
At the moment, it's not. Now, you could argue maybe if there's enough advance in science, maybe we could prove it actually is predictable. We just don't have the ability and the resources to be able to accurately do it yet.
That is something that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, we're talking about whether or not this is like a part of fine tuning, right? The fact that we haven't cured cancer, I don't think addresses fine tuning, right? So like I'll write down the argument, right? Point number 1, premise 1, humans currently are not finely tuned. Is that a true statement?
I could agree with that. Sure. I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Okay. So then premise number 2 would be that fine tuning does not exist in humans, correct?
If you're talking from a broad perspective, you could argue that. Sure.
So then we would say, as our conclusion, we can just easily state that fine tuning of humans cannot be proof. Proof of human fine tuning, right? So the fine tuning of human beings cannot be the proof of human being fine tuning, because we've already admitted that the human beings aren't finely tuned.
Yeah, I could argue too that how would you determine if something's not finely tuned?
Great, that's a very good question.
You would have to know a state where it is finely tuned, right?
Well, what do you think human beings were finely tuned for?
I think they were finely tuned to be in the presence of God. And honestly, the story in Genesis was very short because it didn't take us very long to mess it up from the Bible's perspective. So I couldn't tell you what ultimately our purpose was, other than beyond the fact that we were supposed to be with God and we were supposed to be on earth without sin. And after that, we could only speculate.
Right, okay. So why would God, after Adam and Eve sinned, start doing baby cancer?
Good question. I don't know why a sinful world has cancer from a creator perspective.
Because they're not logically connected. There's nothing about Adam and Eve sinning that requires millions of children to die from baby cancer. Well, technically it's bone cancer and other types of cancers. There's no such thing as like baby cancer, but babies get cancer is what I'm saying.
Yep,
Well, they get
I
way
would
more
say
brain
that.
cancers than adults. So
say that again, Ems?
I would. Well, go ahead.
They get a lot more brain cancers than adults.
I would say that cancer is a symptom from a grand perspective of a sin-filled world that didn't exist in the original design. How it came
about. But did
about.
God design reality?
Yes.
Okay, so God designed the consequences of the fall, which included babies getting cancer. But he didn't have to, did he?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if he's all-powerful, then he doesn't have to do anything, right? All-powerful entities choose what they do. They don't get forced to do anything.
I would agree to that.
Right? So if he's all-powerful, that means his decision to create baby bone cancer was just a decision. It wasn't no one forced him. Now, in the atheistic worldview, baby cancer makes perfect sense because according to the evolutionary hypothesis, we do expect these types of genetic mutations that cause harm. It's just that we wouldn't expect them in the worldview where like a loving God created everything.
You make a fair point. I'd have to think on that. I do know that it's a mystery. Like for me, I would think of cancer as a byproduct of something going wrong from an original. Like basically, it wasn't just sin affecting humans. I actually believe that somehow sin impacted much more. It's almost like basically reality broke. So for cancer to come about in a world that existed pre-cancer from a biblical perspective, I couldn't tell you how that happened. Now I could see your argument like if you stand with evolution, like cancer is just a thing that wants to survive. and thrive and adapt and evolve. And the consequence of it doing so is it basically destroys whatever living host it's in.
And
Normally,
cancer is
I mean,
also definitely
sometimes
predate.
there's non-lethal cancers, but I'm
And of
sure
course,
that we're
cancer
really
definitely
talking about the lethal one.
And cancer, of course, predates humans, so we can't really blame the whole sin thing on it.
And respectfully, from your perspective, right? Because
I
you have
mean,
you hold an
facts.
evolutionary perspective.
Yes, I hold to the facts.
Okay. I would argue that we observe the same universe, but we come to different conclusions on the set of facts.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? I think we got time for one more rabbit hole.
Sure.
Do you think we should treat skin infections with bird blood?
I have never heard of that. where do you pull that from?
That's an interesting one. It's in Leviticus 14, but it also shows up in other ancient Near Eastern documents. For example, it says, "This shall be the rule for the person with a defiling skin disease at the time of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest will go out of the camp, and the priest shall make an examination. If the disease is healed in the defiled person, the priest shall command that 2 living clean birds and cedar wood and crimson yarn and hyssop be brought for the one who is to be cleansed. The priest shall command one of the birds to be slaughtered over the fresh water and the clay vessel, and he shall take the living bird with the cedar wood and the crimson yarn and the hyssop, and dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was slaughtered over the fresh water. He shall sprinkle it 7 times upon the one who is to be cleansed of the defiling disease. Then he shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird go into the open field." Do you think it'd be an effective method?
Very interesting. Having like an open wound and then putting blood on it and other stuff. It's not something I would do.
Yeah, it seems kind of silly, right?
It's exactly what
I've
you
never learned
expect
that in
from.
med school, so
It's exactly what you expect.
They didn't tell you
from a
about that
bunch
in med
of-
school, Ems?
I must
It
have
is what
been
you'd
absent on the Leviticus lecture. So
It is what you would expect from a bunch of superstitious Bronze Age like people who don't know, who aren't getting information from an all-knowing deity.
Right.
And unfortunately, I don't know much about the ancient practices of the Israelite healers back then. They are strange to me, as I'm sure they are strange to you. I would say the only thing I could come up with at this point, without having much of a history on their practices, would be sometimes there are events in the Bible that occur where someone is healed because of their faith in the process, and not necessarily the process itself. I would say that in that case, you would have to be either that's insane or it's a miracle. I would say that I believe in miracles. I've seen a few happen in my own life. They're not great and grand and spectacular as splitting
They
the
never
sea
are.
or falling down fire from heaven, but I've definitely had my share of unexplainable
The
events
cra-
that happened that I couldn't attribute to
Yes,
science. But
the
when it
the
comes to the
crazy
bird
things about
blood thing, I would say, from what I understand of science, it doesn't make sense to me how that would heal a skin infection. So I would describe that would be an example where basically, like, the faith of the person would heal them by following the prescribed steps. I do know that a lot of the stuff that the Israelites were told to do were ultimately supposed to be prophetic in nature, in the sense that they were doing things that were eventually revealed for a specific purpose in the New Testament. Like,
Ugh,
the sacrifice of animals was supposed to be prophetic for.
As an ex-member of the Hebrew Roots movement, I remember how painstakingly we attempted to read Jesus into every single detail of every single sacrifice, but it's a huge stretch, and it won't get you very far.
Well, I'm just saying what I know, gentlemen.
Yeah. So, what would be the purpose of smearing bird blood on somebody?
I do not know.
With the prophetic purpose.
I do not know.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. How come Yahweh in the book of Leviticus refers to his offerings as food?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's some tough ones. All right, well, listen, John, it's getting late. I've got to get myself to bed and I read some super chats, but I actually really enjoyed the conversation. Like, it's super healthy sometimes to say, I don't know. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, when I was a Christian, I had a lot of questions, and sometimes saying I don't know is like the best thing you can do, because sometimes when you admit that you don't know something, you get to go back and study it. And fuck, maybe you'll go back and study these things and come back with even better answers that you didn't know now, but you will know in the future. So big W for having like an honest dialogue with us.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your time tonight and having me on the podcast. You all have a safe evening and hope your day goes well tomorrow.
Sure thing, John. Thanks for stopping by.
You know, Justin, last week you and I were talking about a passage from 2 Maccabees 7:28, and you're talking about how it's like one of the few proofs for creation ex nihilo. Now, I watched the Dan McClellan video, and how he explained it was that in Greek culture, and you'll probably understand this idea really well, in Greek culture, the Greeks had the understanding that everything was that everything was created from chaotic matter. So you had matter which was chaotic and unformed, and then you had matter which is formed and ordered. And in the Greek philosophical song, you would call this the formed matter that which is being, and you would call the unformed matter that which is non-being. So when 2 Maccabees says that God creates from non-being, it's talking about actually how he's taking all this chaotic, unformed matter, and then like coalescing it and ordering it, so it doesn't actually do ex nihilo.
So I have not read 2 Maccabees 7:28 in Greek yet to see what's happening, but I do have a copy behind me on the bookshelf. I can dig into this hopefully this weekend.
Ex uk onton, from non-being.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I haven't looked into the argument yet, but I suspect that you're probably right. Let me grab some super chats, friends. We've got a bunch to go through. We've got one from our.
I'm gonna drop, but thank you for having me up.
Ems, thank you so much for being here, friend. Have a great one. WMs. Chaos, great to see you, buddy. Chaos says fine tuning. I mean, we know there's no real fine tuning. Chaos. It says I was born with a skull fracture and a brain hematoma. I have bone spurs on my spine, slip discs, slip vertebrae, asthma, eczema, and allergic to the world. It's as fine-tuned as unstrung guitar. That is a great way to phrase that. And you're right. And a lot of people, too, are born with chronic illnesses from birth. Like, what a weird thing for a creator to create human beings, that they would have chronic illnesses from the day that they're born. Crazy.
Justin, do you think that the infinite monkeys on a keyboard producing Shakespeare is actually a good way of defeating the fine-tuning argument? Like, you and I believe the universe is eternal. It's had as many chances to make a life as it possibly could.
I do. So I do believe that if the universe is eternal, that means at some point there will be an iteration of the universe where we exist. Now, here's the crazy thing about the universe. Is if in fact it is eternal, and this is like will bend the mind a little bit. If the universe truly is eternal and is cyclical, right? That means eventually this exact iteration will happen again, which is fucking crazy to think about.
It's a lot like the scene I saw in a movie recently. I saw a scene from a movie where this teacher was explaining that in the letter pi is every conceivable, like, it's how unlikely would it be that your exact phone number followed by your birth date and your social security number would occur right along in a sequence of numbers. But in pi, because it's infinite, eventually you would get those exact sequences, and the same would be true for like an infinite universe. You would get this iteration eventually.
Yeah, because if you have an infinite universe and the probability of something happening is anything but zero, then it's a guarantee that it'll happen eventually. Anyways, Jennifer, it's a good question. Jennifer, thank you for the $2 yar. I appreciate that. And Jay Cal, great to see you tonight. It says, praise Doug, rock hard for Doug. Well, we appreciate that, Jay Cal. And Meme Sauce says, was Jeconiah's curse lifted in Haggai 2:23? No, I don't believe so. So what they want to do is say that Zerubbabel lifted the curse because he was a leader amongst the returning Israelites. But the reality is he's never a king. He never sits on the throne. And he's specifically referred to as a governor, someone who's just a leader of the people. So he's certainly not lifting the curse, but I understand if you're a Christian, that's your best argument right there. That's the best one. And Adam says, Christian, I love the Bible, but I never have one near me, never read it, never study it, and come up with interpretations on the fly. God bless. I know, because they're in like fight or flight, and there's, oh my God, what can I say to end the pain?
I feel like if I were a Christian and I was going into a debate with atheists, I would keep my Bible on hand like a warrior keeps their sword close to them.
I think I know why, though. I think people are used to talking with other Christians about the Bible, just assuming they're going to agree so we don't have to actually read it. Like I was at a coffee shop yesterday and I heard a pair over talking about the Bible. And they just kept saying stuff about the Bible that clearly wasn't true. And both of them were like, oh yeah, of course. Like, oh my God, okay, yeah. So they're just used to saying shit. And, you know.
That's such a good point. They're never really asked by each other to proof text each other. So that explains a lot, actually.
No, they're just used to saying shit and hoping the other guy doesn't call them out. And they never do because they haven't read the book either. John, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, how did the balls get up the mountain? I feel like we left that hanging. Oh, fantastic. Unbelievable, John. Unbelievable. Great use of words, John. And Mr. Hirio, thank you for the $5. He says, Justin, Doug came to me in my dreams last night and he told me to have a few beers with my wife, Danielle, on a school night and watch Justin cook. Well, hell yeah, mister. I appreciate that. And trust me, that's something Doug would say. That's 100% something Doug would utter. And Yoda says, today was the most Thursday-est Wednesday ever. Hope you all had a great day. Yes, even you. Rock hard for Doug and Sinfully What for sharing. Well, thank you, Yoda. I appreciate that. And it was a hell of a day, actually. I almost didn't stream today. I had to take, you guys know my cat Pi. I had to take Pi to the ER. Pi's had a bad infection because he's got a urinary tract blockage. And that's actually who called me a couple minutes ago when we were in the debate. He's going to be in there for a couple days. He's going to be there for a while, but he's doing much better. They've got him stabilized. They got the blockage removed, and but he's going to be in the hospital for a couple days recovering. I know, poor baby, right? But he's a fucking trooper. Like he's a badass. So Pi is still with us. He's fighting friends. He's a fighter. So hopefully here in a couple days we'll have Pi back home. But yeah, I nearly thought I was going to spend all day at the ER waiting to see what was going to happen. But they jumped into action, and it looked like I brought him just in time. His infection had gotten bad enough that his heart rate was starting to drop, and once the organ and his kidney was starting to malfunction. So it's crazy how fast it set in. It only took like a little over 24 hours. Like it went from like he didn't eat his dinner till like a day later, like looking like he was gonna die. I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? And I went to the ER and finally, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you caught it.
I know. Could you imagine, like, if I was away for the weekend, if I went to go visit somebody and I was gone for like 48 hours?
One day could have made the difference.
Yeah, for sure. So, but Pi's gonna do. He's young. He's gonna be great. He's gonna recover. He's gonna come back stronger than ever. So burn some sage for Pi, and Jen, eat some pie for Pi. Peter, thank you for the super chat. It says, did we get raptured yet? Because I'm bringing pizza. Oh, for sure, bring pizza to the rapture event. Unfortunately, they're still here though, so there's that. Sarah, thank you for the 279 Canadian. Says, so deserved. Justin, enjoy your freedom. Well, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that, and I really do enjoy being my own boss. I actually used to run my engineering business back in the day, and I really enjoyed being my own boss. And I knew I was going to do it again eventually. Jeff, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Dustin, do you think the rapture happened and God just didn't find any true Christians? Ask it for a friend. Yeah, could you imagine? Actually, I'm going to do a response video tomorrow. Hopefully, there's the one of the guys over in Africa, one of the big pastors that was telling everyone to sell their stuff and prepare for the end. He live streamed the rapture, expecting it to get carried away, and some kind souls clipped parts of it and posted it because they already took it down. And so I'm going to do a response because it's just so funny analyzing the video as the cognitive dissonance is slowly sitting in that they're not going to get raptured, and they're all starting to make excuses.
Yeah, it's a good point because, you know, whatever Christianity was in the first century, that form of Christianity definitely doesn't exist anymore. So perhaps that's why no one got raptured.
Yeah, indeed. Snip Nut, thank you for the $5, says, waiting for the rapture to happen so we can finally turn all the empty churches into parsonages and parsonages into public housing and shelters for the homeless. Couldn't agree more. Rock hard for Doug. And listen, there's a lot of real estate out there that's considered religious property that we could do a lot of good with it. They're not doing stuff with that property anymore. Let's put some homeless shelters up. Space Lord says one of Peterson's rules is be clear in our speech with an H. Be clear in our speech. That Kermit MFer couldn't be more hypocritical. He talks highfalutin gibberish. Actually, I enjoy watching Peterson. If you don't know who Planet Peterson, you're missing out. He's fun. Joshua.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jordan Peterson.
Oh, Jordan Peterson? I apologize. You're right. That could have been
He's
about
the one
Jordan
who speaks
Peterson.
gibberish.
You're right.
Yeah.
He does. I thought he was making a joke on how Planet Peterson talks. I apologize. I missed that one, friends. Good catch. Good catch. Joshua says, I have never started a book from the end to the beginning, but I was told just read the New Testament. Sus, but I heard it has authority. So when I was a new Christian, they told me that thing. You don't have to read the whole thing right now. Just read the New Testament, right? Just read the parts that we like.
Start with John. That's what they always go. It's always John.
Yeah,
I
they
know it
want you
starts
to
with
get
in
all
the
the
beginning.
theology.
I know it starts with in the beginning, but that's the wrong book.
Totally wrong. Stephen, thank you for the $5.99. Says, can we return to reading super chats as they come in? I often write $2.49 chats. Ignore until end. They are out of context questions, comments. I get that. Yeah. So we talked about the ordering prior, like, because we get so. I ran a handful of streams, by the way, back in like April, where I read I did it for months, where I read every single super chat that I got between guests. And I was doing that because prior to that, I was reading every super chat as they came in. And then I got nothing but complaints that this discussion was constantly interrupted by super chat. So I said, okay, I'll read them between conversations. And then what happened was I had nothing but complaints because they said the time between guests was too long because you're reading so many super chats. So I said, okay, I'll read the most pertinent super chats. Like when people send something like super relevant to the stream and they paid like $20 for it. Or if it's something that, for example, is coming from like a supporter or a member, like I have to pick priority somewhere because like once I get down to picking and choosing, what am I going to do? I got to pick and choose the people that are contributing the most to the stream, so that they get, you know, what they contributed to. And then I save some to the end of the stream because not everyone wants to sit here listen to me read super chats for a whole long time. So some of them I leave to the end of the stream. And unfortunately, you know, the way the system works is it's usually the ones that are either A, don't make sense because I read through it and it didn't make sense. B, it's just like somebody sent a low dollar super chat, which means it doesn't get highest priority, or I just overlooked it, which happens sometimes. And I apologize for that. But the reality is, like, no matter how I read super chat, somebody's going to complain. And like right now, I love you guys, but I think this is the super chat system that makes the most sense. It keeps the conversation engaged. I track the metrics when I was reading all of my super chats between guests, and the number of people in the live stream would drop between guests. It would drop and go up, drop and go up, drop and go up, because nobody wants to sit here. I mean, some people do, but a lot of people don't want to sit and listen to me read a ton of super chats between guests. So I'm doing my best to balance it, friend. I promise. If it's like a super important super chat, the reality is someone's going to put a 10 spot on it. And I do the same thing when I'm super chatting and on someone else's live stream and I really want them to read it. I wouldn't have put a 10, 20 spot on it.
I think your system works. I mean, especially if you don't, like, if you end with a guest and you're waiting for someone to get in your box, at least super chats can like serve a way of like stalling until someone is ready to come up.
Yeah. Anyway, Stephen, thank you for being here. You know I love and appreciate your friend. And Dave says, is the idea of punishment for sins possibly linked to a move away from animal sacrifices, potentially due to the lack of temple for said sacrifice? So this is a really good point. There's definitely a shift in the exilic period towards works of righteousness that don't involve animal sacrifice, like prayer and alms. So because we no longer have the temple, they emphasize prayer and giving alms as a means for salvation. In fact, even in the book of Sirach, we find a line that states that the giving of alms will save a soul. So this idea that righteousness has many forms, it's not always through sacrifice. But to be sure, that theology seems to have developed because of what happened with the Babylonian exile, where prior to that, it seemed to be more about, you gotta fucking feed the god. He's hungry.
You sort of see the same sort of thing happening in both the Old and New Testament. So like you have that in the Old Testament, but likewise, as soon as the temple system is no longer accessible, you have to come up with an alternative method. So you have Jews in the 1st century CE who are sort of protesting the temple because they think it's corrupt, like the Essenes, and this sort of gives rise to Christian theology.
Indeed, absolutely it does. Yes. Meg, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, no rapture, no bad, no rapture, I'm sad. That is a great rhyme. That really is a great rhyme. Actually, to your point, Dalton, the Dead Sea community really hung on to stuff like what Jeremiah said about the lying pen of the scribe, and like really wanted to find a way to replace the elite. And
yeah, because all the elite were like in Rome's pocket. So
right.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is to change the theology. Sydney says, which chat god raptured me with a membership? I don't know who sent you the membership, Sydney, but enjoy it. We're glad that you're marked safe from the rapture now. And Gretchen, thank you for the 311, says, that's 20 minutes on the unofficial Philbro clock. I should have started that Philbro on the clock immediately. I didn't know how heavy he was going to Philbro. He was mild. We got through it, but he should have been on the clock really early. Hank says, Philbros are too chicken to just say I was raised Christian, then got into tag because I was desperate to feel clever and flex on atheists. 150% right, Hank. That's the point I was getting at with that clown was, this is not a persuasive argument. This is something that you've stumbled into to justify your insecure position in this goofy ass God that you believe in. And Godwin, thank you for the. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, I've never once heard a story of an atheist who read the tag argument and was like, you know what? I think I'll be a Christian now.
I've never heard someone run tag and be like, oh fuck, I guess I'm a believer now. It's crazy. It doesn't happen. Godwin says, Prophet of Doug said, eat this pretzel. It is my interlocutor's body. Drink this Kraken. It soothes the pressure of my blood after a long day's cooking. Yeah, absolutely. Consume the pretzel and the Kraken, the body and blood of Doug. It has been unbroken for you, friends. Absolutely. Totally appreciate that. Joshua says, have I debated a Catholic? Yes. In fact, I debated a Catholic fucking bishop once. That was crazy. That was a long time ago, by the way. I don't even know the guy. His first name was Greg. But I talked to him once, and he did not like me after that. I initially started out giving him lots of comments because he understood the Catholic. He understood the teachings of the Catholic Church very well, like the modern teachings. He wasn't appealing to like early church authority.
That's better than a lot of the Catholics who come on here who make claims contrary to the Catholic Church, because then you got to be like, well, no, your church doesn't teach that, and then we can talk about why that's wrong. But no, at least they know what they believe if you're talking to a bishop, so it's a lot easier.
He sent me some nasty grams after the conversation, though. He didn't. He thought that even though the debate didn't go well, he was gonna debate me and convert me in my DMs, and when that didn't work, he started to get hostile. But what are you gonna do? Lord, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Starting to think this guy's the special relative. Yes, that we don't do ableist jokes here, but I think you're right. Josh says pathetic grounding in dog shit. Big L guest. Yes. I always love when they try to ground things in items that don't actually have it, like ontology. Like why? What are we doing here? Peter says, dear all apologists, you don't need to give the argument in its entirety for someone to realize it's unsound. Bad foundation, bad conclusion, simple. Couldn't agree more, Peter. If you give me an argument that's already unsound, or there's a premise that needs supported, why I'm going to let you lay out the entire argument? There's no point in wasting our time with any further premises if premise number 1 is flawed. And Design says, oh, I was 5 seconds away from being converted. Stupid timer. Oh, well. If only we gave him 20 minutes instead of 25 minutes on that timer, he probably could have cooked. He was so close.
It was the longest 20 minutes of my life.
God's got bad timing, to be fair. His timing's shit. Josh says, who doesn't like an illogical moron that is trying to use dumb talking points that he heard from some other idiot? His mom should ground him. I could not agree more. Could not agree more. I'm on board with this. And he probably does live at home with his mom still. He sounded young. Nathaniel said, did you ever hear about the cadaver synod fiasco? I don't. The cadaver synod? Holy shit. Well, I'm looking it up right now. Well, thank you for that. I'm gonna study up on the cadaver synod. Thank you, Nathaniel. That's amazing. Blanket 420, great to see you, my friends. Says, what do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff. Fucking great. Ooh. Unbelievable. That is a class act joke. I love that one. That was great. That was unbelievable. Prairie says, thank you for your donation. Well, Prairie, thank you for your donation, friend, and also for your $2 super chat that says thank you for your donation a second time. Double thanks to you, my friend. And Tim says, my teacher said pi r square. I said, no, pi r round, cobbler r square. Okay. All right. Hold on. That's even for me, even for this dad. I don't know if we're going to call that a good joke, but I get it. I understand what you're doing there.
It doesn't take much to get me.
I'll probably tell that one later. Josh says guests should pray for a toothbrush. Maybe. Josh says crackhead theology. Oh, that one. That guest. It makes sense now. Thanks for the clarification, Josh. Yes, that guest. Like, he needs a toothbrush and some dental work. I don't know if floss is going to help him, but he should floss. And but I don't know. I'm not prophetic, but I think dentures are in his future. I'm just saying. Thanks, Josh. Dexter says, has he read Matthew? Fuck. That's brutal. It's fucking brutal, Dexter.
I feel bad for laughing.
Oh my. Fantastic. Philo says, warning to all brainworms, do not infest D. You'll die of starvation. Oh, D's really catching it hard right now. Oh, D. Well, D's getting clipped. I know that much. Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. Amazing YouTube name. I'm glad I'm making an impact on the world. Says, get the wife on. She's the one with the brains. I agree. It sounded like the wife was the one that was all there. If I had to guess. Resist. says, thank you for your donation, and thank you for your donation and for your other donation, where he says, where can we find co-host channels? Dalton, please tell the audience about your channels.
Me? Oh, well, if you just click on my name, you'll find the Bible Guy TikTok, and on my bio, you'll also find my YouTube channel, which I just started.
Can't wait. Make sure you join the YouTube and the TikTok, friends. And Mellow Matt says, how did the Browns beat the Packers? Ravens fan. Sheer luck. Fuck, sometimes, you get lucky. You don't need skill when you have luck. And sometimes we get lucky. We didn't have skill. Helping Mega says, D has stage 5 Christian brain rot syndrome. May Doug and Sharon help him. He's going to need something. He's going to need something to take care of that brain rot. I think we've got just the tool for him. Give him a healthy dose of Bible. Entropy Eaters, thank you for the super chat. Says loser, lizard, larper, or lame. Well, I want to give him maybe larper and loser and lame. He gets 3 of the L's. I'm going to go.
The lizard thing, as a Hebrew speaker, the lizard thing bothered the hell out of me. I don't know why.
I could not believe he was saying that was in the text. Then he had to say it was a Latin text, but it wasn't actually in the Latin text.
Yeah, that reminds me. First time I've ever seen a Gutenberg onlyist.
Oh my God! Yeah, I'll never understand that. That's news. That's new to me. I am the darkness. Thank you for the super chat. It says silly question, but what is Kraken? Kraken is the best adult beverage on the planet. It is a black spiced rum. You can sell it wherever they sell rums, and it is amazing. To be fair, it's better in the winter than the summer. It's a little bit thick, a little bit sweet, like a dessert rum. Josh Barba says, pull up the Philbro timer, guest in for education. Yeah, we got there eventually. I'm sorry it took longer than it should have, Josh. I apologize for that. Hammond, great to see you tonight. It says, hi guys. Ems or anyone else really, I know that Islam is worse than Christianity, but do you think Christianity is more nonsensical? And I wish I had saw that when Ems was up.
In my opinion, I think there's less in Islam, shorter book. Their God is only one being as opposed to 3 persons. So technically there is, and also, the Christian Bible is so much longer. They have the Trinity. I think there's a lot more nonsense as far as like a quantity in Christianity.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
That's a fair point. I could definitely agree with that. Yeah. Jack Patterson, that Dr. M's to you, doll. Oh, that's Dr. M's to you, doll. Yeah, she should have put some respect on that name. I don't know why we let her do that. And good question. Thank you for the super chat. It says the brain is made of molecules that work independently. Ignorance attributes that independence to demons and holy spirits. Yes.
Modules.
Indeed. Like it's interesting how many people we get up here think that the immaterial mind not only exists, but it's evidence of other immaterial minds, and we're just going to grant them that. Crazy. Nathaniel says Professor Dave versus Farina on abiogenesis is priceless. I actually haven't seen that. Let me look it up.
Yeah, that's going to be going on my watch list.
Let's see.
Versus Farina.
Thanks, Nathaniel.
Who's Farina?
We'll check it out. I see the video. We'll definitely check it out. I love Professor Dave. Thank you for that. Big W learning. Space Lord says we copy our messy DNA about 40 billion times a day, expending the huge amounts of energy, including our broken genes. Scurvy is God's love. It's a different kind of love. It's the good kind of scurvy. And Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. Thank you again for the super chat. This is a genuine question for you, Justin. What is the point of praying to an all-knowing God in the Christian worldview? This is such a good point, and I've talked to Christians who understand this problem. Namely, that if God is all-knowing, then it means he's not answering your prayer. He already willed it to happen, which means if he willed it to happen, then whether you pray or not, whatever is going to happen is going to happen.
When I was a Christian, my way of like trying to harmonize my understanding of prayer with the Bible was that God had included everything we would pray for in his ultimate plan. and so prayer was ultimately just like this exercise of some kind, which is just not what the Bible says. But that's another thing.
Yeah, that is kind of the right cope. Design says amazingly dishonest display. Laptop 7, go rapture yourself. Yeah, I think he was better the second time around than the first time. The first time he was here, he was pretty obnoxious, but we'll see. We'll get him fixed up. Helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you again for the $5 super chat. It says Laptop 7 has a bad mix of Christian brain rot syndrome and Philbro talk. The world needs more Doug and Sharon and less Christianity. Taco Tuesday, 1 God, Rapture 0. Yeah. Listen, Taco Tuesday will always be better than the God or the Rapture. Taco Tuesday makes the world go round. I'm just saying. We need more Taco Tuesday. I think we need Taco Thursday. Wiz says they thought that they Quran. What's that mean? Oh,
it's like
Quran?
could run. It's like I thought they thought they could run until you muzzled them.
Oh, okay. They thought they could run until you muzzled them. I'm a dad. This is professional work. Also, sorry. Did I miss a joke? Am I stupid?
I don't see the joke. I just I'm also just maybe I'm just also too old.
Well, Wiz, listen, W for being a dad. Don't be sorry. We're super happy that you're here, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. I apologize that if this was a joke, it was over my head. I'll try to do better next time. And Space Lord says, John keeps calling you guys brother. Is she the second coming of Hulk Hogan? To be fair, she didn't know what sister meant. So, like, I don't know if she even knows what brother means.
Could run and muzzle them are puns off of Quran and Muslim.
Oh, I was wondering if Kuram was was the Quran. Okay, that makes more sense. Liz, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says this is the first live of yours I've joined in. Wow, you guys are great. Thank you in chat for being so awesome. Praise Doug, and quartz be with you. Hey, may the quartz be with you, Liz, and thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad you can make it to one of the live streams. I think they're a lot of fun. You get to see a lot of in-person cooking, and you get to join in the chat. It's like watching a sporting event, and the chat just kind of goes at each other. It's a good time. Varen, thank you for the super chat. Says a little more for that next Kraken. Well, thank you so much. By the way, where can I buy the cheat sheet? I need it for my counter apologetics class. The easiest way to get the cheat sheet is to be a Kraken Crew Elite subscriber on YouTube. So you can just subscribe on YouTube and get it, or be a subscriber on TikTok. You'll find that's a little more convoluted to get to the link. Or subscribe on Patreon. If you subscribe on Patreon, it'll give you a link to the deconstruction cheat sheet, and I think it's the best method for organizing the passages.
So what exactly, for those of us who don't know, which includes me, because I hear a lot about the cheat sheet, what is the cheat sheet?
Great question. Let me show you. So I've got a cheat sheet that I put together and made available some time ago for subscribers, where I've got all kinds of deconstruction talking points. The first tab are the worst bits of the Bible. I've got baby killing, punishing innocent people, human sacrifice, God predestines you to hell. I've got all kinds of the verses, all the horrible stuff. Next tab are Bible contradictions. I've got up to now over 80 contradictions in the Bible that you can use in your debates. I've got a really interesting link on the Apocrypha where I show where the New Testament kind of quotes from the Apocrypha. And then I've got a link down here to an alternative sheet that has everything the early church ever said about the Apocrypha or the Apocryphal books in the first 400 years. Which means you can actually see what the Epistle of Barnabas says, what the Didache says, what Justin Martyr said, what Irenaeus said, what Origen said, what Cyprian said, what Cyril said. Everybody in the first 400 years of the church, what they said about the Apocrypha. And shocker, they all said it was scripture. So it's fucking
I hope you
scripture,
will
friends.
I hope you will all join me in becoming Kraken Crew Elite, because that's one hell of a cheat sheet.
That's a good one. I've got a tab for scientific errors in the Bible, and I've got a tab for anachronisms in the Bible, and
that's a fun one.
I've got the prophecies of the Gospels and how they're not fulfilled and why they're not fulfilled. Although that's like only 80% filled out. I got some more I need to do on that. I've got just generic failed prophecies in the Bible, in the Old and the New Testament. I've got arguments against the omni-properties of God, demonstrating from the Bible that God doesn't actually have all these omni-properties, or that there's contradictions entailed. I've got the distribution of all New Testament manuscripts graphed and listed out with links where you can see the fucking manuscripts and their date range and where they came from and which passages are included in which manuscript. I've got a whole argument dedicated to philosophical arguments against various gods. I've got a whole tab showing flat earth Bible verses that you can bang Christians over the head with. I've got a whole breakdown of the contradictions of the dumb passage about how God is love. I've got an appendix full of sundry stuff. So, for example, one of my favorite things in the appendix, which we never get to talk about, is the fact that Exodus chapter 20, Deuteronomy chapter 5, copy from ancient Near Eastern law codes. Sorry, this is wrong. Where'd my appendix go? Exodus 23 is what I'm looking for. Is it here?
Hi, Cyber.
Right there, yes. Exodus 21 and Exodus 22 copy in order, in like numerical order, the laws from the law code of Hammurabi, and I've listed where they are in Exodus, where they are in the law code of Hammurabi, and you can see where Exodus is lifting from Hammurabi and in what order they're lifting. I've got all kinds of shit. I've got the Passover timeline mapped out so you can see where the contradictions are in the various gospel timelines of the Passover. I've got the contradiction. I got a timeline laid out for the resurrection narrative, so you can see the contradictions between the various resurrection narratives and all that. It's crazy shit. I've even got a whole tab on all the bullshit talking points of the LDS Church and why they're. It's a good cheat sheet, friends.
Yeah, Cyber. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm definitely gonna be like joining that Kraken crew.
Actually, here's my favorite tab. I went through every single reference of Jewish literature, Jewish and Christian literature from the New Testament going back that references hell in some way and documented. I've got the Dead Sea Scrolls, every reference to heaven, hell, or Hades and Gehenna. I've got the Talmud listed out as well. I've got the writings of Josephus. I got Jewish pseudepigraphic texts, although there's a couple that still need to be included. I've got the biblical Apocrypha every time it mentions hell. And I've got every mention of hell in the New Testament listed. So if anyone ever tells you, well, the hell's not really in the Bible, it's not really documented, it's just a reference, to a trash burning site outside of Jerusalem, you can say, fucking no, it's not. And here's all the Jewish sources for what they thought hell was. And we know what Jesus meant when he said Gehenna.
Absolute overkill. Love it.
It's a cool
I
cheat sheet.
just want to come up and let the chat know that Rocky has not forsaken them. Rocky is still here.
Hail Rocky, the other Rock of Ages, the third member of the Quadrinity,
the son of Doug and Sharon Stone, if you will.
Indeed.
The rock that stubbed my toe.
Indeed, yes, it is the stone that the builders rejected, but will in fact be one of the chief cornerstones. Not a stumbling block, only for the disbelievers.
Yes. So yesterday, fun fact, I ended up getting raptured. And then I got up there and accidentally said fuck, and now here I am. I got
you came down.
Yeah, don't say fuck.
You got the Simon Magus treatment when he was flying around in the apocryphal Acts of Peter.
Yes. With the cross dancing out of the tomb with me.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to run. So I have this. I've been working on this really this Tang argument, no, this transcendental argument against God, and I just wanted to run it by Dalton and see what he thinks. So it's going to be premise one: a God with the omni properties, bodily functions would be reliable and not betray us. Premise two: farts are a basic bodily function. 3, sharts demonstrate we cannot trust our farts. Conclusion, an all good, all knowing, and powerful God cannot exist.
God cannot be the author of confusion and have sharts existing.
Correct. Correct.
That's so solid. No pun intended.
Solid.
and you can also run a secondary version of this because sharding would be a form of unnecessary suffering and humiliation. So you can run it with the suffering argument as well.
I love it. This is a sound and valid argument.
Oh God.
And listening to a guest a while back, have you thought about tag?
Wait, me?
Yeah. I was just listening to that one guest that kept trying to go to tag.
Oh.
And I'm like,
he was dying to.
Because we've never thought. So my favorite argument to run against him, and for anybody in here that goes up against tag, because the whole idea of tag, the base of it is we can't have knowledge unless there's a knowledge giver. Like that's the main thing with it. And so all you need to do is just throw a hypothetical. As a matter of fact, Darth Dawkins just blocked me because of this. I wish I would have recorded it, but I was like, well, let's give you a hypothetical world where there is no God. So in this hypothetical world, no God. Is it true that God does not exist? And as soon as they say yes, well, then it is the case that God is not the precondition for truth. You don't need a God for knowledge or truth.
That's
and
okay.
I got dropped in and blocked.
Well,
Yeah.
being blocked is I think everyone here has been blocked by Darth Dawkins. It's a rite of passage.
I'm pretty sure I'm blocked.
I'm definitely blocked.
That's a good argument, though. I appreciate that, Cyber.
Because I think it's just ridiculous, like God being required for truth. And I think Ian actually has a better fleshed out version of it than I do. But I mean, it is the case in a possible world, because the idea is God is necessary in all possible worlds. But if there's a possible world where God doesn't exist, and if God doesn't exist, then it'd still be true that God doesn't exist, and God isn't needed for truth. It's just logically sound.
Oh, I agree. It's a good argument. Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, those who write on bathroom walls roll their shit in tiny balls. Those who read these words of wit eat those tiny balls of shit. Amazing. Amazing words. We've got some really good creative super chats here tonight, friends. I really appreciate that. W creativity. And Nathaniel said 2 things. 1, Justin, look up the Catholic cadaver. We're doing that right now. 2, Professor Dave and James Tour debated abiogenesis. Oh,
that's
James
what he meant. And I saw it. Yeah, that's what they meant. They said earlier Professor Dave versus then they said another name, but they meant I think that's Dave's last name versus James Tour is what they meant to say. And it is one hell of a debate. I'll give you that. I saw it. He basically at one point Tor gets up on the freaking board and has to sit there and write things. It was so funny.
Well, I know I'm doing after this. Well, thank you for that, Nathaniel. I appreciate that. And Sir Games a lot says, Big W for the Bible guy. I enjoy hearing him on the show. There's fucking hiccups. I enjoy hearing him on the show. I enjoy the same myself. Goddamn hiccups.
Oh, no, not now. Oh, God.
Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Kira says, if God wanted you to be theist, why you not Hindu? Who? Me? I don't know what to say, friend. Verillion says, that's a good point. Here, have another goalpost. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're on the Christian side of that, like John, like you have to shift the goalpost, right? Or admit that it wasn't a good argument, you know? Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, as someone who actually just lost their cat after being away for a weekend, good catch. Sage is burning. Well, thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that you lost your cat after being away for the weekend. That's horrible.
May he rest in pause.
Indeed. That's horrible. I hate losing a pet. I actually had to put my dog down last year. But I mean, she lived a long life. Like, we had a long time together. But when Pi got sick, I'm like, fuck that. Like, you're only six years old. You got another 10 years left, buddy. We're not going to let you go out like this. We are not going to let you go out. Simple Programmer says, this is for Pi. Well, thank you so much, Simple Programmer. I really appreciate the $10 super chat. Support for our friend Pi. And Science Lover says, Christianity gave us Christians. Witch burning, Inquisition, persecution. That's how I came to know it's BS. No love there. If Jesus was right, it says you'll know them by their fruits. Like, and if that's the case, like, I'm not thinking that like these people are of God unless God is evil. Like, if God is evil, then his people should be doing evil shit.
So
that's a great montage video, obviously. Just a video of Jesus saying that line, followed by all these atrocities, just one by after the other.
Yeah, for sure. Shadow says, time to rapture it up. We are, in fact, rapturing it up. I appreciate that. Good job.
So real quick, based off of that not this one, but the 1-2 previous, when you're done reading these, you've got to look up the Cadaver Synod and just screen it. It's hilarious. You'll be rolling.
Well, I probably can't screen it. It'll get my live stream taken down from YouTube because of the DMR policies, but I'll definitely watch it. A Deuce Ex Marine, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, the way you read super chats is fine, but I beg you, the next caller who says that an all-knowing God knows everything you could do, pressure them to answer if God knows what you will do. I mean, we typically do. We ask pretty often if God knows the future. I mean,
I know what the Cadaver Synod is. I forgot. It's when the Pope set up his previous the previous Pope after he was dead.
9
got
months.
His body 9 months after he died, got his body out of the grave and put him on a chair for a court hearing to accuse him. Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it was a situation where they were going through popes in rapid fire succession, and this pope had some political turmoil with the pope that replaced him. And after he passed away, this new pope literally had his body exhumed, put him on trial with his vestments, and then once he was found guilty of perjury for becoming the pope, had his vestments stripped off of him, snipped 3 of his fingers, and had him thrown in the Tiber River. Like, all after he was unalived. It's wild.
Makes perfect sense. The Triangular says, thy will be done, fine, but if it's God's will and he's going to do what he wants to anyways, why the fuck bother praying in the first place? George Carlin, keep up the amazing work, Justin. Well, thank you, Triangulator. I appreciate that. I love me some George Carlin. But you're right. Like, if God already knows what he's gonna do and he's gonna do it no matter what, then whether or not you pray is a futile endeavor. It's meaningless. It doesn't solve any problems. It makes you feel good, maybe. DJ says, you can silence 50 scholars with 1 fact, but you can't silence 1 idiot with 50 facts. I immediately thought of this live when I saw that. So fucking true. Oh my God. I mean, it's a 1,000,000% true though. Like the idiots that get on this live stream thinking that they're up here cooking is crazy. It's fucking wild.
God damn it, we're gonna get so many more hiccup solution
Yeah.
comments now.
Keep in mind, friends, if you email me hiccup solutions, which I got a bunch, and if you DM me hiccup solutions, I will immediately delete them. I promise you they don't work. Katie says, so we all survived the rapture, huh? Yeah, what about that? It's almost like it was all bullshit from the beginning.
Have you tried
Jarek?
asking God to remove the hiccups?
No, not yet. I don't see that one coming, though. That one's probably not going to happen. Jarek, thank you for sending out 2 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And our friend Rockhard Verdug is with us. Thank you so much, Rockhard, for being here. Thank you for the support in the stream and for the super chat. It says, my wife Adele and I got happily married on Taco Tuesday at a bar by the bartender. So big shout out to Taco Tuesday over the rapture, because I wouldn't still be having this much fun with her. Is that the bartender I met, Rockhard? Let me know. I'm actually now curious to know if there's a connection there. But W rock hard for still being rock hard with your loved one. Super appreciate the super chat, and great to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Speaking of which, Adele, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Adele says, Cyber, so good to hear you back, and I couldn't agree more. Londro,
back.
Londro says, perfect opportunity to try the spoonful of fucking honey, Londro. I mean, you know I'm going to do it because I love honey, but you know it's not going to work. You know it's not going to work. But if I find a solution, I will definitely publish a tab on the cheat sheet for it. Science Lover, again, thank you for the super chat. Says, looking forward to eventual reading of the scrolls of Herculaneum, so we can see what was actually written in early CE. I agree, actually. I would love to know what was happening inside of that scroll, and quite a few others, to be quite honest. And now that I'm hiccuping, people are sending more super chats. Jared says, have you tried not hiccuping? Fucking Jared. As it turns out, Jared, my friend, I know that's a joke, but yes, I have tried not hiccuping. And Deuce, again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, the ask is to use those exact words. They have the cognitive dissonance of thinking, knowing all possibilities, knowing everything. Confront them with the simple question, if he knows what you will do. But we do. Deuce, thank you for the super chat. I love and appreciate you, but I don't know if you've been here very long. We ask that question fucking every day. like whenever we talk about God's omniscience, we ask if he knows what's going to happen in the future, which certainly would entail what you're going to do in the future. I think what you're trying to say is, on the topic of prayer, we should be asking, does God know what the person praying is going to do? I don't fully understand the argument you're trying to make, Deuce, but yes, we do ask regularly if God knows the future. And Triangulator, again, says your cheat sheet is gold, great for conversations with evangelicals at the front door. Your co-hosts are amazing too. Big dubs, cheers. Well, thank you. I agree. I think I have a great cast that help out with the live stream. They're awesome, and you can check them out. They have their own channels. And Peter, thank you again for the super chat. It says, hello, have you ever debunked the idea of hell? No, because it's in the Bible. I believe that's one of the cornerstones of this fear-based death cult. Is hell biblically accurate? Yes. Yes, I have a whole tab on my cheat sheet dedicated to demonstrating that hell is real. It's a real thing. And last one from Science Lover says, hiccuping is evidence of Doug's grace. You know what? Maybe. Although we did talk last time about the hiccups. I should buy one of those ab workout machines to contract my diaphragm so I can't actually hiccup. I promise I'm going to get on that. Friend, thank you so much for being here. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely someone's live. Is Thinker live?
Let's see.
All right, the amount of lives I've seen.
Yeah, the amount of lives that we've seen.
Quantonaut is live.
Wow, a bunch of people are live right now, actually. Yeah, I look like we're Mezzo's live. He's cooking. Everyone's already over at Mezzo's place. Let's send some people over to Quantonaut live stream. Let's see what he's doing over here. If it loads. Really slow right now for some reason. I think it's just TikTok. Is he live?
He was right before I came in.
It says he's live, but I can't see anything happening. Weird. Oh fuck, Born Again Atheist is live.
Oh, she's great.
Again, the live stream's not loading on my web browser. Weird. I can load the profile though. We're gonna load the profile. Friends, we're gonna go raid Born Again Atheist on TikTok. She's live right now. Her live streams are fucking fun and hilarious. Is Born Again Atheist is the screen name. Born Again Atheist, and she is
chapter 1
phenomenal. Let's go raid Born Again Atheist live stream. Tell them Justin, Dalton, and Cyber sent you. I'll come over and we'll chirp in the comments for a little bit as well. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I love and appreciate everyone. Thank you so much for all the likes, shares, comments, and support. Really appreciate it. We'll be live tomorrow night. I'm going to be live tomorrow night with Godless Engineer on Joyful's channel, unless something changes. So I should be live again tomorrow and Friday. So come and check me out tomorrow with Godless Engineer on Joyful's channel. I think Joyful is helping his wife recover from surgery, which sounds like a surgery went successful today. So we should be good. Thank goodness. But anyways, thank you so much, guys. We'll see you again very soon.